But that's all I wanted to say. I love each and one of y'all for being out here. Thank you.
I just want to say thank everybody for coming out. I don't know everybody personally. I can't say I know everybody's name because I probably won't remember your name if you told me. But I do want to let all of y'all know something. At the end of the day, in life, you have to learn how to cut your finger off to save your hand. And a lot of people are still trying to save their hand, and they're dying every day. One thing we have to learn is equality. No, we may not all think the same. No, we may not all look the same. Nobody was taught to hate. Nobody was taught to be racist. This was all learned by the parents. If you know deep in your heart that it's wrong, don't agree to something that you know could cost your life. If you hanging around a group of people that's hating someone because of their color, you know that's the wrong group to be in. Don't sit there and entertain racist jokes and then shake my hand later on. You have to learn how to love one another because this is all about love, respect, integrity, honesty, and a journey. We are all on a journey in life right now. All of us is all on a journey. When we go home at night, Black lives may matter for a moment, but for me it matters for a lifetime because I was born black and I'm going to die black. But I represent love. And I want everybody to look around and understand this is not about black or white. It's all about respect. We are all one. We all bleed red. Every last one of us. We all bleed red. Nobody is different. We all can die by the same bullet. We all can get stabbed by the same knife. When we leave our bodies, our soul is going to leave up out of this body. You do not want to come back into the world a second time with that hateful-filled heart. You have to let that hate go. If you are in a family that's racist, if you are in a family that hates someone because of the color of their skin, you have to learn to say, this is not right. I will not represent that. We cannot keep on following that same cycle with hate. We have to step out of that hate. We have to walk away from hate. We have to learn to love. We have to stop hating one another. Because at the end of the day, if I'm laying on that bed and I need a kidney and a white woman's kidney matches mine, I'm not going to turn it down. I'm not going to stop living because of the color of someone's skin. You have to learn. Our organs have no color. If you want to live, you have to learn to live with acceptance. We are all equal. We are all one. We all should love one another. Seriously, we have to stop sitting up and looking down on others. We are all going through a struggle in life. We are all struggling from something. Everyone in their family has someone dying from diabetes, dying from cancer, dying from kidney failure. Everybody is dying from something. But I will not die from hate. We all have to love one another. And I love all of y'all. Every last one of y'all. There's no hate in my body. I love everybody of all colors because I'm a person of love, not hate. We have to put a stop to this. We all have to take a stand. We all have to really understand one thing. This is about money. It's all about the money. It's all about profiting. Everybody is all about the money. We are downtown where everyone working in all these big buildings, they don't really give a fuck about what you eat today. All they want to know is when is this shit going to be over so we can keep making our businesses money. Whether you're black or white. It's all about the money. But we have to be about love. We all have to be about love. We are all one. Enough is enough. It started with Emmett Till. When is the shit gonna stop? We are tired of protesting. We are tired of marching. I am tired of being tired. The shit has to come to a stop. Seriously. But we all have to work together. It's not just about walking down here and protesting with signs.
Looks like they will have one unit and they should have their 82F1 in the area as well now.
Because I'm not going to ride past you.
Notify me when 82F1's 97.
If I see anybody down here in a trouble, I will stop and help them. I'm not just going to say Black Lives Matter.
King 2, I copy, you're going to continue.
This is for eternity. We all have to stand up. We all have to stop hating one another. We all have to stop hating.
Try to move to the right so they can take over. 8261, I copy, you're going to move to the right so they can take over.
This has to stop. Either you're going to stop it or this is going to keep on going. If we don't stand up for something, we will fall for anything. In life, you have to stand for something.
3S2, looks like Springs units will be out. I'm going to be going to the THLA frequency. 83S2, I copy. Spring units are dropping out. You're going to move to the yellow frequency, and S1 is in area 2.
5-1, we're going to be dropping out.
We are not racist. None of us are. We have to stop listening
So when I
to
copy, dropping
the
out.
enemy telling us, oh, this black man's going to rob you. Or
No,
this
no,
black
passing
man
around
is
a bit.
We have to really open our eyes and understand. We have to understand.
Westbound passing Grana Vista 85.
Encourage one another. We have to lift one another up every day. You don't know what nobody go through every day in their day-to-day life. There's people right now in this audience that probably feel like killing themselves because they feel like they couldn't accept themselves in society. There's people out here that have eating disorders, weight loss disorders. People are all going through something. But you have to understand, you will go down in that grave, whether you black or white, but you will stand for something. Because everybody's grave is 6 feet. Nobody's grave is different. We all want to go down. We're all going to die. Nobody is standing alive. But you will have to stand up.
Continuing 5 from the interstate, and have all units be advised we do have K9 on scene.
When they lay down and they look at your capacity, they're not going to say, oh, well.
King 3 continuing 5 from the interchange, and all units be advised K9 is on scene.
Another speaker coming up.
Hey, you on fire. Hey.
And King 3 be advised all units are now on the yellow.
I was born in Ohio. I've been dating. I moved up here to Columbus. I've been up here about over a decade, 11 years now. And what I see going on in this city and across the nation, across the world, is that there's a new generation coming out. And the new generation don't stand for all that old guard.
No,
It's
sir.
the old guard.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's not the new guard.
Looks like it's
You're
gonna
the new guard. I'm about to be 40 in August. But I see a lot of people older than me and younger than me and everything that never had this. Never said anything about it. We can vote with the vote. Yeah, we can do that with the vote. You know what I'm saying? The women coming up. I know I'm not voting Trump. But you can vote with your city council. You can vote for your mayors. And I was never big on local politics at all. But this year, that's changed. I'm waiting for my young folks, black, brown, white, see the same views that I have. I'm not participating in the local vote because that's where we change this city. You see what I'm saying? That's where we change this city. So I'm waiting for all y'all to rise up. Y'all got a voice now. When I graduated from high school, social media it wasn't even existing right now. Internet wasn't even. I graduated in '98. Internet was just coming up. Y'all got a whole plethora of platforms that y'all can go off on. You know what I'm saying? We all can. But I'm waiting for those. This is y'all movement, young folks. This is y'all movement. What do y'all want this world to be? What do you want the United States of America to be? This is y'all. You see what I'm saying? This is us as a people as well. We all together, black, brown, white, it don't matter. I've never been racist. I love black and brown people as much as I love white people. I got some true white people in my family. I got some true white people as friends. You know what I'm saying? No racism at all. But it's systemic in the system as far as jobs. Systemic in the system as far as getting pulled over and you ain't doing nothing. I remember getting pulled over at 16 years old. Just got my license. Yeah, I was dope. I was in the 77 Lincoln long with the rims on it, with my bubble coat on, but I was just playing basketball. And then I get built up by a white man, and a white cop, this, that, and the other. That's just real, you know what I'm saying? Thought I was out there selling dope, slinging dope around. Nah, I just came from playing ball. What's wrong with that? Nothing. It's just a systemic racism problem. Racial profiling that goes on in our neighborhoods. Period. And it needs to stop. And it needs to stop now. And we gotta move it going and we gotta keep it
Clear for an
going.
1125, westbound 22 east of Mag, I
And I'm
think.
gonna do my best to keep it going strong.
We just overshot, we're turning right now.
And I'm hitting the street.
Copy overshot here. Overshot here.
Whatever I can do to do, but guess what? We need to be organized and we need to move as a movement. This is the movement. This ain't going nowhere. We need to city council to know. This ain't going nowhere. We need to show up.
Attention all units, East LA is currently in pursuit of a high-speed vehicle. Their last known send point is going to be eastbound 10 at Eastern. It's going to be a gray Dodge Durango Original 1 in speed again. Just for information for units eastbound 10 at the 710 now. No further, KCQ 240 at 5025.
I'm gonna go ask
You
that
want
gentleman
103
real
copy.
quick. Sir, thank you so much for
103 copy.
speaking.
Can I get any
What was your name for the
position?
Twitch stream, sir?
Joshua Keeble.
Joshua what?
Joshua Keeble.
Keeble. Joshua Keeble. This man has some good words. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so
Information for units on a 23103. Time is 1 ago. Southbound 605 from Slauson. A 2016 blue Nissan Sentra. 288 George William Mary 236 erratic in lane. Southbound 605 from Slauson. A blue Nissan Sentra. No further, KTN 273 clear 1525.
no radical stuff.
3650 copy.
But
83650 copy.
They need to hear y'all voice. They need to hear y'all chanting. I mean, hell, I want to hear y'all chanting while I'm in that meeting. I'm like, okay, they got my back too.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hear y'all, okay? So please come out Monday at 1:30. And let me tell y'all, God is good because we was...
Unit position for the Saturday yield has been ongoing for a while. East LA currently has it. Eastbound 10 at Fremont. Vehicle at high speed, now approaching Atlantic. Any unit position ID.
No, wants to come out to protest. We will have babysitters out here.
We're stuck in the position. We're currently Verde west of the 57.
Can I get a round of applause in there?
So 7 on copy, Via Verde just west of the 57 getting in position.
Yeah, I need y'all to come
There
out.
will be another...
Come out, round your boys up.
LA 105 will spread that way.
Curfew.
One and a half look.
He's about 90 miles an hour. Light traffic. If you could start getting
He's got a lot of lip right now. What's your name, sir? How's your name back there?
850 working on that now.
6752 has a lot of lip. Yeah, they're standing around. Just sitting around. Protests going on down here.
Sorry for
I mean,
Euclid.
I don't think they should be sitting.
7 by started from Euclid. Units, information only for units on the blues at high
Hey, just a quick question. You guys supposed to be sitting right now?
Going back towards East LA, Baldwin Park area.
How long is that rest, may I ask? Yeah, how long is that rest? Y'all, okay, guys, y'all are done. It's time to get back to work. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are all done. It's time to go back to work. Thank you. Hey, you have a nice day. Uh-huh. Yep.
Any other unit in position?
All right, everything's fine. That's right. They're standing up now. Yeah, they're good. They're good. Oh, he just sat down. Look.
Oh, we could be en route from the office. 571 could be en route from the office. I need
They're complying. You know, all
any
of
other
them not
unit in
going to comply.
position. Again, they're going to be eastbound 10, high speed,
Okay.
passing new.
Good job for the majority of y'all. Good job. Excuse me? Josh? No, what Josh you talking about?
They're overhead, sir.
I don't know that guy. Yeah, I don't know him. No, I'm the resistance. I'm the resistance. No affiliation. No affiliation. I'm the resistance. Whoever you just spoke of, whoever you were talking about, there's no affiliation.
As far, go ahead.
Well, I mean, just because you think we're artists anymore, are you guys the same? I can think that way as well, right? You know, the application of the knee to George Floyd. I pretty much think that all you guys are the same because you guys think that I'm the same.
Or Visor 1020.
Yeah, you're Josh. You're affiliating him with me.
105 from Temple and the 57. They're now going to be eastbound 10 passing road speed 90 miles an hour in light traffic.
This one right here, he's just staring intently. He's staring intently.
103 calling 105.
103 following 105.
It's the resistance, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back, okay? A lot of you guys thought I got kicked out of the city. Nah, I don't kneel down to misdemeanors. There's a long stretch of time. Anytime you guys want to intimidate me for holding my camera in my hand, I'm going to stand my ground, okay? Understand that.
Vehicle's now going to be eastbound 10 just east of Baldwin in the HOV, 90 miles an hour, light traffic.
So just to give you guys some updates, the curfew has been lifted for today. There's no 8 p.m. curfew. I think that's in anticipation of some less, I think it's because the city is not anticipating a lot of violence or anything like that.
Yes.
The last 2 nights we've seen the protests disperse on their own. They get to a certain point of the night where the group gets small enough and arrests are about to start happening. And the leaders of the protest will tell everybody just to go home so they can rest and come out tomorrow instead of getting arrested. So I think the police are anticipating that to happen again tonight. I don't know what time it's going to happen. Still pretty early. But I think it's going to be a pretty calm day. We have a decent sized group here, maybe around 1,000.
100 miles an hour.
1,000 being the max.
81, that's 4, you're
so
around.
anything smaller than 1,000 is probably maybe some other groups. I haven't heard any intel about other
81,
groups.
that's 4, I copy you on
One
an
of my
on-ramp to the
guys here
eastbound
on the
10,
ground that I
10,
talked
on-ramp.
to, he said that there was a huge group that went into Brooklyn.
That's 4, I copy 1A on-ramp to the eastbound 10.
We'll see if they come back to the city or what happens with them.
It's going to be east of the 605 now. Number 1 lane. Usually about 100 light traffic.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1 and 4, did you have further traffic? You were broken.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Coast to Sam unit that's involved from East LA.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bye-bye.
And if we see units, Districted has crossed over eastbound 10, just past the 605. They're approaching now Baldwin Park Boulevard. Eastbound 10 approaching Baldwin Park Boulevard.
I don't know if it's the last night, but I think we've seen I think the peak of the protest has definitely passed.
Well, can you see if they can switch to the orange? 80 and 4 requesting units switching to the orange.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's 497.
Number 3 lane.
H5, I copy 85 miles an hour approaching distant light traffic on the number 3 lane.
Healthy debate going on in the chat. Healthy debate, I hope at least.
It's a white Honda on the right shoulder.
I'm only seeing bits and
two
pieces.
Asian female adults walking away from
Crossroads of 60.
650 from Crossroads of 16.
858, copy approaching Lake Ellis up the 3 lane, 90 miles an hour, light traffic.
We're going to be back in the HOV lane coming up on Homestead. Speeds out 90 miles an hour, light traffic.
H58, copy in the HOV lane approaching Homestead, 90 miles per hour, light traffic. That's for you, very broken, sir.
571 or passing Citrus now. Starting at
571 passing Citrus now. 3 at hold. 103 at hold.
We're going to be HOV about to cross under Barranca. Speeds out 95 miles an hour, light traffic.
Red eye copy in the HOV lane, under crossing Barranca, 95 miles per hour, light traffic. We're at hold. 105 at hold.
Number 1 lane coming up on hold. 95 miles an hour, light traffic.
That copy number 1 lane first. H58, copy number 1 lane approaching hold, 95 miles per hour, light traffic. Okay, can you give us a plate description? Plate is going to be George 464 Union 0. Once the VP unit gets in, one of you peel off until another VP unit gets in. LA 15, we're in eastbound approaching Via Verde. So 5, I copy eastbound approaching Via Verde.
We're going to be speeds about 95 miles an hour. HOV lane. Light traffic.
H58, I copy 95 miles per hour, HOV lane, light traffic. Oh, we should copy now.
Via Verde. Speeds out 75 miles an hour to come up on a little bit of traffic.
Still heading east.
58, I copy eastbound just east of Via Verde, 75 miles an hour, coming up on traffic buildup. That's for requesting all these units.
Because we know that the problems in our communities are because of all of you.
That's for your very broken
We know
all these LA
that they have
units to drop out.
intentionally been putting out black and brown cops especially so that we
How
feel
much on
bad. But this is the thing. You can take that uniform off. I can't ever take my skin off.
Desk, we got 35 minutes of left. I don't know if you guys are wanting to launch the back up, but we got 35 minutes
I need you to listen to this, because this is one of the sickest things. I've seen black officers, and I tell them, I pray for your son or daughter, because I hope the day never comes when you find out that one of your co-workers murdered them. I pray that they never feel the pain that we feel when they murder us in the street.
And don't roll your fucking eyes, because I saw you. Shout out to that black officer. Don't roll your eyes, because I saw you.
Listen, we don't engage with them. We are non-violent. So why are they violent? Why do they come out here in riot gear? Why?
Erica or Tracy, can you put the links? Can you post some of my links in the chat, please?
Enough! So, we are demanding the NYPD be defunded and abolished.
Or if you guys want links to my Discord or my Twitch, just check the video description.
So we can solve the problems and not create the problems. We want an end to mass incarceration. We want to repeal 58 so we can know what these murderous cops are hiding. We want to halt solitary confinement.
Thank you, Erica.
We want active parole. We want very timely parole. We need to call our city council, to call our state assembly and senators, to call Congress. We must demand.
No, it's fine, Erica. Don't worry about it. Somebody was just asking for the Discord, so that's why I said that. You're totally fine.
At one point,
Pedestrian,
abolishing
605
slavery
Tech,
was a crazy
an elderly white male adult on his
At one point,
on the right shoulder,
said,
possibly aged
that's impossible.
disheveled.
How will we make our profit? Well, we want to abolish the police now. Because they come into our communities, they incarcerate our people, and they force them into modern slavery in prison.
H5 Beta, copy.
Why is it that they care more about protecting property than protecting the people that they're supposed to serve?
55, you're on 98. I can handle that 1125.
We want to know why Mayor Bill de
South on 405 north of Stillbeach, a black Audi in the carpool lane, and we are starting to pull in.
Because police unions are keeping these murderous cops on the street. So what do we need to do? We must demand that they disband police unions and stop hiding and defending their co-workers who murder people every day. We don't engage, though. We don't engage. We don't engage. We don't give out a platform. We want our communities to be better. But that is not going to happen until we get these murderers, killers, and perpetrators off our streets. The largest gang in New York City is the New York Police Department.
You advise those director units are standing by?
The thugs on our street is the New York Police Department. If you see someone wearing a blue uniform, I can assure you that they're a thug. Now let me tell you why. Because even staying silent while their cop friends are killing people makes them complicit. Your silence is killing people. Your silence is killing people. Quit the force and become a whistleblower. We know that you know all of the abuse that your co-workers do. We know that you know. We know that you know. So, quit the force. Time on the right side of history. That is how you redeem yourself. By quitting the force.
Or do you copy?
And becoming a whistleblower.
4 copies all.
We're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving.
Hey, desk, playback is
Dropping out.
recording.
Inland K9 taking over.
This full as a scene.
762 dropping out. Inland K9 will take over. BUN 103, quick drop down. stop that as well.
We're going to be eastbound coming up on Mountain Avenue, 85 miles an hour, light traffic, and Intersection Station.
H58, copy eastbound approaching Mountain Avenue, 95 miles an hour, light traffic, switching to station. That's for switching to the base. Five was ready to be dropping out. Any units in the orange frequency still involved in the failure to you? Other copies, negative response, clear the frequency, KCC is 240, clear at 1540.
It's hot right now. Hot, take it off. You're swaying from side to side with two turns. I know you're over it. Give it up. Give it up. Quit right now. Just quit right now. You got it. I know you're tired. Get out here all day. It ain't coming. The shade ain't coming.
For about 1,000 protesters.
You can keep on grabbing that helmet. It don't feel good. Take it out.
Tower off ramp stage here at Yeston Pines near the tower record. Again, I can give 11, 12, and 19 on northbound 101 tower off near Yeston Pines.
Don't let this just go and stop here. Let's fight beyond this. It's imperative that we do that. If we don't, our great-grandchildren, their great-grandchildren will scratch their heads and laugh at us and say, what the hell were y'all thinking? I'm going to leave that there. I love you all. Thank you.
Wow, what a brave woman. I'm going to go try and find her for her information in a minute. I'm going to keep track of where she is and go find her and talk to her for a second. I'm also going to give my opinion on what police...
How y'all doing today? I say, how y'all doing today? We out here to make a statement, are we not? How y'all doing today? I heard a brother earlier say, no justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Ishmael Cody Harvell. I'm a native of Columbus, Ohio, born and raised in the Linden area, if any natives know where that is. But a graduate of Mifflin, I ain't go to Linden.
Thanks for the shout out, Will.
I'm a participation person. If you believe that there is systematic injustice that exists in this country, I want you to raise your hand. Thank you. You can put your hands down. If you believe that we need to stop seeing black and brown and marginalized people in this country be killed at the hands of racist police and vigilantes, raise your hand. Thank you. Put your hands down. We, as a people, black people, white people, brown people, Asian people, people all together, we use that word synonymously, have to get to a point where we are not going to allow the passion, the anger, the frustration that we feel in this moment, to die out with a news cycle. We can't stop when ABC 6 ain't here no more. We can't stop when 10 TV ain't here no more. We can't stop when CNN is not reporting on it anymore. We have to be consistent, because if we are not going to stand up for us, then who is going to stand up for us? If not us, then who? If not now, then when? Consistency is the key of this movement. If we let our passion die out right now, or when the reporters decide that they're tired of talking about it, then we end up at the same place. We end up here saying Black Lives Matter. We end up here saying Black women lives matter, Black trans lives matter. I'm tired of putting Black people's names behind a hashtag. I'm tired of putting our LGBTQ brothers and sisters' names behind a hashtag. She said, I believe it was Fannie Lou Hamer that said, we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And you know why that is? Because we let the passion die out with the news cycle. Not only can we not let the passion die out, we can't just show up here. We're standing in front of the Ohio State House. When this pandemic is over, or when we're allowed to take meetings, I want everybody here to call your state representative and schedule a meeting, to call your state senator and schedule a meeting, to call the mayor of the city of Columbus and schedule a meeting. Their scheduling offices ought to be so full with requests that they cannot handle the volume. I worked in politics for the past 3 years. I just got back from Columbus from traveling the nation for the past 7 months working on a presidential campaign. And I'm here now. I'm back here now because I see a need within my community. I see a need for change. I see a need for consistency. And I see the need for our people to be represented. Thank you to our white brothers and sisters that are out here, our allies. We cannot do it without you. But Black people don't clap too quick because we also have to take accountability for our own struggle. Everybody can't do it for us. The solidarity is nice, but we have to show up too. We have to show up too. Black people, say it with me. We have to show up too. Consistency. If you don't remember anything else from this tall dude, that's tall big dude up here that's saying anything, remember that we have to remain consistent within this movement. If you want to see change, don't just show up to the protest, show up to the voting booth. If you want to see change, address the mayor that we have sitting in that office over there. Address the governor that we have that sits in that office up there.
Adrian, 97 with a ped over.
It will not just change if we protest. We got to get out and vote. I know some people say that that's a way to take down our frustration and to get us calm, so that way we won't be out here protesting. No, do both. Do both. I want you to protest, I want you to vote, and hell, run for office. Who see a problem with systematic injustice? Raise your hand. Why isn't your name on the ballot? All you gotta do is collect some signatures, get your name on the ballot. If you got an issue with the politicians who sit here and let systematic injustice occur over and over again, run for office and be their replacement. Be their replacement. Be the change that you want to see.
Preach on it.
I am tired. We are tired. I am tired. We are tired of seeing our people continuously be murdered in the streets, and the only way that that's going to change is if we are consistent, is if we not only show up to the protests, absolutely. Not only can we show up to this protest, but we got to show up to meetings with the very people.
June 9th on Venice Boulevard.
Code 4 Westbound 62,
Show.
605.
200 cars in a caravan circling City Hall right now.
When I copy about 200 cars in a caravan circling City Hall.
Who cares if it's polite conversation? You need to start telling
81203.
the most dangerous place for a person of color is somebody's head. Like my uncle.
Address to X2 affirm. I copied your code 4 with a ped west 60 to the south 605.
He doesn't even try to know. He doesn't even know himself. That's the problem. So all my brown brothers and sisters out here who've been saying, when is it going to be our time? I hear you. That is a legitimate conversation happening in the brown community. Woo! I just want you to know that when we march with them, we are marching for ourselves. The divisions that have long been cast by a capitalistic system browns and black folks, Filipinos, and Vietnamese folks fighting with each other in the air.
Signatures, how we can find you.
There's vehicles illegally parked all off of the roadway. We gave them all reporting vehicles. Several parties came out and began to move their vehicles. I copied all parties were verbal. Some of them started blocking. In 203, that outside, there's a medical ambulance at the bridge, and they cannot get through because of the
Black Lives Matter!
Yo, what's up, Ram?
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
We're in front of the Austin Capitol at the moment. As you can see, crowd is quite good today. It's not spilling off the intersection as the intersection is open at this time, so the DPS has not closed it down. But that being said, the crowd is still definitely notable given how hot it is at this time of day. Like we're in the high 90s right now. Yeah, and as promised, you are now modded.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Police!
81203, I copy will attempt to access bridge. Seventy-one, 10-8 back on the orange. 81571, 10-8 back on the orange in the area. Do you have any information if there's any additional forestry units up here? 81203, the only info we have is that they were going to 98 with you east on the East Fork Road and Glendora Mountain Road. Northbound 101, south of Silver Lake, blocking the number 3.
That you can say her name for me? Can you say Breonna Taylor? Just say Breonna Taylor one time. Come on. One time, please.
03, we had traffic for
How about you, sister? One more time. Breonna Taylor, please. Breonna Taylor.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
Still very broken. Just confirm your request for forestry units to 98.
I'm at another protest, y'all. Live in downtown Boston. We doing our thing. They hollering Breonna Taylor. Rest in peace, Breonna Taylor. We love you, baby.
The radio says you're completely unreadable.
Beep y'all! Beep y'all!
I will have to canvas forestry units where they're going to test 23 to 98.
we going?
No justice, no peace. So fuck the police.
No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. No justice, no peace. So fuck the police. We in the street now. What are you talking about? No, we not. No, we not. No justice, no peace.
So there, y'all, so there, so there, so there, so there, so there, so there. They didn't rush to kill George Floyd. We are not going to rush this protest.
White silence equals violence. White silence equals violence. White silence equals violence. White silence equals violence.
Always 16. He was educated. He got all his credits. He graduated.
Excuse me, can you do me a favor?
I think it's telling her to speak louder. She's so strong.
But I just want to say, not only that I want justice for Julius, but for his siblings and for everyone, for all. I want peace.
11, we turn left on this side street.
So my son can be at peace. Because right now, Jesus is standing here right now. And he want to be at peace. But the police got
last
away with
unit
it.
was 10-1. Is that 203?
I'm not going to say no more, but don't forget Julius' name. Say Julius Tate.
Still couldn't copy. I know you had a question regarding forestry, where we were going to 98 with them.
And they covered it up. And I demand justice for my son with every breath in me. With every breath. I would have got in front of that rifle and I demand justice because they didn't tell y'all that they justified it like they did Tyree King. Say Tyree King! Tyree King! Henry Green! Henry Green! But they left Julius untouched. They ain't tell y'all what they done to my guy. I demand justice for my children and everyone else.
Thank you.
Julius Tate! Julius Tate! Julius Tate! Julius Tate! Julius Tate! Julius Tate!
Y'all, this is why we here. When I say Columbus, we're focusing on Columbus. We're not focusing on outside of Columbus, Ohio. We're focusing on our city. We're getting justice for our city. What needs to be done in our city?
1148 to Peckinpah.
Do y'all understand that? For families like this is why we do what we do. This is why we all are family. We stand together, we a unit. United we stand.
Divided we fall.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
I can't hear y'all. United we stand.
Divided we fall.
United we stand.
Divided we fall.
We ain't stopping until we get the justice. That's who we are. That's who y'all are. Y'all got it in y'all. Are y'all scared? Are y'all scared?
No.
Are y'all scared?
No.
I'm not sure if you can copy. Stand by, he's working to Endora now.
Because I'm not scared.
We have a visual of you going 97.
I'm going to keep fighting. And I told y'all, when I go in this meeting, they ain't talking what I'm trying to talk about. I'm going to tell them. I ain't trying to hear what y'all talking about. I want to hear what my people want. If y'all can't do what my people want, then I'm not trying to hear what y'all trying to say.
Hey, where are you from?
Everybody think I'm down. No, it's not going to be no coming down tomorrow. Because they sit here, they will tell us they're going to do it, but then they don't do it to make it look like we didn't want the negotiation. But tomorrow's going to be something totally different. But we're going to have our own camera people there. We're going to put it all on of what they said. We want justice for everyone in Columbus, Ohio, who family member who has passed away due to police officers. Not just the outside of Columbus, but the inside of Columbus. Julius Tate mother, my heart mourns for you. I have a 13-year-old. I feel you.
I don't like him either.
Because I think I'll tear the whole city up for real, y'all. I'm sorry, I don't play about my babies. Y'all learn that when y'all have kids to get up. I won't stop. I do this for my baby. I do this for my black brothers. I do this for nieces, nephews, uncles, sisters, mothers. I do this for everyone. Because at the end of the day, it's time. It's time. I want change. Do y'all want change? Do y'all want change?
Yes.
Do y'all want change?
Yes.
I should see everybody at the police department tomorrow, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear y'all. Y'all just not too sure, huh?
I will be there
Are y'all
tomorrow.
gonna be at the police department tomorrow?
Yes.
Are y'all gonna stand beside these families?
Yes.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay, I believe that was you 97 before.
1:30. 1:30. Everyone, 1:30. Please be there. I want to hear y'all when I'm in that meeting. Because I'm going to tell them, you hear my family outside? Because all y'all my family. All of y'all. Because at the end of the day, y'all march with me. Y'all done sit here and I done heard y'all
report
cries,
of a white
y'all pain,
Dodge Ram
y'all
pickup.
hurt.
Plate of
Because that's what family do, right?
You have a
That's
dog
family
tied up
do,
in the
right?
back of the bed of the truck.
So at the end of the day, y'all my family. When I go home at night from these marches, I cry. I cry because I feel y'all pain. I can't sit here and say, I cry because I feel y'all pain. I have a 13-year-old. And when y'all said that 13-year-old, I feel here. Because I'm not from here, I'm from New York. I've been here years. I am an Ohio citizen now. Just to let y'all know. It hurts. I feel you. I may not experience it, but I feel you. I feel y'all hurt. Because at the end of the day, it could be my son. It could be my brother. It could be my uncle. I feel your hurt. I feel your pain. And this is why I'm in this. This is what Black freedom is standing for. It's justice for families like Julius Tate. Henry Green. Say it. Henry Green. Julius Tate. Yeah.
But we'll see.
It's gotta, change gotta come. Change gotta come. Hold on.
Danielle, thank you for defending me. I get a lot of really attacks in chat. Almost every 10 to 15 minutes in this stream. everybody still attacks me about wheelies. Thank you for defending me. The wheelie. I'll cry for wheelies, but I don't want you to cry, Erica. I don't want you to cry. Stop disappointing Vadim. Vadim's gone. He's not coming back. He was lightning in a bottle. Yeah. All he wanted was a wheelie. Oh boy. Oh boy. How many wheelies are enough for you guys? That's what I want to know. How much is enough? A wheelie will unite the chat. I'm wheeling right now. You guys just can't see. Because I would rather focus on this political movement that may define the future of our country. Did somebody say China? China?
It's the national protest in Washington, D.C., June the 25th. So if anybody want to go, let us know. Let's get numbers so you can be able to be there. The goal is, so far, I got one van I'm going to do, but I will rent like 3 or 4 vans if I have to. But right now I'm renting one van but as I get more people want to go, I can rent more. Right now, they got one bed on reservation. I'm renting to go.
It's been a long
So
day.
if anybody else want to go, let me know. So I can rent up to 4 vans, so I would do it. And listen, I'm a Greyhound bus driver. I got a couple of my friends. We all willing to drive. So you got some professional drivers to do it. Real talk. I'm driving one, and then I got 3 other people if they need to be able to drive it. So y'all have safe driving. We can drive all night. And guess what? We don't have to worry about docking, logging on drive hours either. So we can drive all night.
Yeah, in case y'all wondering, yes, Black Freedom is going to DC. All right? So, in case y'all wondering, we are going. So,
every day.
another spoiler alert.
My name is Tim, ma'am. Yes. Oh, no.
Again, if you want more information on it, pull out your phone, text positive change to 31996. Again, text positive change to 31996.
All right, so Mr. Tate's mother does not feel too comfortable about it. We're gonna.
I'm a proud Michigan fan. I don't like Ohio State. I'm a proud Michigan fan all day, every day. Hey, we gonna see that W this year. And y'all gonna take that L this year.
On camera, sir?
We gonna take the W.
You don't have to. It's okay.
And that's all I gotta say. Michigan proud all day.
I gave her her time on the camera.
I know this is not the time for this.
A lot of people in here checked out her stuff. So. Alright, we're gonna go find more people to talk to.
To direct us to where they want to go to. So they're probably watching the live stream, looking at where we're going, so they could be a few blocks ahead to direct us off of where they don't want us to go. It's the resistance, man.
No justice, no peace. No racist police. 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 No justice, no peace. No racist police, no justice, no peace, no racist police, no justice, no peace, no racist police, no justice.
We got the young guys on the bikes leading us the way. They've been leading the whole way. That's our escorts. They the only escorts we need, right?
No peace, no racist police, no justice, 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 no peace, no racist police. Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 Hands up! Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 Hands up!
We just fucked the dickheads up by trailing off National Park First Ave. This is the direction we going towards. They don't know what to do now. We just fucked up. Bell admin, what's up, bro?
The white Chevrolet Camaro, two other unknown vehicles in lanes, two males out of the vehicle fighting.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Let's get on there.
Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot!
Zero, Mary Ellie?
She's making women look disgraceful. I'm glad we have women on the front line with us, showing them what you should act. That's what you should act. You should be holding the sound with us, with your badge, with your pepper spray, with everything.
390 Mary 1183, southbound 605 north of Alondra. A murder van versus a white Chevrolet Camaro. Two other unknown vehicles in lanes, two males out of the vehicle fighting.
That's crazy. I don't even think you care. Looks like they're looking at you.
90 Mary, I copy the call.
8390 Mary, copy.
You are. No, I can tell by your pay barrier is definitely not going to be what they're going to look out for as a low income people. That's definitely what it is. Need more shade. You pay low income.
Come on, we're going to do it after 8365 on a mountain. sending out Imperial now.
I do like it a lot. I do. I really do. I've been enjoying it. I still forget.
You're such a disgrace. You're such a disgrace. You're such a disgrace. You're such a disgrace.
But now it feels more as a
woman out here fighting. This woman out here fighting. You're fighting.
I'm just trying to keep that used to it. I'm just saying things authentically, so that then when I do say it feels more
like he's lucky I'm not over. That would happen.
It's out of intimacy.
But you're over here fighting against your own woman. That's crazy. You're fighting against your own woman.
8390 Mayor. We're also getting the southbound 605 north of Rose Trans, and it's now been upgraded to an 1179.
She chose to work at the front line of the Capitol.
That's your Mayor.
They make laws that don't help. That was the.
We just saw Rose Trans. It looked like traffic was slowing down.
Don't help you. Don't help your family.
650. It's unfortunate at Rose Trans. Looks like traffic was slowing along John Road.
Young parents, they're not even track. Y'all diluting your time from God to here. Y'all should be at church.
Yeah.
All y'all.
What do you mean? For 18.
They're rolling that shit right in front of them. They need that ganja. These niggas is tripping. Stress, tripping, all that. Going against your own one.
8390 Mayor. It looks like a security officer has one of the drivers handcuffed.
At the top. It's not all. You can ask here. Yeah. You chose to be a skinhead. All these bosses. All the bosses, you gotta be a boss to be a boss. You gotta be a skinhead. I hope you don't become a boss. You're not gonna look good with a boss. You're not gonna look good at all. You don't look good with hair already. Actually, you might look better with your hair.
You don't have to wear it. It's okay.
Maybe if you was with your you come on this side, they give you a hair routine. They give you all that. Yeah, we're giving you shade. We're giving you everything. We're acting like human beings. We're talking to you. We're doing this for free. Y'all working overtime to protect lawmakers. That makes
I want to go out of the house because I didn't get out of the house. So, yeah, thinking about what yeah. And it worked out really well, honestly. So, and he was practicing when I was putting him to sleep. And then we had a meeting. He's doing a music show that I'm in this Thursday. It's a streaming show. If you want to watch it. Although we're doing the idea of not streaming because it just doesn't feel right now. So they might record it and then play it later for the audience. Yeah. They haven't made the decision. Yeah. I had rehearsal. I've had rehearsal with the guy twice now. It's a storytelling piece, so it's just like
83602 1125. You found 60 at a Azusa. A bottle with some type of chemical in it.
I'd like to thank everybody for the donations. I appreciate y'all.
No justice! No racist! No justice! No racist! No justice! No racist! Sorry?
Charlestown right here.
Charlestown, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I had to get a quick update. We on our way to Bunker Hill. We in Charlestown, Boston, Massachusetts. They on their way to Bunker Hill. That's what I was told.
No peace! Police! No peace! Police! No peace! Police! No peace!
Going the wrong way, going the wrong way. Going the wrong way. We're going the wrong way.
Can I get some? Hey yo, can I get some no good cops in the racist system? Can I get some no good cops in the racist system? That's my shit. I'm trying to get some no good cops in the racist system. So lonely. In Charlestown, Boston, Massachusetts. Charlestown, Boston, Massachusetts. On our way to Bunker Hill. No good caps in the racist system.
For a white Chevrolet Silverado, that's the leaving Indianapolis. No further communication and reporting clear as 8160 copy.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Ho, ho. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Hey, hey. Hey, hey! These racist cops has got to go! Hey, hey! These racist cops got to go! Hey, hey! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
It looks like it doesn't.
George Floyd! 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 My fault.
George Floyd! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor! 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 Breonna Taylor!
Goddamn, I'm tired as a motherfucker.
the state works.
We have HOV 1, 2, and 3. So we can move the car.
It's 390 American for HOV 1, 2, and 3 lanes closed.
NY Act. The Safe NY Act and repeal 58. Yeah, a lot of y'all don't know what police officers actually patrolling the street. Did y'all know that? A lot of times the history is hidden because the union protects their police officer and their history. So repeal 58 actually makes sure that doesn't happen. And if there is consequences, draw laws.
Head up to Hollywood Boulevard. That's the 101.
I gotta give you action. I gotta give you action. I just don't want to see you as a person, I was incarcerated for 7 years, and I was in solitary confinement for 905 days. That's 2.5 years. Yeah, you already know, bro. The next thing we need to do, fair and timely parole. Early parole. Cancel rent. And let's say it the whole way. Defund We will win. 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 And we will take over every step by step, every office by office. We will take over every position that holds power, and white supremacists have abused their power. Take over! Thank you. Something that we gotta make sure we do as a movement is to make sure that our platform that we give a make sure the platform is shared by all of us. We gotta make sure we do a better job by making sure that our black sisters are heard when they want to talk. Because they always been here for us. They have shown up for us day in and day out. That's okay. They face some of the worst every single day. So please, give it up. Support us.
Life from burning. CRP is no longer going to be followed. Just for information only, case reporting for that 16.
In addition to that, I really need everyone to know how much I appreciate every one of y'all coming here. We love you! Alright? We also have options. It's not a promo, but there is a link in my bio.
What's up, Tracy?
For friends who cannot make it out here. For those who have high-risk family members who cannot be out here and also possibly, being a family sick, right? Because there are two pandemics going on right now. There's racism and COVID. It's racism and COVID. It's racism and motherfucking COVID, bro. We've been fighting since I was black, and my great-great-great-great-great-grandmama been black.
I've been outside the whole pandemic. I'm still here.
I didn't say, bro. I
It affect me.
Okay, oh, so sorry. It's TWENTYBRE.savage. Like, this, you don't have to follow me, that's fine. Like, it is what it is. Just click the link in the bio.
The protesters beating on the glass to the Travis County Jail. So officers have attempted to close the doors and lock them. However, protesters are like get block the doors. This is the Travis County Jail. So we're inside of the we're in front of the Travis County Jail right now. The crowd is pretty decent, not anything massive, but the plaza is definitely filled here. I think maybe around 500, 600 people, somewhere in that window. Protesters are not aggressive at this point. It seems like they were demanding the release of, I would assume, to be other protesters. They were chanting, "Let him go, let him go."
Relocated to Argyle and Hollywood.
And yeah, the beating on the glass has stopped, but protesters were just beating on glass and throwing water balls just a little bit earlier, and they've stopped that. But this crowd is very riled up, and I can audibly hear beating on the glass, so keep you posted.
Zebra 11.
I don't know if I'd call it the Michael Ramos Brigade, but protesters are appearing to demand the release of other protesters that have been apprehended by law enforcement. There is some tagging ongoing with FTP being written on the Travis County Jail at this time. There are many signs being held up. Alright, protesters, we are now leaving Travis County Jail. FTP has been marked on a couple points in front of the jail. Protesters have now decided that we're going to be headed towards the Capitol again at this time. So we are leaving the Travis County Jail. We're at the intersection of San Antonio Street and 10th Street. And we are turning around to head back to the Capitol at this time.
United we stand! United we stand! United we stand! United we fall! United we stand! United we fall!
83651, when you're clear, have a pedestrian westbound 105 at Studebaker, an X-ray wearing a white tank top and black pants, walking along with traffic on the right shoulder. Multiple units on the area, 651 copies, other unit was traffic.
Drop the pickup.
8321 and rest of the pedestrian.
So I'm gonna close this out with some pretty incredible news that we just heard. And this is gonna be inspiration as to why you need to come out tomorrow. The ACLU of Minnesota just said that the Minneapolis City Council members have announced their intent to disband the Minneapolis. Let me finish. There's more. My church and invest in community-led public safety. My church, I want to read that one more time, and then I'm going to explain why we got to show up tomorrow. The ACLU of Minnesota just said that the Minneapolis City Council members have announced their intent to disband the Minneapolis Police Department and invest in community-led public safety. What does this mean? So what does this mean? Disband the police, to defund them. But look at what has happened because we continue to show up. Look at what has happened when we keep the pressure on them. Look, this is the power of the people.
Hollywood unanswered
This is not victory. We still have so much more to work towards. This is a step in the right direction. But we know that too often they will take a step, and then when we calm down, they will take us back. So what do we have to do? Keep on doing. What do we have to do? Keep on. What do we have to do? I need all of us to show up tomorrow, to show up the day after, because this is proof that the people the power is. More power to the people. More power to the people.
Something's wrong with my camera.
More power to the people. More power to the people.
Is it still broken?
Peaceful protest supposed to look like.
A little break in the day to refuel, gotcha. Yeah, I think you've been out here for quite a second, Haram, since like what, 11 or something streaming? Yeah. Definitely good to take care of yourself. Don't want to pass out from heat exhaustion. You know, that is definitely what she said to one of those officers. We're gonna take a quick shortcut and then stream the protesters as they're approaching the Capitol. All right.
On the southbound. For 17, I copy 97, that's just on southbound 1.
So fierce protesters have gathered at the 10th Street and Congress intersection. Someone is giving I accidentally ran right past it.
Bro, my fucking armpits are hella sweaty, bro. Just so you know, we're at the front. Oh, I'm talking to the... Dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, fuck Border Patrol and fuck ICE. Abolish ICE too, bitch.
Stay behind me at my pace.
I need to find the one dude who's like the main organizer, I think.
Told y'all, bro, we out here, man. Every opportunity, we out here. 10 toes to the motherfucking ground, protesting, voicing opinions, trying to spark the movement, inspire the future. Man, we in a new, it's 2020, man. We in a new decade, man. We ain't trying to make it shit like the last 10 years. So, you know, like I said, so that being said, man, we out here.
We taking care of business now so we can have a good decade later.
Yeah, man.
Because we know these first few years are not going to be fun in this decade.
These next 4 years. Woo.
Especially if we get Trump's ass again. We're definitely fucked. Nah, fuck Border Patrol and fuck ICE. I mean, I get it. I get why Border Patrol and ICE are there, but the path to citizenship in America is so wrong. And it's funny because America is a nation of immigrants, literally. America, the land was stolen from Native Americans. Mexicans and African Americans have more right to this land than we do. African Americans were stolen and literally grew the economy in America. And I mean, Mexicans were all over. I mean, that's why you have like things like California. California is a Native American word. Yeah, well, let me tell you, my legs hurt. We've been walking for 3 days straight.
I didn't respond to any of them.
Black Lives Matter! 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 Black Lives Matter!
Bro, y'all are tripping. America, the land, we have so much land in America, bro.
Black Lives Matter! 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 Black Lives Matter!
Lives Matter!
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
You already know what it is. It's your boy G2 here, baby.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives
My ass is gonna turn this around.
No peace! No peace! No peace! Police!
My hamstrings are hurting, man. Excuse me, Thermon. So this was a real family event. The organizers of this did the best. This is the best organized. I know Black Lives Matter yesterday did the car caravan, so that was really good too. I think that was good. And I think that was great for people who are mobily impaired or can't come out or are worried about COVID. But I think these organizers did better. Just because Santee, there was a lot of pushback in Santee. Shut it down! She was the one that blessed me with the sage, bro. I don't know how I feel about getting blessed with sage, bro. So we're going back into the weird area. We'll see what happens. Damn, I can't. I'm up at the front, bro. I'm trying to go back here. I'm trying to stay close to my homie, but not get too far back. No peace.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Hands up, don't shoot. 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 Hands up, don't
if you were scared to come out here to Santee, you a bitch. It hasn't changed. Let me do something. So shout out to Streamlabs too. They've been doing good. A weird area as in before there was not a lot of reception over here. That's what I found. Santee honestly is nice. There's really nice areas of it. It's a cheaper area than San Diego. In other areas, that's for sure. But they have a bunch of bitch asses, so that's why we were out here. And then there was too many people out here. They couldn't do nothing, and I appreciate the organizers here. The county sheriff did much better. It's still fuck border patrol. And it's been a good weekend. This weekend's been way different than last. Actually, I haven't seen any agent provocateurs. I saw more agent provocateurs in the 15-person protest.
That's why we want justice for Big and all the rest of Trayvon's that are real and killing our kids. We are tired of it. Yeah. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
We're getting close to the YMCA. My motherfucking legs are... Bro, motherfuckers, we've been walking fast.
390 or 92 Mary. When clear, if I can get one of you to check East on 91 at Pioneer. No further updates.
Bro, the only reason, okay, no one has, I don't even know, has anybody seen any city still looting or rioting? I'm sure there's maybe a few, but ever since Seattle and Portland that one night and then maybe another night, they haven't done it over the weekend. I don't know though. You can't do it when the community organizes fat ones on the weekend.
You kill the cops, you got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. You kill the cops, you got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. You kill the cops, you got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. You kill the cops, you got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. You kill the cops, you got to go.
321, 10 4 north of 1125, East on 91 at Pioneer.
Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot.
This is my guy right here. My guy.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
I have no updates past 30. I just need to verify the view.
No peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Please save us from the fallout. No justice. Yeah, no peace. Hands up,
don't shoot.
Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. That's why we want justice for Big Mike and all the rest of the Trayvons that are real. Killing our kids, we're tired of it. Yeah. No justice, no peace. 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 Hands up, don't shoot. 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 Hands up,
yeah, I'm about to turn Black Panther. Private patrol. I don't think they're real cops. There was just two of them. Oh, COVID is real. America's gonna see a lot of cases. I promise. We just turned on Riverwalk. We're right by the YMCA. Everybody's doing really well. I'm telling you, this is the most like organized and powerful protests. I think it was done in the right location. I think that the county sheriff actually did good. No one was aggressive. I think the organizers did great. Everybody was really respectful. You came out here, you got a lot of people who are really fighting for change, and so I gotta find my homie.
Ticket 44, westbound 22 west of the 405, what is here in the right?
I'm gonna lose my friend if I don't find him right now. They may have.
Attention to handle that, you get 1022.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
There is an alternate 1125 eastbound 105 west of Lakewood for a chair in the 3 lanes.
Jeremiah, copy, we're going to deal with it.
8390, Jeremiah, copy, extended.
Smoke.
God bless the kids, this nigga wicked and weird. And me and Nick with bloods and crips. We got all that right, we gon' crash this shit. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Hey, fuck Donald Trump. Hey, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. I like white folks, but I don't like you. All the niggas in the hood wanna fight you. Surprising niggas in the east, now they try to find you.
321 on ramp is gonna be clear, route to 1125, not 105 west.
We don't give a fuck. Black students, ejected from your rally. I'm ready to go right now, your racist ass did too much. I'm about to turn Black Panther. I see my Donald Trump and that nigga cancer.
Delaney.
Let's move.
Hey, Pimpin'. Hey, Pimpin'. Oh. I'm with the block party.
Oh, my bad.
I do want to find, I guess we can message them, but the organizers. I'm wondering. Yeah, the protesters. Oh, Delaney! Delaney! Let me get my camera. Are you out? You're out, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're out too. I'm out too. Yeah. All right, brother. I'll see you later. Excuse me.
We got to hang out for a little bit, but after 5:30, what y'all do is not on us. What y'all do is not on us. And on top of that, people of Santee, people of San Diego, we want to let you know that San Diego Unity, our group, we are here for you, and we are going to continue to hold events. We're going to hold round tables. We're going to keep this thing going. We're going to keep this thing going.
1125, southbound 405 north of Euclid.
What I heard today from my man Kevin, he said at 5:30. We are over at 5:30. Thank you.
24, southbound 405 north of Euclid, a bumper, and then number 5, and then FSC.
For dinner up in the office.
Hey, dude, back off. Back off. Get on the sidewalk. All right. Yo, the fence on me! Over here, right now. Fence here. Hey, fence here. Back up.
All right, well, APT has built a barrier to obstruct protesters. They're currently taking someone under custody.
They took him into the parking garage?
Yeah, he just got arrested. I don't know why.
I saw that.
But
I'm just trying to see how they...
Yeah, they were trying to lead him away. I mean, I don't know why, but they told me to back up, and I'm like, all right, cool. But they led him away that direction. They didn't take him up here.
But they went that way, right?
Yeah, they went into the garage.
Okay.
So
do we know what this... Feel free to ask me any questions if y'all are watching. I've been out here all week. But more...
A large amount of officers has just left APD and have started reinforcing. As you can see, the police officers went and built a barrier to hold off protesters, and they pushed back press as well. It appears the gentleman is currently under custody. Officers have rolled away. The protesters have gathered in front of APD. Officers are currently standing in front. No riot shields visible or any beanbag containing weaponry currently. Yeah, I was definitely a little bit close there for this time, guys, so. But that definitely agitated many protesters by arresting the individual. The individual was led away again. Protesters are largely agitated as that action of APD has upset them. Just 1 minute time, a large amount of officers is standing on top of I-35, I assume, to prevent protesters from entering the highway again. Just last night we had protesters entering I-35, but today it appears they've deployed a large amount of officers to defend that region. No riot shields visible, however, mace is clearly visible by the eye shot from this distance. I would assume they would deploy mace before anything. Notable is that there's no shotguns with beanbag rounds on them with the officers today. So either that's by discretion of the police chief or order of the city council. Officers have ceased using beanbag rounds at this time. I cannot see any beanbag weaponry. Do you know what happened with the guy that got arrested?
No, I was up there when I heard about the guy getting arrested. So
okay, it's aimed that way, not at you.
I don't care either way.
So what was going on with the berm up there?
So we were walking up that way, and the cops came up and told us to stay off the highway, and we all said we're not on the highway. And then the one cop that was first up there telling us not to get on the highway, he started spraying us.
Oh, okay. So they used mace on you.
Pepper spray, mace, whatever.
Okay.
I stood there like an idiot, let him spray me again. I kept saying we're not on the highway, and the other guy's like, you guys are on the highway.
All right. So they sprayed.
A lot better now. Thank you.
Is he the guy that they targeted?
No, he got sprayed with pepper spray.
When?
Like just now when they were up trying to get on the highway, he got sprayed because they were telling him don't get on the highway, and they were like we're not, and then one officer sprayed them with pepper spray, and he got sprayed some, and I assume some others too.
Did you get it?
No, I was down here.
Do you see sanitizer?
What? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Excuse me, can you tell me what happened with the individual that was led away?
We're going to get the van out of here really quick.
Oh, okay.
He came down the street running around our barricades. He was just trying to. He was drumming. But he can't disarm his barricades. That's it. I didn't arrest him.
There was no barricades where he was driving through, so I'm going to see what the problem is.
But when you drive around a barricade and you don't know what's going on, the other night we had a truck that literally started, drove by the barricade and almost ran over people. And so much so that all the people swarmed and went up on the porch in fear of their lives. So we can't put the driver on the barricade.
And we just don't know what his intention was at all. So
He was drumming.
we don't know that, right?
Yeah, you think you can maybe talk to him before you use force? How about that?
Do you ask him what he was doing?
It's either do what you say or fuck you.
Out of the vehicle.
There you go. You're using your fucking words. You're engaging me like a man, brother. Other side, guys.
Conrad, northbound 605.
Bring it around, guys. Bring it around. Get on the curb. Sure. Get up there.
The officers that just spoke were not the ones that arrested him. They just gave information of what they saw. I believe the one that was talking to us with 2 stars might be the assistant chief of police. Excuse me, sir. Is she the assistant chief? Okay. Yeah, so the officer just confirmed that was the assistant chief of police that gave us that information. So, according to her, again, the reason the individual was arrested was because he came running around across the barricades without a reason. So, if y'all want to clip that, that's the word. Those are her words.
will be 515, 1720, en route to 1019 with 1.
The van is a police van. I assume they had officers in there that were deployed out here, but I do not know why it was out here exactly. Can you tell me why the van was out here?
So he came pretty aggressively around our barricades.
Okay.
And we had no idea who he was, what he was doing.
So he like ran up here across the barricades?
He
or?
drove around the barricades pretty quickly up the road.
Was that his van? Oh, okay. So that was the individual's van, and he drove around police barricades up here into protesters. Okay, thank you. All right. So that was from Officer Hannah, badge 8119. That was her response as to why the individual was arrested. So that was not a police van at all. That was just the individual's van. The individual that was arrested, that was his vehicle. So he must have given the key to the APD assistant chief.
We're coming for you! Be afraid! We're coming for your jobs! We're coming for your livelihood! We're tired of your shit! It's over! You're done! We're coming for your job! We're coming for your money! We're coming for your livelihood! You're done! It's over! I'm sick of your shit! I'm tired of you! Get the numbers out of your You guys scrub, motherfucker!
Bike officer wise, alone, maybe 1 to 5, 1 to 7. However, officers overall, it's more like 1 to 2. Protesters being 2.
Past weekend?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hey, we're about to roll the windows up. I don't want you to hit your head, all right?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Hey, can you confirm if there's any undercovers in this cell?
605, tire tread in lanes as well as a green sedan with a missing tire in the center divide. FSQ to reflected.
Make sure we get south side.
Somewhere good.
Intersection.
I'm going to move it over closer to 9. I think that's better for me.
This appears to have all been incited by the individual who drove his van around police barricades towards the crowd. In the words of the police chief herself, she said that the intention of the individual is unknown and that was the reason for his arrest. She drove his vehicle over towards the garage down there on the right, visible. The individual has not been seen. He has been arrested by APD. At this moment in time, the bicycle officers have fallen back, and officers are currently holding the line with batons at the ready. So officers holding them with both hands. However, officers are not hiding their badge numbers or such information.
Signed up for it?
And let's see some more.
As police officers are falling back, protesters are walking forward with officers.
Tires on the right shoulder, and vehicle is also on the right shoulder. Autonomy 9770. 83651 9770.
Our street, 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 our street.
Car fire on the Huntington on-ramp to the westbound 210. Monrovia fire is going to be...
I mean, it's a simple request. I don't know.
Literal logical conversations. I don't understand why you...
Does it look like they're on our side? Yeah.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I will literally put my backpack down. Please. That is it. That is why people don't fuck with cops. Officer Van Lanigan.
Just calling out.
Van Lanigan, come down here. Talk to
there we go.
People. What is it? I'm upset because like people are acting like they can't come down here and then they can't do all this stuff that's happening behind you. We have to keep an eye on that as well as up here, okay? So our minds are everywhere. Okay, but my thing is that like we're asking. I understand. There's so many yelling at us. Okay, my thing is I'm like at my job I don't get yelled at because I never put myself in a position to infringe on rights. Not
ooh, that's intimidating. Why can't they have a woman talk? Why can't I come down? That's intimidating.
You're right.
All you're trying to do is intimidate her.
Down here to me is like, I'm not a threat. I'm not a threat. I literally like, get this on camera. Like, I'm just like, it's frustrating when people are asking, wait, hold on. No, let me talk. The cops have had a lot of time.
She's not talking to him. He's just trying to intimidate her.
But I'm just saying, like,
by standing there with his fucking hand on.
But like, even if I'm mad and I want to yell at cops, like, you guys should come down here. Are the taxpayers not paying you? Like, we are the people that are paying you, and like, we want to have rhetoric, and I want to talk to cops, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But to me, it's like, it's frustrating when you have cops up there fucking laughing, like him, I don't know who he is, laughing, having a grand old time. I'm like, sir, can you guys step aside so I can see the officer laughing?
Mobilizing, the 96 on ramp to the west bound 310.
Why would anyone want to be out here having rhetoric? Like, why wouldn't people be throwing more?
Proud of your freedom, man. Very welcome. So the least I can do is document this.
Can't look you in the eye, can't have dialogue. I mean, I get it. Some people are on some sketchy shit. But, like, for the most part, like, people want to...
203, I copy that. Can you advise the supervisor I'm going to be late? 203, copy.
Yeah, but I'm also like, we're tired.
A lot of people deal with stuff differently. They get stressed out, they laugh.
I
They get
do.
stressed out.
I'm literally one of those people. I am like a weird laugher. Like, putting out weird views or laughing. Officer Campbell.
What would you like them to do?
I would like them to be having dialogue with citizens.
No, they shouldn't.
These are the people that are paying you.
I'm sorry, I should. They're not, no, it's PR. Listen, it's a ton of chants now. It's PR.
Hold on.
What are y'all going to change? What are y'all going to change?
I think it's even that was dialogue the entire time until you just somebody talking to you guys and having your ear at that.
Pretty cool. Hope it's all well for you, bro.
You guys should be down here listening.
Go back to the bands. It's good dialogue. That's what needs to happen. And I understand she's upset, but it's a little intimidating for that dude. See, that's what we really need. You're ready. Hard head.
Say you woke up, but another part of you died inside. Floating in focused attainment of unpredictability. And unpredictably so, I continue. Feeling every strain and hating every part of it. This one's called Robotic Junction. I don't feel real because I never did. I don't feel real, but maybe I never did. I don't feel real, but maybe I never did. I don't feel, maybe I never did. Did it ever occur to me that change destiny? What lies before us is set in moving stone. And though the course is stone is not set, and there are shortcuts and long cuts of tricky stone, likes to hide in shadows underneath the willow trees. Stone is still stone. I am made of stone, and I cannot give you what you want, but I am tricky, and I can put on a good show. You are people that foolishly feel, and feeling is foolishly overrated. There is dirt that dirts, stars that star. You people do not people. People tend to sad and mad, enjoy with the confidence like it should be rewarded, but nothing should be rewarded. Nothing is something, because in talking about nothing, it is referred to as something. Intangible, like the demented thoughts and fragmented space, something to notice. Take note of the nothingness within, and note that taking a life that never was yours to begin with. This one's called Nate. Yeah, it's paying backwards. But when I always give up, I like what I find there better. And when I listen to you, it makes me cringe. My words are pieces of treasures right now. And they condensed and recycled, and they're in there professional here. So line me up, I disconnect. It's not over anything. And I need to protect process. Can you all hear me? Ring-a-ding-ding. And it's gone as where she came.
81203, 1039 to priority 12, ETA 2011.
I'm gonna go put it on the band real quick.
This microphone is open. I'm gonna keep talking until someone comes up.
203 copies off.
fucking members there. All of their companies. You need to stop supporting those companies until they lose their funding. If you guys do not know, the city manager has the power to fire the police chief. His name is Spencer Crook.
My name is Jean-Pierre. I come from Montpellier. I have a message for the American people. Yes, in France we have a special unit of police. It is called the CRS. It is especially made for repression of the people. And I tell you to become educated about these special tactics. But in France, we have a tradition of pushback police in 70. C'est bon, ça y est, I am almost finished, but in 1789, French people took the head of King Louis and Coquetot because of the repression in the people. The people run the country, not the rich. We have the guillotine, but do not go to this length. We have democracy, and it must be defended. Monsieur.
Now, let's do this together. We're going to start with the chorus, all right? You know this chorus. Okay, you ready?
Hello, hey. Hi. I moved to Austin 45 years ago in the Ku Klux Klan in 1980. Marched state capitol. And we went out and threw rocks at them and chased them out of town. And I wrote this song called Born to Die. And it starts out, no war, no KKK, no fascist USA. No war, no KKK, no fascist USA. No war, no KKK, no fascist USA. No war, no KKK, no fascist USA.
And I've seen you out a couple times. How you feeling, man?
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA.
I feel you.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. That's what we want. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. Born to die.
I saw you out here last week when I was protesting, man. So thanks for being out here, dog.
I made my try.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Take it easy, man.
I'm going home, my mom's road, that's no race. Gotta tell my game, gotta shut down on the bench. I'm dead in self-defense.
Let's go get this.
I live in a world of hate, with no regret and not to state. A rich dream, a world of hate, no regret and not to state. No Trump, no KK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KK, no fascist USA. Oh, no. You know, we're born to die. We're born to fry. Life in a cage.
Show my outrage.
I'm misunderstood.
I do what I could.
And we made our try.
'Cause I was born to die.
We're going home, my mom's bone. We spill a race, so I tell my case. I shut down on the fence. And I'm dead in self-defense. I don't live in a world of hate. With no regret and not state. A rich dream, a world of hate. No regret and not state. No Trump, no KK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KK, no fascist USA. No Trump, No KK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. Thank you very much. Thank you for the police that keep us safe. That is your job. And register and vote. Let's turn Texas
What's up, Andy?
all that good stuff. We're MDC, the Multi-Death Corporation. Thank you very much. We love you, Austin, Texas, and all the people staying out here. And prayers for the fellow who's unconscious with brain damage, who was shot right here last Saturday when we were here. It was terrifying. No guns on people that was, against people that were lawfully assembling. But anyway, you're our police, you're our Austin, Texas. We have nothing but love. No war, no KKK, no fascist USA. Thank you very much.
This is what democracy looks like. You people.
I gotta buy some weed from one of these cops.
Cause y'all motherfuckers be selling prisoners.
They got all the weed you breaking in that space. Yeah, I'm not a white nigga with the shit.
Huh.
Protest is all clear, all units 98 and route 19 protected.
That looks like a law enforcement helicopter.
That's 27, 28 ready.
Go ahead.
328 is 6 Adam Frank Henry 385.
81236 Adam Frank Henry 385 Philadelphia 27.
So it's going to be David 108-8626.
1203 David 108-8626.
Yet to be called. And many other occurrences that have yet to be filmed. We're going to remember this.
Taking a break, a knee for about 7 more minutes before we continue.
What does that mean? Work together.
All Black Lives Matter.
Breaking news off the top here at 7. A protest in Grand Rapids continues as the city's second night of curfew now goes into effect. We're going to see live how this unfolds. Police have said that they will not tolerate people on the streets after curfew. We have multiple crews in place ready to see what happens. Let's start with News 8's Heather Walker on the ground at Fulton and Division. Heather.
Yeah, it is 7 o'clock. Curfew now has just started, and you can see behind me some people have decided to sit on the ground. Others are still standing here. Protesters have not left, and GRPD behind these lines, those two vans are ready to take people away to jail. You can see beyond that, officers from State Police and Grand Rapids Police Department are gearing up. You can see right here, the National Guard are putting on their gas masks. So that's indicating that there may be some tear gas dispersed into this crowd. But it is 7 o'clock, it's curfew. That means people need to go home, but these protesters are not going home. The entire time they've been asking the police, and specifically the police chief, to stand with them, to walk with them. And he has said, not today, another day. That was not good enough for them. They wanted him to show some form of solidarity. Now here's the rest of the National Guard. They're now putting on their gas mask as well. 637. Preparing. And if you scan to our left here, these protesters, they're still out here speaking to police, trying to have their voices heard. Everything has stayed peaceful. The entire time of this protest, they've stayed peaceful, but they have stayed vocal, trying to talk to them and tell them that they just want some kind of solidarity, to know that Black Lives Matter, and to know that violence at the hands of law enforcement will not happen again. Grand Rapids Police Department is making some sort of announcements, but it's hard to hear because
we're here peacefully.
People are yelling. Protesters are yelling.
You don't need that shield. You don't need that helmet.
Now, Heather, I am wondering, we heard from the police chief a short time ago, one of the reasons he cited not voicing, or I should say walking with protesters, demonstrating with them, is that they did not give prior approval for holding this demonstration downtown. He also says he believes most people are not from Grand Rapids. Do you have any indication of the accuracy behind that statement?
I surveyed people living out here. They say they all live in Grand Rapids. Some of them aren't from Grand Rapids. They're originally from someplace else, but they now live here and call Grand Rapids home. And protesters said, why not do it today? They said, we're peaceful. We're not trying to hurt anyone. We just want you to walk with us and say that you hear us and you're with us. And the mayor came down here too, as well as the city manager, for a very brief moment. They stepped out, they checked out things, and then they tried to duck away in a car. I reached out to them and said, hey, how are things going? Tell me why you came down here. And they said, we just want to check things out, make sure everything's safe. And they said, no problems in the city. And we have not heard of any violence in the city the entire time.
Are you out here to stand up for what's right?
I'm out here reporting on what's happening. Tell me why you're out here.
Just for your money.
Okay. So obviously a lot of people are very angry. So you can see right now there are protesters that are holding hands.
Did you say black people are very angry?
I said a lot of people are very angry. Okay. People are holding hands and they are putting up peace signs right now. Some of those protesters in front of the National Guard. I mean, emotions are high. People are very upset.
Who you finna pepper spray? Who you finna pepper spray? You went
So they are saying, so now police are still trying to make announcements to the crowd to go home because curfew is in place.
All right, Heather Walker, thank you. We also have Leon Hendricks there. He picks up our continuing coverage right now. Leon, what are you seeing where you are?
Yeah, Lindsay, we are right here behind the line of the National Guard and police that are getting ready to do what it takes to enforce the curfew of 7 o'clock here in downtown Grand Rapids. And what you see is a line here running across Fulton Street of Humvees here. Up until now, there had been a line of National Guard members, and then there was a line of police. And just a couple of minutes ago, right there at 7 o'clock, as we went on the air here, they began to suit up with their gas masks. But we've been seeing over the past half hour, 45 minutes, a changing of the posture of the police. They came out, they started making those announcements. Clearly, they are handling this entirely different than what we watched happen over the weekend. And one of the biggest things there, the most significant thing we noticed is the show of force and the manpower. There was extra police officers on hand over the weekend. The National Guard wasn't here, but they were trying to keep those resources hidden, apparently so as to not incite anything. We know a lot of officers were inside the police department and in other parts of the city, and then they came in once things started to get out of hand. That's clearly not the tack they're taking here today. These folks have been a heavy presence in downtown Grand Rapids throughout the day. The National Guard and officers from all over the area, Wyoming, Kent County, the state police, you name it. Outside of our camera's view, there's police on mounted units. So that's what we're seeing there, just at the central area where this protest has taken place. And we should make clear, too, the protest is nowhere near as large as the group that had gathered over the weekend. Now, that's what we can see here, but there are officers really all over the city. We'll make an about face here, and you can see members here of the police officials here. Not sure which department they're with. I believe they're state police are here. They've now changed posture, put on their riot gear, and beyond them, you see more resources for the National Guard. So resources here, they want to make sure it's not an issue. We talked to a number of law enforcement sources who said, you know, the issue was, Justin, let's get a look at what's going on. Police are starting to move in here. The issue was manpower, that they were just so significantly outnumbered that they had to, that they could not stop the damage and the carnage that we saw happen in downtown Grand Rapids. So what we see now is police, they've got their the bicycle units. They're now moving in to where the protesters are. Now they've got these Humvees here, bumper to bumper. Literally, we can't walk through. They're almost touching the two buildings of the line they're trying to make. So we've got that physical barrier in addition to the human barrier. But look at the police resources, and here we go. We're seeing bottles thrown. We are seeing bottles being thrown at members of the police department and the National Guard. And there is our first
We do want to switch back over to Heather right now. Heather is a little closer to everything that's unfolding. Heather, what's going on?
Trying to clear everyone out. My photographer is in front of the line of bikes. So right now there's a line of side here, right in front of Ionia, off of Fulton, out of the way, trying to stay out of the way. And now the bikes are trying to move people farther back. There's no tear gas, but there is some smoke. Okay, now they're pushing people. I'm just trying to keep an eye on my photographer and my back. So there's one man, two guys that didn't want to leave, and it looks like they're being arrested right now. Three officers are struggling with one individual. He's now down on the ground. We, of course, are now past curfew. Curfew was 7 o'clock. So individuals who stayed out here knew that this was a possibility, that they could be arrested. But these protesters felt like they were not heard, and so they decided to stay out here. And so now this is what's taking place. So it looks like 2 arrests so far. There are still...
Heather, I'm wondering
it's
if
hard to
there's...
decipher who's press and who's not.
Heather, I'm wondering if there's any indication of how much that crowd just dispersed. Based on what we're seeing from the camera, it does appear that a lot of people took off, but what are you seeing from all vantage points?
The majority of people are gone, or they've stepped back by Van Andel Arena. Okay, there's 2 men that are in the middle of the street now. I think you're taking a look at them. They're standing there with their arms up. They've got their goggles on en masse, so they anticipated some type of gas.
Oh, he's stupid.
Police not making any movements now. They're standing their ground. Okay, they just got a command to move forward. Ready? And they've just moved the line back further on Fulton Street.
Heather, we are also getting a simultaneous bird's eye view of what's going on as well. That's where we actually find Barton Dieters right now. Barton, what are you seeing?
Yeah, this crowd is pretty much dispersed here, as especially when the smoke grenades went off. That really prompted people to get moving. It is smoke; it's not tear gas, which for us is good news, because we were right in the line of it. There has been you can see the coordinated effort. If you look up from this angle, you could see the line of police as they built the different phalanxes that were going to be used to move this crowd along. Behind this bikes, there's still more police. There are police on horses back there, but they haven't been dispatched yet. So police clearly had a plan in place to move this crowd out of here, and it's been pretty much effective. There really is probably less than 5 or 6 people that I can see that are really intent on not moving out. But for the most part, these folks have cleared.
Okay, Barton, is there any
the announcements
indication?
Keep coming.
I am wondering, Barton,
not moved in a few seconds.
If you can hear me right now, Barton, I'm wondering if there's any indication of if protesters take off backwards, if they would be met with another line of police, or if that would be then furthering them outside of the area of downtown.
At this point, it looks like police are holding back to where they are there. There is a small group that is gathering. You can probably see it here just past the Ionia intersection. Police are observing them and probably figuring out what to do next, how far they're going to want to move him out. But it's just, like I said, it's a handful of people. For the most part, this protest has been dispersed.
Okay, Barton, thank you. Barton, thank you. We want to get back to Heather Walker right now. She still remains close to those who have remained really close to that line of law enforcement and the National Guard. Heather, what's the latest there?
Dr. Leonidas, a black man discovered how to cure that, how to fix it.
Yeah, Lindsay, we just want to talk to one of these protesters that was just hit moments ago. Where's your, sir?
Nigga culture is not black culture.
Sir, tell me what happened.
It's not black culture.
There's 4 officers with these guns on them. We're all backing up with our hands up. I saw an officer aim his gun at one of our civilians, and he was doing nothing. We were backing up. I politely asked to put your gun down and do not aim at us while we are backing up. And this is what I get. This. Just asking them, with no resistance and no fighting, I got this to my arm. and it hurt for a whole minute with pain going up to my head.
Pain is temporary.
Okay, so this is the only person that we see that was shot at with, I think those are rubber bullets. We did see one woman who was run over by police as they were trying to move the line back, but so far those are the only injuries that we saw, and we haven't seen any. Okay, officers are driving at protesters. So we've got one officer that just fell. This guy's running. And this woman is being arrested now in the middle of the street. This is Fulton.
They be calling the police on us for They switch it around.
So some of these protesters refusing to leave, staying out here, standing their ground, trying to run from officers, and they're giving chase. And of course, now the protesters are far outnumbered. We've got every department out here in downtown Grand Rapids.
Heather, is there any indication those on bikes?
Okay, now officers are moving forward again.
Those who are moving forward, Heather, is that Grand Rapids Police? Does that appear, or is it?
Okay, we're gonna try to get out of the way so we don't get run over.
The ancestors are speaking. Yo, it's time to stand up and know your worth.
It looks like GRPD. But now we've got them mixed in because I see Wyoming's badge right now on the front lines.
Okay. Did more people
they're all mixed in.
Did we see more people dispersed just now?
You have to understand that we have had so many law enforcement officers bust into the city. When I say bust in, I mean literally by the busload come in addition to the parade of Humvees that came into this city, in addition to the vans that came into this city. I mean, the number of law enforcement in the city of Grand Rapids right now, I have no idea. But there's a lot.
I'm wondering
if the officers are actively pursuing protesters who ran.
So Heather, right now on the screen you can't see it, but
go ahead, Lindsay.
We do see your camera. We see some people taking off down the street as well. Are those the few people who were remaining in front of Van Andel, or does that appear that was another group still there?
In the words of Dr. John Henry Clark, we've never had friends. Get yourself together and see how many allies we have.
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
I'm just trying to get a feel and give the viewers a feel if those who were taking off, we now are back to the bird's eye view on TV. It does appear that there are far less people there remaining. Just trying to determine how many people remain where you are close enough to that police line.
Oh, there is no one at the police line at this point. The protesters have backed up. The closest protester that's still here is a woman that got pushed down by police. She's at the corner there, right by 20 Monroe Live at Ottawa and Fulton. And the rest of the protesters took off on foot, and police were chasing them around the corner, and they may have just arrested one. Yep. So there's another arrest. Officers caught up with this protester who took off on foot, and now he's being walked back to be taken to the county jail.
Okay, Heather. Has anyone else said anything about remaining after curfew? Any other calls that these protesters were making prior to that advancement we saw from the police line?
I mean, as we know from Saturday, anything can happen. Anything is possible. We're actually still hearing protesters further down Fulton, past Ottawa, that are screaming, "Hands up, don't shoot." Their message today was, we want a sign of solidarity from the police department, from the city, just some kind of sign. Walk with us, take a knee with us. And that was not given to them. They said, you know, if you walk with us or you give a knee with us, you know, we'll go home. But that didn't happen, and so protesters decided to stay out here. And right now I have not seen the police chief or any other city officials. We saw the police chief once today, and we saw the mayor and the city manager for a brief moment much earlier today.
All right, Heather, thank you. I want to get back to Leon Hendricks right now. He was behind the police line with a different vantage point. Leon, is there anything else going on where you're at right now?
We've actually moved positions, Lindsay. We're now on the other side, kind of trying to get an idea of exactly where people are going. We're actually walking not far from where Heather is. But what we could see from our vantage point was just how organized and orchestrated this was. They clearly had a plan about what they were going to do at 7 o'clock, and that's what happened. There was what we could see as far as manpower standing in place, but there's all kinds of backup behind them. So that's what we're seeing now is sort of a second wave that's moved into place to hold that line. And as you said, they moved that line further down Fulton Street. And we know that there's more behind these officers. As Heather said, there are an enormous number of people, enormous numbers of law enforcement that are in place in downtown Grand Rapids. And as you watch live here now, they're moving their line further, though the only people remaining here in the streets, as far as I can tell it, are working members of the press. They seem to have indeed dispersed this crowd. Now, as far as what's next, the thing that's got to be on their mind is, okay, these folks have left. Some of them are being carted off to jail, but the ones that have cleared out, where are they going? And certainly the hope is that they're not doing any of the damage that we saw after they broke up the crowd last time. That's when all of the widespread damage in the downtown area took place, was after they ordered the crowd to disperse, and that's when those small pockets of problems across and we're going to move here as this police line moves forward. But that is where the problem started to happen as the small groups went about town causing all the damage, and the police were just not in place to combat that. So that's what you're saying. The police are now holding yet again. We're coming up on the intersection of Ottawa and Fulton. They're getting closer there and clearly holding a line, enforcing this curfew in earnest. Right now, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Leon, thank you. Let's get back to Heather Walker now. And right now, Heather, we're actually seeing a bird's eye view of someone else being taken off in custody. Have there been other people taken into custody as well in the last few minutes?
Yeah, I'm watching that as well from where I'm at. We're a little bit further down. We're at Ottawa and Fulton, where there was just a line of cars that were honking their horns as they were taking off from the city, heading west from here. And to our right is the line of police that have now moved from Ionia, now almost to Ottawa. Looks like they have backup behind them. In addition to the officers who are on bicycles, they now have officers on foot who are continuing to move forward closer to the barricade that is now at Ottawa. At this point, I don't see any other protesters. I just see media. And now you're hearing some of the cars honking.
Yeah, Heather, it certainly seems as though other than cars on the road, really all we're seeing is that line of officers on bikes trying to get people out from that area. Do you have any indication of where those cars are coming from? Were they potentially parked near Van Andel and it's people who were demonstrating and are now leaving?
I mean, from the sounds of it, it sounds like they were protesters because in addition to the honks, they're yelling out of their windows. So, we shouldn't assume, but they're obviously in support of the protest if they are not the protesters themselves. And we are still hearing screams from down the street here on Fulton. And you have to remember, though, in addition to the officers that are here on Fulton, there are officers throughout the city enforcing this curfew that started at 7 o'clock and ends at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning.
And are they still giving that air horn call
so things
for the
seem
curfew?
to be at a standstill right now. Not where we're at. Where we're at, things seem to be at a standstill. Officers are just standing now at Ottawa with their bikes, and behind them, officers on foot also standing.
All right, Heather, thank you. Let's get back to Leon right now. What are you seeing, Leon?
Yeah, as Heather said, we kind of tried to fan out a little bit away from that original protest area just to get an idea of what's happening further out. And what we're seeing is an exodus. People getting into their cars and speeding away from here in some cases. Many of them still on their phones, appear to be on Facebook Live and broadcasting, shouting things out of their windows. They certainly haven't lost any of their enthusiasm about this issue. But as Heather said, you know, there are police fanned out all throughout this area. Now, one of the big concerns is that we have this curfew that's in place here in Grand Rapids, but it's here in Grand Rapids. The protest, or the curfew, does not involve Wyoming, Kentwood, and the suburbs. And there had been some talk and some concern on social media about whether there would be problems there. But at this point, the curfew has not been expanded beyond the city of Grand Rapids. So what we see now, people getting in their cars and leaving. And we also see what may be somewhat of a welcome sign for the police in helping to at least keep people off the streets, is that rain is starting to fall. So it's starting to be wet and certainly uncomfortable for anyone to be outside. But as you saw, the folks who were gathered for that protest here today, it was definitely a smaller protest, but it was still very much packed with energy, passion, enthusiasm, and that did not appear to dissolve at all as those who were taking part of it were in their vehicles and driving away. So keeping the peace beyond that is definitely priority number one now. And this is where it gets challenging for the police departments, Grand Rapids and otherwise. When they're here, they're in one space, and it's easy for police to surround them and keep a handle on what's going on. But it's when they're spread out and there's not a containment zone that police have to respond. And of course, there's some strategy in folks who are looking to do damage. They're going to be going to where the police are not intentionally. So that's when they have to start responding to the 911 calls or the people who are spotting damage and reporting and sending patrols out and looking around. That's when they're going to have to start to, as they like to say, put the fires out throughout town. And we still hear protesters who are driving away yelling. Someone just yelled, "Black Lives Matter." So that's what's happening. Of course, the hope is certainly that folks are not going to try to cause any of the damage that we saw over the weekend, but police are going to be challenged in making sure that happens and responding to anyone who does indeed do such a thing. We're live downtown, Lindsay. We'll send it back to you.
Leon, thank you. Barton Dieters, I want to get back to you right now. You still have that bird's eye view and obviously watch that advancement of the police line. It seems as though they moved at least a block, but kind of walk me through what that scene looks like right now there.
Right now, the police appear to be packing up. The rain's falling, and this protest is over. They've been dispersed. It was interesting to watch this whole thing unfold from this vantage point, to watch as this whole plan that you could tell the police had in place just kind of unfolded. The different lines of police, as Leon explained earlier, that were taking over, extremely effective in dispersing this crowd. From what we could see, there were maybe 4 arrests that were made. As police came out, they would try to converge on one person or another. Police about 50-50 in terms of who they could catch and who got away. Police are encumbered by kind of their armor, and so the fast runners were able to make an escape. But it was the protesters were not willing to engage with police too much when they started coming, and so it was fairly quickly that this crowd was dispersed. We haven't seen these crowds regather in any way. They seem to really just be kind of heading off on their own. It doesn't look like crowds of people leaving together. So there isn't any appearance that they're going to reform in any mass way, at least from what we've seen. You can see now the police are riding away. They're leaving the blockades up, but the police are on their way back to their stations, probably back to their hometowns, unless more happens here. What we didn't see was a lot of people trying to fight with police. It was once the police came down, people were pretty much ready to keep going. We weren't seeing the kind of rage that we saw on Saturday going into Sunday.
Right, Barton Dieters with that bird's eye view over downtown Grand Rapids. Of course, a much different outcome, thankfully, than what we saw transpire Saturday night into early Sunday morning after hours of peaceful protest downtown.
But he had the doubt in the name. Yeah. Bullshit and our bullshit around the world. Because we in our bullshit. Fact. At the end of the day, we gotta be 50,000 people voted for the power of one. Think about it.
We're walking near downtown Detroit. Detroit Police Department is right down here. And you can see a line of Detroit riot police right where the protest started at 1301 3rd Street. As you can see, the protesters right now are slowing down. They're trying to figure out exactly how to disperse.
We're not getting physical. Let's go. We're not getting physical. Ain't nobody getting physical. We go right there, right there.
As you can hear, the leaders of this march, they've been marching over 8 miles, starting at the Detroit Police Department until now. They're just urging everyone to stay compact,
Can I interview
not
you just about
have any gaps,
your history,
and
what
to
you were speaking
maintain
about?
a peaceful march downtown.
Status quo.
As you can see, as I said before, riot
So I'll
police
just interview on my phone and then give you the microphone.
are lined up
So tell
and blocking these protesters in. A lot of police cars have already made warnings to disperse.
we have a YouTube channel, and sometimes it gets picked up by other outlets. So we're just interested in your story. Tell the audience again, who maybe didn't hear, your father's history, where you're from, the history of where you're from.
Yes, I'm from Richmond, Virginia. My family on my mother's side came here in 1621 to the county of Surrey, Virginia, right across the river from Jamestown, Virginia. We've been here ever since. On my father's side, they came in the 1740s.
Just to reiterate, there has been little to no incidents leading up to this point. This has been a protest where messages of peace have emanated throughout it, and these protesters are converging on the Detroit Police Department and their riot police. So there's anticipation at exactly what sort of interaction is about to happen.
Sisters made $50 a month. Those two took care of themselves, 15 others. Okay? My father was a leader of men. We are both graduates of the military academy, Virginia Military Institute in Lexington, Virginia. He of the class of 1925, myself the class of 1962. I had the blessing, distinction, good luck, and position to be elected by my classmates president of that class all 4 years, and also president of the entire cadet senior year. That's 1,200 people. I was a jock from age 7 to 17 and thought there would be no need to go to university. That would delay me 4 years at least from getting to the major leagues playing baseball. I played them all, baseball, basketball, football, track. Baseball, though, was the one.
You can hear Detroit Police Department saying that there is a violation of the curfew according to the Detroit Police Department. They're making that announcement right now.
Every waking moment was about baseball and how long it would take to get to the major leagues. I was religious then. I'd say my prayers on the floor in the room with my brothers, and thank the Almighty for all of my blessings, especially my many relatives. And then my last prayer was always, and please, Lord, help me make it to the major leagues and not spend too much time in the minor leagues way up.
Wow, that's really cool. Talk about your father's history with integrating Richmond, was it?
Yes, when my father graduated from the Virginia Military Institute in the class of 1925, that was then a very young history, which became a quite extended one, of Richmond's largest high school. It was segregated then, having up to 600 boys in the cadet corps there, Corps of Cadets. And he had them for all 4 years usually. And then when unemployment was up to 23, 24, 25% among white people, higher still by far for African Americans, he was like a surrogate father to those 600 young men. 81 of whom died in the Battle of Normandy in June of 1944 and the successful effective venture to liberate Europe a year before the war ended. He was such a good leader of those young men for 17 years in succession that General MacArthur, Douglas MacArthur, a famed American military hero, and sort of the de facto governor general of Japan at the end of World War II, said, "Do not let that man serve overseas. Put him right where he is. Do not take him away." Well, the mayor of Virginia at that time was so impressed, as was the governor. The governor was Harry Byrd, the father was Harry Byrd Jr., who became a senator. Realized my father was good looking and a leader of young men. And he had my father work for him in the evenings, directing protocol and fancy visiting people from other countries and also state prime ministers and the like. And from there, the mayor took an interest in him, but too late. My father was sent to Mitchell Field Air Force Base. It was the furthest U.S. Forces base into the Atlantic. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was near Garden City and Hempstead, New York. Before the war ended, the mayor of Richmond called him back and asked, "Would you be director of public safety? This would put you over all the police, over all the fire departments, and all the relevant rules and regulations and laws pertaining to safety of the city." His father accepted that, he being a moral-minded leader, principled, ethically laced in everything he did that would affect others than himself, and most of the things he did were for people other than himself. Began to put African Americans in the police force almost as soon as he arrived. This was in 1944. This was 20 years before any other Southern leader did the same at Charleston.
One of the Detroit riot police is telling people to either go left or turn around.
20 years later, when others began to do it, yes, indeed, they had 3 laws on their side. The civil rights legislation of 1963, 64, 65, which President Johnson enacted into legislation.
Detroit Police
while saying that this
is having people go down 3rd Street and circle around their cars, circle around to get to their cars. There are community leaders that are also helping people direct in another way.
So by the time they got rid of him in 1947, 4 years later, he had put 18 fire department. One of those policemen two of my buddies and myself, we were jumping over a fence to get into a baseball game for the thrill of it. Even if we'd had the money, we would have done it because it seemed exciting. But what we didn't know was on the other side of that fence, and we jumped right into the arms of a policeman. And he gathered all three of us up and said, all three of them were arrested. We were 10 years old, okay? He said, I'm taking you to juvenile detention home. This will follow you all the rest of your life.
Nicole. Where are you, Nicole?
My father's going to find out about this. This will probably be the last day I live on earth. So I was trembling as the policeman began to take information from us. I was the last, and information, your parents' name, your address, your school.
Again, protesters are being urged by both police and community leaders to take a left from Michigan onto 3rd Street.
Y'all ready for this? When he came to me,
the hundreds of protesters are seemingly turning onto 3rd Street.
He said, Anthony, he paused and said, is that your first name or last name?
Y'all ready for war? We've been peacefully protesting for hours.
And he said, you possibly any kin to James Coleman Annie? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, like what kin? And I said, I'm his son. I'm his youngest son. If you can believe it, he closed his booking book. And that surprised all of us. And he pointed to his left wrist and said, boy, what's that? And I said, that's your watch. And he said, no.
Usually there's some time in between.
Excuse me, sir. You're one of the people that are directing people to go down 3rd Street.
He's not getting it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm not getting it.
Excuse me, sir.
Ask another.
You're one of the people directing people down 3rd Street. Did you have communications with Detroit PD before this? What's your name, sir? Keith Bennett. So, right. So you basically had a meeting. Got it. That's what they told. Okay. Thank you.
He didn't stop. He did the right thing at the right time, for the right consequences, because it certainly wasn't reversed. He said to me, you go home and tell your father that Lieutenant Elliott caught you doing what you're doing.
Okay.
And he was astonished. But you please tell your father hello and thank you on behalf of all the rest of us. So they got rid of my father, and he predicted that would happen.
Because he integrated the police and fire, is that why they got rid of him?
Right. And it was 20 years ahead of his time, because it was legally segregated city. All 13 southern states were legally
We already
separated.
protested, we got it.
If you do research, you'll find out that those 3 civil rights laws in 1963, 64, and 65, not one southern senator voted for any of the 3. 26 senators, not one voted for any of the 3. Because that's how much the atmosphere was still receptive to racism, and the moment did not seem to be propitious for them to do the right thing, because they felt they would have been voted out of office and such. So that was the reality of the time. On top of what he did on integration, he introduced one-way streets to the city. And business people would write letters to the editor pointing out that this man is a goddamn communist. Before he came along, we had customers coming in 2 different ways.
He sounds like quite a man. So,
one way. And then the last thing he did was, the last one was with a publicly licensed establishment in inspected for safety. And they found out that they hadn't been inspected since 1926. So we had them all inspected, and he had found 2/3 of them short of the basic requirements. Put stickers on all of them and said, you have 60 days to fix this, and if you haven't, we're shutting you down. You can see how these things endeared him.
Yeah.
So
Would you say, so you're here out at the Black Lives Matter protest, would you say you learned a lot from your father? Why are you here? What brought you here today?
Oh, I learned from him without him even teaching me. In other words, just one learned from people. Lead by example. This is the example that he provided. He was revered not just by his sons, but
That's Stephen Perez, 16-year-old who led marchers for more than 8 miles through Detroit. One of the last to turn left onto 3rd Street.
No dignity in the house. Rampant humility. And he gave a sense of dignity and purpose and hopefulness to 600 boys a year, and lost 81 of them on D-Day.
Wow. Would you mind telling me your name?
John Duke Anthony, 3 first names.
My name is Jen. It was so nice to chat with you. Jen, yes. Dies. Jen dies. D-I-Z-E. Z as in zebra. Yeah. Zebra. Yeah. Yeah, it's an unusual last name. But... Oh, great. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Well, it's going to be up on our YouTube channel.
Let him fucking talk! We don't have to wait anymore.
Senior members of the community. Dwayne. Moving people out that they think are
As you can see, protesters, many of them dispersing and moving down Bagley. A couple stragglers sticking back. You see Detroit police starting to march, making people disperse.
Oh, now he
Hey, I got you. Just making sure we got eye contact.
Yeah, man.
And allies, bless your heart. Those are the folks that are supposed to money at a cause because they got privilege and they got extra money sitting around like we don't. And an ally will throw up some hashtags. An ally might even make a sign and come to a march. They come to the MLK march every year just to say, I did that. Remember that time? Let me post a picture of me in my living room. That's an ally. That's why I said
come on, don't.
But an accomplice will get their hands dirty. An accomplice and an abolitionist will say, this system is so fucking broken that I understand that the struggles that you are experiencing are on purpose. Let's not be mistaken. By design,
I'm just sticking.
by design,
Stick around here.
since slavery, police were saying, a slave catcher. Slaves were property.
You see different community leaders urging the last stragglers to go home, go down Bagley, and not get trapped by the riot police.
Please move for your vehicles! Please move for your vehicles! Thank you, y'all! What is it? What's it? I'm a dark-skinned, black-ass woman. I have some white privilege in my life. I got a house for 20-something years. My kids don't know what it means. Just what I put out. That's privilege!
Now that's what I heard. We gotta confirm that.
And they're picking as well as listening to me.
Well, what I
So
saw
I'm going to lend my voice every time I get a chance to make sure that their voice gets centered, that their needs get highlighted, that we fund the resources. Should we fund the police or you want to talk about a coalition? Don't just show up today. I see a sign that says Seek for Black Lives.
Protesters was assaulted.
I see signs that say Moms for Black Lives.
Because I see
the signs that say Lassa for Black Lives. We are one. We are one. We are one. Our struggles are one. Let us not let us not turn our back on those folks who don't
Thank you.
have that same privilege. Thank you.
That was Police Commissioner Willie Burton talking about the peacefulness of the protest. As you can see, it is almost completely dispersed at this point.
On this corner, we are about to head out!
Holy fuck, I always shake in my boots after hearing Sonia speak.
So the demonstration tonight in Detroit, it started off peaceful and it ended peacefully, despite the presence of the Detroit riot police there at the very end.
I am a trans woman of color. But that's not all how I show up.
This is so different. There's no end in sight. This does bond us, but yet we can't hug each other and we can't do high fives and we can't hug our patients. It's very different. There's no light at the end of the tunnel because we don't know when it's going to end.
Too much space because this space is for black and brown lives. Black Lives Matter!
When did it change? I could remember that it was a Sunday, and we heard about it on the news. Elective surgeries are being canceled, and I thought, this is it. Our world is going to change. A case that would take 2 hours is maybe taking 3.5, 4 hours. Just to don our PPE can take 15, 20 minutes to do it properly. We bring the patients in the room, we intubate them, we have to wait 15 minutes. And then the team can come in and start the surgery, do the surgery. They leave, extubate the patient, wait 15 minutes. Our hours have changed, our priorities have changed. frustrating because we know that there are a lot of people that need to be there. So we want to get them through and help them, and to not be able to do that is not my nature, not our nature. And you know it's going to be a long time before we catch up to get back to where it needs to be.
How has it brought you and your team together?
It's like the walls were torn down. Everyone was supporting everybody. We were all going through this together. We all supported each other, and we still do in every single way. I think there's a humbling element to this where everybody again has come together, even from a patient, healthcare provider perspective, in terms of just making this work and getting through it, and that this is our new normal. And I think it's going to be this way for quite a while.
They're pulling refugees into concentration camps right now.
COVID has killed more than 7,800 people in this country, and we're telling the stories of many of them through a special series we're calling Lives Remembered.
My name is Helen Lee. I lost my grandmother Fun Hei Lum to COVID-19 on April the 24th. She was 111 years old, a remarkable woman, way ahead of her time. She was born in Canton, China in 1988 at social unrest. At 18, she married Nam Jack Lum, who had returned to China in search of a bride. He had paid the $500 head tax to enter Canada. It was actually the Chinese Exclusion Act that separated our family for decades. Once more, he returned to China and they had 2 children. Shortly after the birth of my mother, he left. At 50, she traveled alone to Canada. Finally, they had 12 lovely years together. It was his hope, an apology that spurred her social activism in her senior years. Her passion for justice and equity inspired myself, my mother, and the broader Chinese community. It took 22 years before she finally heard the parliamentary apology in the House of Commons. She was 98 years old. My grandmother lived independently on her own in her own house until the age of 107. She loved growing melons in her backyard. At the nursing home, she was a rock star. She required no medication. She walked on her own, whizzed by everyone in her micro-pouring knitted
You
hats
can begin
and
to
read
build
everything
community
the
again.
staff wrote.
Because I'm pretty sure
My grandmother
with this
taught me
COVID mess,
perseverance
a lot of you were
and grace
lonely.
in the face of adversity.
A lot of you felt alone.
To
and
challenge
you're not.
injustices.
Look around you.
And to be a good steward of everything that God has given us. On April the 24th, I was outside
So
the
one
nursing
more
home
thing that
as
I
the
want to
media
talk
covered
about that
me.
I'm just very, I
That
find very
evening, as
troubling.
the coverage aired,
And that is
I'm gonna
this
miss taking
space
selfies with my grandmother.
has no
I'd
room
give anything
for
to take
cis
another selfie with
heteronormativity.
her. I am going to miss my grandmother deeply because I know that our nation still needs to take her place.
Because homophobia and
Thanks to Helen Lee for
transphobia
sharing that story. If you've
white
lost a loved one to
supremacy.
COVID-19 and you'd like to tell us about them, email us at covid@cbc.ca. We want to take a
And
moment
for
tonight
those
to
that
remember
don't know
CBC
why
caller.
it's white
You may not know his
supremacy.
name, but
White
you've certainly heard his
supremacy
work.
told you how to dress. White supremacy
Peter Leo
told
was
you
a
who
huge
to
part of
love.
CBC News for nearly
White
30 years,
supremacy
most of them
told
in
you you are
radio.
your genitals.
As a senior producer, he helped shape programs like The
That's
House,
why
The World This
that is
Hour,
white
and The World
supremacy.
at 6.
White
But what he
supremacy
loved
told
most
you
was
that.
news specials,
And they didn't just
elections,
tell you
budgets,
that,
throne speeches,
brutalized
giving
it
context
in
to
many of them.
conversations and moments that you heard. Peter died
So when
yesterday
I
of
see
a
you say
pulmonary
stuff
embolism
like,
on his
I don't like
64th
it when
birthday.
two
And from
people
all
of
of
the
us
same
at
sex
CBC
kiss.
News and the
That is
National,
white supremacy
he
that you're
will be missed.
replicating. So when you hide or do not know that a black trans man, Tony McDade, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Tony McDade was killed the same week that George Floyd was killed. In Tallahassee, Florida. He was gunned down by cops too. And you want to know why he was gunned down? Because he was attacked by people out on the street for being a trans man. And he tried to call the cops. And when they got there, what did they do to him? They murdered him. So when I say that homophobia and transphobia is white supremacy, there you fucking go. And my sister, Ebony. Give it up for Ebony. A black trans woman that spoke earlier, but she's a human rights activist. When she gets hurt, it hurts the movement. So don't, you gotta protect trans lives. Because the pyramid of power of white supremacy, of capitalism, of imperialism, whiteness is at the top and black trans women are at the bottom. They're the one that's hurting the most when you are being homophobic or transphobic in this movement. So check yourselves, please. Thank you. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Mia. So next we're going to have the Capital City Drum and Dance.
Hello everyone. I just want to say that it's an honor to be here. All of you are out here and all of you are making a difference. Every single one of you are here making a difference, and it's an honor to sing for the people who are fighting for the revolution. And we're here, we're going to offer some songs and some prayers for you all. I know you all have been working really hard, and you know, we all have an equal enemy here, and it's an honor to be here, and we're going to sing a few songs for you all.
Slyly looked at the camera to make sure that we were there and rolling. And we wanted to play a little bit more of Jasmine to end our program. She wasn't the only artist who made a statement this weekend. Others chose to paint, transforming outdoor spaces into a show of solidarity. And their message is tonight's moment.
The idea actually came out of when I saw the Blackout Tuesday. People posting these black square on Instagram. And I thought, you know, that's a really cool way to promote something on Instagram, but how can we physically do that? I started to reach out to people of color that I thought would know some other people that we can kind of mobilize. Next thing we knew, we had like 40 people.
We didn't want to put restrictions or limit what people choose to paint. Our only sort of specific request is that black be one of the main colorways. You'll have some people doing portraits of, you know, different folks that have unfortunately passed away under similar circumstances of what's being protested. The public is responding very well.
People have already been like realizing that, you know, their empty parking lot spaces or big walls that they have that have tags can be used to promote beautiful messages and powerful messages.
All of those messages look so interesting, but I have not been there, and given how things are going with air travel right now. I'm not sure
Again,
when
I
I will
just
get
want
a
to
chance to
say
see
it's an
you
honor
in person, but for
seeing
those of you
everyone
who
out here.
can,
We
that's a
performed
pretty
for a
cool
lot of
thing to
different
take a look
people
at.
all
That is
over,
the
and
National for
this
Sunday,
has gotta
June the
be one of
7th.
the best performances
Good night.
we've ever got to do, because this is the performance that means the most. You are the people that mean the most, and we're a part of the Native community. We stand with the Black Lives Matter, and we stand with everyone. We all have an equal enemy. This is not an enemy that we asked for. This is the enemy that we gained when we were born. As soon as we came into this world, we had an enemy already. But we are the change, and we are what matters the most. This next song that we're gonna sing a memorial song for everybody's lives who was lost. So if you can, please remove your hats. So we're gonna sing one more song, and this is gonna close it up.
Participation. Mr. Rosenstein, thank you very much for coming to the committee voluntarily. Appreciate your service to our country and participation in the I'll try to do a pretty short opening statement. Senator Feinstein, then we'll write to the witness. So while we're here, I think we have a clip I'd like to play now. This is of Mr. Rosenstein, May 1st, 2018. Turn it up. Stop this.
That's not to say we fall this, but when we operate in the department of justice, if we're going to accuse somebody of wrong, we have to have admissible evidence, credible witnesses, prove our case in court, and we have to affix our signature to the charge. That's something that not everybody appreciates. There's a lot of talk about FISA applications. Many people that I see talking about it seem not recognize what a FISA application is. A FISA application is actually a warrant, just like a search warrant. In order to get a FISA search warrant, you need an affidavit signed by a federal officer who swears that the information in the affidavit is true and correct, and that's the and that's the way we operate. And if it's wrong, sometimes it is. If you find out there's anything incorrect in there, that person is going to face consequences. Sometimes there are incidents, but if not, you face discipline or prison prosecution.
Well, thank you. That was delivered at the Freedom Forum by Mr. Rosenstein in May of 2018, and you described the way the system is supposed to work. And what brings us here is the fact that it didn't work that way. We know now, based on the Horowitz report that was delivered to this committee in December 2019, that the FISA warrant application process did not work the way Mr. Rosenstein described it. What did you know?
So again, thank you all. It's an honor to sing for you all. Keep up the hard work, because all of your voices matter. I love you all.
Without the Steele dossier, paid for by the Democratic Party, prepared by a former British agent working
All right,
with the Russian
Sacramento.
subsource.
Black lives.
Without that dossier, there would be no more issues that
Black lives.
We also now know that an email was doctored to get the FISA warrant by a lawyer at the FBI. So why are we here? We're trying to find out how that happened. We're trying to find out how cross
Now look at us. We've been signing up here, we've been talking.
That the Inspector General found criminal wrongdoing, abuse of power,
but now it's time for your voices to be heard. And thankfully, these brothers behind us, they're
advisor
going to
to
yell
the
about
Trump
to do so.
campaign.
But
And
I
we're
ask that
here
you
to
give them
try to
respect.
find out who knew
Let them
what
continue their
when.
vibe the way they've been healing
Find
our
out that
communities
Mr.
with music.
Rosenstein, did you
I
know
appreciate every single
that
one of
the
you.
subsource
Y'all been keeping the
disavowed
peace
the
out here
dossier in
yourselves.
January
So I
2017
thank
to the
you.
FBI?
I thank
It says
you.
a bunch of bar
Let
talk
them start
and
their
hearsay.
music.
Did you
this
know
mic
that
around when
the
they give y'all the chance to speak.
FBI
Y'all can speak.
lawyer doctored an email
I have one thing
showing a
to say, y'all.
relationship between Mr. Page and the CIA.
Everybody wants to book it
changed
back
it where there was no
like
relationship.
it's evil.
Did you know that?
Everybody
And
wants
if
to
you did
book it
know it,
back
why? And we're
and
going
be
to ask
scared
everybody
because
who
it's
signed the
dark.
warrant. Did you know?
But let me
And if
tell
you
you
didn't know
something.
why. And now that you
It's
know,
black.
do know,
The
how do you feel
color
about it? And I want the country to understand that the Mueller investigation was allowed to go forward with bipartisan support. I remember Senator Coons and Booker coming to me and Senator Grassley, Senator Tillis, saying, let's make sure that Mueller can do his job without interference. The president was pretty hot when it came to the Mueller investigation. And we came up with legislation to protect the general counsel from being dismissed without cause. Let the country know, let the president know. It was important for Mueller to do his job. Now it's important to find out what the hell happened. How could it gotten to be where it wound up being? What evidence, if any, was there in May 2017 when Mueller was appointed by Mr. Rosenstein that anybody on the Trump campaign was colluding with the Russians? Was there a lawful predicate to appoint Mueller to begin with? How the warrant was signed over and over by the highest ranking officials in this country and given to a FISA court on 4 different occasions over a period of months.
That we are using the extemporaneous tactics they employ. We have to use them. They're using their brain. And it's up to everybody else.
You got to remember the people running the Mueller investigation are the same people that were running Falsifier Hurricane, at least until they got fired. So the warrant application that Mr. Rosenstein signed in June of 2017, the last application against Carter Page, who prepared the application? Remember Strike and Page? March 3rd, 2016. God, Trump is a loathsome human being. Struck, oh my God, he's an idiot. Struck.
Just one last thing, I got a lot of people asking.
100 million to nothing. These are the people in charge of the Mueller investigation.
Let's be real.
The FBI lawyer who altered
Except him. So, we did form an organization. I don't know how many of you been out here for the past couple days. But you've been able to probably see myself, Jay, and a lot of us who are up here.
This is the FBI lawyer
trying to create the
in charge of overseeing the Mueller investigation.
So we are just America.
Finally,
that's our organization. We are just America. We don't have pages right now or anything. We get organized.
He's not ever going to be
so I expect something to be up within the next 2 days. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Just type in Just America and you'll find us.
This is why we're here.
Get out of here. Y'all have a great night. I love you, Austin. Give yourself a round of applause for standing down here tonight. Round of applause for standing down here tonight. Y'all be safe. Y'all be safe. Head back down to APD whenever you get the chance. Take this round of this positivity with you. Side note, I can't confirm that they did switch out the damn cops that was
protecting our
live.
elections.
I can't confirm that. We made sure of that.
Avenues for foreign
And so what was down there now?
Cyber threats. We have looked at Russia's role. Now we're going to look at the Mueller investigation. And we're going to look hard. And we're going to see if what Mr. Rosenstein said at the start of this hearing, that if somebody corrupts the process, that if somebody lies to the court, they face discipline or maybe criminal prosecution. You described Mr. Rosenstein the way it should. You gave us an indication of what happens if it doesn't.
Did you get the sign back there? Yeah.
Well, what will happen?
Where you want to go?
There are millions of Americans.
Drop yours?
People on our side of the aisle who believe that this investigation, Crossfire Hurricane, was one of the most corrupt, biased, criminal investigations in the history of the FBI, and we would like to see something done about it. Mr. Durham is looking at the criminality part. What is our job? Our job is to explain to the American people what Russians were up to, and we did that together. Our job was to give Mr. Mueller a chance to do his work, and he did. Now it's our job to take Horowitz report that showed 17 violations of the FISA warrant applications against Carter Page, and try to explain how that happened and shed light on the fact that it did happen and hope the system will respond. What are we going to be looking at? We're going to be looking at General Flynn's case. We're going to be looking at the fact on January the 4th, 2017, the field office in Washington, D.C. said that there's no longer justification for General Flynn to be considered part of Crossfire Hurricane. We're going to be looking at the Mueller appointment in May of 2017 to see if there was a crime worthy of being investigated. Was there any there? We're going to look backward so that we can move forward. We're going to hold people accountable. If you don't like Trump, fine. But this is not about liking Trump or not liking Trump. This is about us as a nation. We're talking about the nominee for president on the Republican side and his campaign being under continual investigation. We're talking about warrants being issued after the president was sworn in. We're talking about a 2-year investigation that spent $25 to $30 million, turned people's lives upside down to see if it should have ever happened to begin with. We're going to be talking about how it got off the rails, who's responsible for it getting off the rails, and making sure that they're punished appropriately. And the system is changed so in the future, no other candidate for president, no other sitting president has to go through this. That's why we're here. It's going to take a while, but we will not be deterred in our effort to get to the bottom of what I think was a very major abuse of power. Senator Feinstein.
I am grieving for the death of George Floyd, for the death of Breonna Taylor, and I am
as you have made abundantly clear, we are here at your request to examine Crossfire Hurricane. That's the FBI investigation into Russian election interference and ties to the Trump campaign. Let me begin with a bit of history. The president has long claimed that the investigation of his campaign was a witch hunt and a hoax, and has demanded that his allies, quote, investigate the investigators, and we need to grieve together, including Joe Biden. As support for this claim, the president and his allies point to errors identified by DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz in FISA surveillance on former Trump campaign aide Carter Page. Inspector General Horowitz did, in fact, identify serious errors in the handling of the Carter Page FISA application. A broader FISA audit revealed that many of these problems are unfortunately widespread. This needs to be fixed, and efforts to do so are already underway in the FBI, Congress, and the FISA court itself. But contrary to the president's claims that his campaign was unfairly targeted, Inspector General Horowitz found no evidence of political anti-Trump bias in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. I've watched this IG carefully since 2012. That's 8 years. And finding and be independent and believable. And Inspector General Horowitz also confirmed that the opening of the investigation into possible ties between the Trump campaign and Russia was in fact justified.
Don't speak about it.
As
be the
Horowitz's
change.
report explains, Australian officials
Now we're gonna let the band
informed
play.
the FBI in late
Y'all enjoy the
July
music.
2016.
Before we get all the way
Trump
cranked up, guys,
campaign advisor
this
George
is here for you.
Papadopoulos
We're here to
was
support
told
you
in
guys.
April
Anybody that has
that Russia
anything to
was
say to the
willing
people,
to,
any
quote,
testimony,
assist
poetry, songs, anything that you
campaign.
want to have this
Meaning
voice,
assist
we
the
are here
Trump
for you.
campaign
This
by
is nothing without you guys. Thank you
anonymously
everyone
releasing
for being here.
on Clinton
It means the world.
in the form of thousands of emails. The FBI learned this 1 week after WikiLeaks released 20,000 emails. Russia had hacked from the counterintelligence investigation Special counsel and the American people about their contacts.
Okay. All right, thank you.
FBI director has confirmed that Russia continues to interfere and that its intent to influence the 2020 election was significant counterintelligence. Special counsel Mueller also that Russian interference was happening, quote, yet instead of denouncing President Trump has encouraged the command. The televised President Trump said, To spend the next several months bolstering the presidency of the Russia investigation and his Democratic nominee. Congress should not be investigations designed to attack or help even more so now. And economic crisis.
Start with the man in the mirror, guys. The woman, the person in the mirror. The people. Whatever you judge yourself, whatever you.
When I was sworn in.
Yes, okay, all right. I gotta go. I can read my whole story.
I became responsible for helping the Attorney General supervise 150,000.
We're talking about looking in the man in the mirror.
And oversee hundreds of thousands of cases.
We've had a lot of time to look and think about ourselves since COVID happened. Since we've been quarantined, it's a lot of time to self-reflect.
Attorney General Sessions.
I haven't liked what I saw in the mirror.
Legal obligation.
Because when I'm looking at
from that investigation 7 weeks before I arrived, the matter had been.
I don't have time to worry about my vices.
Back to the deputy attorney.
You start to drink a little more, start to smoke a little more.
Many federal.
A lot of things start happening when we have time to look at ourselves. So if we take time to look ourselves in the mirror and ask, how do you feel? How do you feel about what's going on? Don't worry about what's going on social media. Don't worry about what's going on. How do you feel about that person in the mirror?
Investigation.
How do you feel?
Not the right person.
That way, when you go onto the world, you have an honest response. I tell you, the hardest question I've had to ask over a few days is, how are you? I don't want to lie to you.
As we now know,
fine is not enough.
Russians committed crimes.
It's hard for me to answer that easiest question. How are you, Ray? How are you?
Special counsel.
It hurts to lie. Thank you for your justice. Thank you for your
Attorney General Bill Barr, Attorney General Janet each in the 1990s had appointed special counsels in several cases. When they concluded, the prosecutor decided recently, Attorney General Barr take charge
and everyone in the future.
In May of 2017, there were only 3 confirmed.
All ready? Y'all gonna support? Y'all support? What's your name? What's your name? Bird!
Some people
all right. And when he give it, y'all better give him the energy to expand the person. Ready? Come on, Bird. Come on, Bird. Come on, Bird. Come on.
Special counsel.
All right, you ready?
Jurisdiction that was limited both in scope.
Say it now. I'm black and I'm proud.
I asked the special counsel to review each criminal allegation the FBI considered relevant to Russian election influence operations. Recommend
He was excited. Y'all did that for him.
Also established
if I'm
highly
with
qualified department attorneys
because
regularly with
I'm
special
overcoming
counsel
thousands of fears of my right now. I am so afraid. I'm afraid.
Significant steps in consultation.
LOL.
Whenever the
That's
special
funny.
counsel proposed charges for which a United States attorney made approval in the Department of Justice Headquarters Division, those charges were reviewed.
You see my relationship with Thea.
The National Security Division or the Criminal Division.
What's your relationship
I
with Thea?
understand that today's hearing may focus
How do you handle when Thea shows up?
surveillance. When I served as Deputy Attorney General, every FBI written by agents and attorneys, reviewed by supervisors, sworn under oath by federal agents, and certified by the FBI director. Before any application was submitted, a senior department official, either the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, met with national security agencies to ensure that the application set forth a valid legal and factual basis. Chapter 3 decided whether to set forth probable cause to justify the issuance of warrant. Every application I approved appeared to be justified based on the FBI was supposed to ensure every fact was verified. But investigative reviews published by the Inspector General in December 2019 and March 2020, investigative reviews revealed that the FBI had significant errors in the applications filed in connection with the crossfire hurricane investigation. Inspector General concluded, and I quote, that so many basic and fundamental errors were made by 3 separate teams. One of the FBI's most sensitive investigations, the FBI officials subject to scrutiny, raised significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command's management and supervision of the FISA process. Well, Senators, whenever agents or prosecutors make serious mistakes or engage in misconduct, the Department of Justice needs to take remedial action. And if existing policies fall short, those policies need to be changed. Ensuring the integrity of government processes is essential to promoting public confidence. While it is necessary to make mistakes and to punish wrongdoers, it certainly should not be easy. Our law enforcement agencies are filled with active integrity. We watch them deal with extraordinarily difficult circumstances throughout the country this week. We should take this opportunity to let them know that they have our appreciation. In conclusion, I know that the members of this committee share the principles of the Department of Justice. I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenstein. Most FBI agents, most law enforcement officers risk their lives and their job to protect their country, and we appreciate them doing that. Let's get off. You signed a warrant application in June of 2017 to get the you looked at the horse. Yes, you knew then what you were going to know when you signed the and the reason you wouldn't have is because Mr. Horace found that his somebody actually altered the email. So there were 17 violations that Mr. Horace found, but I can't stress enough to the country that he found the most egregious of all. The only reason the Carter Page warrant was issued in January 2017 provided still all the what kind of country is this? Did you know that? Everything gonna be alright. Everything gonna be alright. Was he in charge of everything gonna be alright? Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Perplexing to you?
That's a very broad question.
Do you think he was truthful to you?
In particular, Senator, with regard to Mr. Cohen's this
I'm so glad you guys are here.
for whatever reason,
You guys are excited. You guys, I love you.
he has subsequently said
Turn to your neighbor. You can't hug too many people. Turn to your neighbor and blink real passionately. Just blink. Just blink for the man. Just blink. More shows of love to somebody.
my perspective, collecting this investigation for approximately 9 months.
How much did you allow Mr. Figs?
All right, this is a very powerful brother, and we love him. He's just been bouncing in and out of my subconscious for quite some time. People, we have so many mutual friends, and you love him. You love him, I love him. He's going to say a few words. Please, start clapping right now. Start clapping right now.
You did a scope letter in August 2017. You know what I'm talking about? Who prepared that?
Well, Senator, I don't know exactly who prepared it. You know how it came about.
And say you are not going to defeat me. That is exactly what this brother just did.
But I'd ask Mr. Logan to look at the whole
the mission and the reason why we're here.
Come on, talk about the relevant.
Where did the information in the document come from? Did it come from the Mueller team?
I believe it came from Mueller team that I had sent out to
The team that you sent, that interfaced with the Mueller team, did they make the conclusions that you need to be looking at Papadopoulos and all these people that polluted the Russia?
I think it's important, Senator, to recognize one of the reasons I
So when we say Jackie Lacey must go, it's because she is sponsored by the police union. You get this? So Jackie Lacey actually received
Did you believe they committed a crime?
from the police union.
understood that there was predication to
Right?
investigate.
So that's why we have 6
Where did that come from? Who gave you that
from the police,
predication?
and guess
Well,
what?
that came
No
from
justice
information
for the victims.
Zero.
Zero.
Was it from Strzok and Page? Are those some people preparing all these documents?
So another thing that I also want us to really
Were they in
think about
charge?
is
Were they still the
300 billion.
investigators for Mueller?
Your
early
money.
on?
My
I'm talking
understanding is
about money that you
Ms. Page and Mr.
gave
Strzok
up.
were
Your
working
dollar is about to
What
go
input,
to
if
the
any, did
police
they
for them
have
to abuse their power. So I said, fuck that.
Who provided the information?
Eric Gazzetti said that $150
The
million
one
out of
where
the
you
$3
lay out
billion
the scope
is
of the
going to go
investigation.
towards the police. That's a slap in the motherfucking face. That's a
But
slap
did
in the
anybody on
face.
your team recommend you look at
We
Papadopoulos?
a huge
Where did the idea that George
and we
Papadopoulos
must
would
use that money towards those guys.
I believe were already open.
Yeah, the point is that they were open. These are the same people who were also fire hurricane. And they gave you a document to sign. And here's my belief that they prepared the document. If they defined the scope of their own
They shouldn't be in jail. They should be
that you
treated.
were just a conduit for it. Yeah, well, you didn't do an independent investigation yourself.
It is important to screen black lives matter, but I believe it is more important for us to understand what we must do to fuck this system up.
Just like you did with the warrant. So the same people that gave you the warrant application also gave you
The U.S.
scope
government spent
investigation
$80
for Mueller.
billion.
So that's why we're here to find out how much we can trust these people. Now, to appoint a special counsel, there's got to be evidence that criminal investigation of a person or matter is warranted. What was the crime that you were looking at?
So I think, Senator, it's important to understand, first of all, that's what's required under regulation.
Right.
It's actually not required.
Well, was there a crime being looked at? What was the crime? Okay, can you tell us what evidence existed that General Flynn was colluding with the Russians in May of 2017?
The evidence against General Flynn.
What evidence existed that General Flynn was colluding with the Russians in 2017, May of 2017?
I can't comment about the case of the
Did you know that in January the 4th, 2017, the FBI field office said, we recommend that General Flynn be removed from Crossfire?
No.
Okay. Would that have mattered if you had known that? Okay. Did you know that They had recordings of Mr. Papadopoulos somewhere overseas saying, no, I never worked with the Russians. Words to the effect that if the campaign did, that would be treason. Did you know that? Okay, did you know that Carter Page, how many times did Carter Page meet with Donald Trump?
Believe it or not, corporations are working.
Okay, how many times did Papadopoulos meet with Donald Trump?
Listen, killing black people actually do
Well,
not
I can tell you
so
zero.
stop killing them or we're going to take
In
our
any
money away.
meaningful way.
Guess what? They're going to fucking
The dossier
so
claims
that's why
that
I said, I
Manafort
don't care
was,
how people march for justice.
Carter Page
as
was
long
a
as we
kind
get
of
fucking
Manafort
justice
from
here.
Russian information. Are you aware of the fact that Carter Page has said numerous times, I never talked to Manafort?
You understand there's a connection.
So the point is,
don't let the media tell you, oh, yeah,
when you
they're
made
losing
this
another black
appointment,
people.
people named in it, there's zero evidence they were working with the Russians. Zero. And this went on for 2 years. $25 million, and people had their lives turned upside down. Yet General Flynn, on January the 4th, 2017, the FBI agents who'd been looking at him said they recommended he be dropped. Good old buddy Strzok said no, the 7th floor wants to look at him. If you had known that, would you have asked for
Years from now, I'm going to look at my grandkids and I'm going to say, guess what?
for your service. Knowing what you know now, if you have any reservations about making the Mueller appointment, given the fact that all the people named in this scope of there's like zero evidence back in May 2017 elections, do you have any concerns at all?
I think some of the two issues, the first is whether the investigation is appropriate, and the second is whether it is appropriate.
Or support is always support.
The decision that I made, obviously, based on the information I had at the time.
It is.
I'm not arguing with you about assigning Mueller. I'm saying, was there a legitimate reason to believe that any of the people named in this letter were actively working with the Russians in August 2017? That's when you signed the letter.
My understanding, Senator,
what is it? What was it?
Based on, again, Senator, the investigation was concluded. These people were not
guess what?
the information available at the time included.
Well, why did we have the Mueller investigation at all?
I don't believe we had concluded.
I'm saying on January the 4th, 2017, the FBI had discounted Flynn. There was no evidence that Carter Page worked with the Russians. The dossier was a bunch of garbage. And Papadopoulos is all over the place, not knowing he's being recorded denying working with the Russians. Nobody's ever been prosecuted for working with the Russians. The point is, the whole concept that the campaign was colluding with the Russians, there was no there in August 2017. Do you agree with that, General
we elected you. We tell you what to do. Let's not get it twisted. They don't have the power, we do. Because we elected them. So let's stop seeking for them to tell us what to do.
Inspector General Carl has confirmed that the
Understand, give it up for this fucking generation one more time.
was open because the FBI was told the Trump campaign visit George
And while we're here,
advance knowledge that Russia was
a lot of you guys have the ability to run for office.
to harm.
Guys, you see people that are standing next to you right now. They
Officials who made that decision had not even seen the Steele dossier. But because the Steele dossier was cited in the President resigned. Russia investigation started because the Steele dossier hadn't been disclosed. Special counsel you supervise our investigation. Please, can you identify any findings in Mueller's 448-page report that rely on information from the Steele dossier? Can you identify which of the 199 criminal
crap, folks. My umbrella just got fucking broke.
Can you identify investigative steps taken by Mueller that relied on information to try to steal the dossier? Expressed concern that FBI and DOJ officials had unfairly targeted the president for his campaign for investigation.
Never had that discussion.
Did he ever indicate that there was not a legitimate reason to investigate ties between the Trump campaign and Russia?
You think this is appropriate?
Never
Back. You think this is appropriate? We're done. You think this is appropriate?
Any concerns that Mueller's
Destroying everything. You like, right? Okay, you can destroy my umbrella. Fine, buddy.
Unfairly targeted.
What's your badge number, huh? Covering up your badge number, huh?
Talked with Mr. Mueller
Covering up your badge numbers?
ensuring that there was no bias in the investigation.
Are you guys gonna show us your badge numbers? Are you guys gonna show us your badge numbers?
I talked with Mr. Mueller at that time and subsequently about the importance of making sure that everybody on this investigation.
All we want is to be protected and not killed.
That they needed to set that aside and make sure that the investigation was not affected by any bias.
And do you believe that was carried out?
I do, because I have confidence in Mr. Mueller's opinion.
What's your badge number? Yeah, what's your 591? Great. What'd you say it was? What'd you say it was? 791, thank you. 7591.
I not believe the investigation.
Or bone steel.
Senator, but
M. Clark, what's your badge number? What's your badge number? 8310? All right, M. Clark, 8310. There you go. You destroyed my umbrella. Oh, yeah.
Signed off on all significant steps in the Mueller investigation. Was that because you believe them to be legitimate and supported by law?
Everything that I approved, Senator, yes. Nothing from my intention.
You're disgusting!
Back up!
Thanks to a tender bar, has been released. So too has the Flynn transcript to the Russian ambassador. Those materials include records that show one, the FBI planned to close the Flynn case until Struck interceded. Two, that FBI notes that show the FBI may have deliberately set
So much for a peaceful protest.
3, the FBI had no derogatory information.
So much for a peaceful protest.
There was no legitimate factual predicate for interview. Mr. Rosenstein.
Yeah, just wave around the pepper spray, yeah.
And Flynn's legal team. In June of 2018, I met with you to discuss.
You're waving around your gun, so you're waving around pepper spray.
And other oversight requests. You suggested to me that Congress should be satisfied with the facts contained in the plea agreement. In light of all the Brady material that has finally been released, it's clear you were misleading me and the American people when you suggested that we should be satisfied with Flynn's plea agreement. Question. The whole point of the Mueller investigation was to uncover interference in the 2016 election. Yet Mueller ignored the fact that intelligence reports from before he was appointed said the Steele dossier contained Russian disinformation. Remember, that's the same dossier that was paid for by the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign. Did you instruct Mueller to investigate the origin of the dossier? And if not, why not?
And that's the only reason why I was reluctant to disclose information. Not that I was
Leave this tongue!
I obviously didn't know. With regard to the evidence that's in the Senator is used to. With regard to the other question you asked, keep in mind that my goal with regard to the special counsel is to keep that investigation focused and resolved as expeditiously as possible. I knew that an investigation of the Mexican dossier, the origins of the Russian investigation, would be far more complicated and take far more time. I didn't believe that we could outside the department to do that. It involved trusting most of the board to do that, and I think that's a reasonable decision. So no, I did not ask Director Mueller to do that. And I'm actually grateful that we wrapped up the special counsel phase in 22 months. And if there's other information to be uncovered, I'm confident it will be uncovered.
Okay. When you approved the fourth and final FISA against Carter Page, were you aware that intelligence reports were that the Steele dossier was a product of disinformation? Were you also aware that the Steele's reports were not fully verified and that some of Steele's sources supported Clinton? If so, why did you
The Steele dossier is not in FISA. It's not submitted to the court. There's information from Steele that's in the application. My understanding, and again, I reviewed a lot of FISA applications during my tenure. My understanding is that what's in that affidavit is verified. And so the Steele dossier and all the nonsense that was in the media about these allegations that have been made, that's not in the FISA application. What's in the FISA application, my understanding, was verified information. And of course, there is other information. It's not just information that came from Mr. Steele.
On May the 9th, 2017, you wrote a memo to Attorney General recommending Comey termination. That same day, the President terminated you. On May the 12th, you sent an email to Mueller that said, quote, the boss and his staff do not know about our discussions. On May the 16th, the day before you appointed Mueller, you emailed the former Deputy Attorney General and said, quote, I am with Mueller. He shares my views. Duty calls. Sometimes the moment chooses us. End of quote. What? When you reference the boss, who were you referring to? And did you discuss appointing Mueller with any Obama administration officials? If so, who?
Thank you very much for asking that question. I'm an investigator. Very useful evidence, but sometimes they can be misleading if it's not a context. And if you allow me the time to explain both of those emails. The first one refers to the fact that I had talked to Director Mueller possibility, if I found it necessary to form a special counsel, whether he would be available. It was really determining whether I had that option or not made a decision to the phone. And Jeff Sessions, as many of you know, is one of the most principled people I've ever met in Washington. He recused from that investigation. His position was, I'm not going to discuss it. He recused from the investigation. So what happened there was that Sessions had reached out independently to Director Mueller to ask him to come in for advice about whether to have a new FBI director. There were a lot of things going on at that time. One of them was the selection of candidates for a new FBI director. And so that hasty email, which I know some in the media misconstrued, I was simply alerting Director Mueller to talk to the boss, Attorney Sessions. Keep in mind, he doesn't know anything about the Russian investigation. It's an example, Senator, of how these things can be misconstrued. It's actually a great innocent email. Same thing with the other one, and that's a little bit longer of a story, but it also related to the search for an FBI director. I believe when I sent that email, I was actually in the White House counsel's office. I was meeting with the deputy White House counsel, and we were talking about potential candidates for FBI director. And I had been speaking with the former Deputy Attorney General you have in mind, trying to encourage him to apply for the job. He was resistant, he was reluctant to apply for the job. And I was actually lobbying to get him to apply for the job. I asked Greg Katz's former Attorney General to talk to the former Deputy Attorney General and encourage him to apply. think when I said I'm with Mueller, I meant that literally, that Mueller was with me at the White House. When I said you need to step up, I meant he needed to step up. I was encouraging him, the former Deputy Attorney General, to step up and apply to the FBI director. So it's a completely innocent email. I certainly understand out of context how it looks nefarious, but I can assure you, Senator, I've been in the department, I had been in the department for 30 years. Those emails I wouldn't be putting anything nefarious in the emails. Hopefully I wouldn't be saying anything nefarious at all. I certainly wouldn't be putting it in
Well, thank you for being here. You know, I've not been shy about the fact. I even noted it with Senator Lee in a joint op-ed in the Washington Post last month that the FBI had made serious mistakes during its surveillance of former Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. The FISA renewal application presented to you for approval in June 2017 was one of those. The committee already held a hearing on this last December after Inspector General Howard released his 478-page report. I said you have that with you. Those are crossfire hurricane, which became the broader Russian investigation. Counterintelligence investigations into Paul Manafort, George Papadopoulos, Michael Flynn, all of whom were convicted of felonies, and Carter Page. Now, the only time, as I understand, the FBI applied for a FISA surveillance investigation, the only time they did was with respect to Carter Page. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. And the 17 errors the Inspector General found with respect to the Carter Page FISA application all came after. So it would not impact go on to the broader Russian investigation. Is that correct?
Those are smoke bombs, right?
Now, the Mueller report is 448 pages. Do you know how many pages
There was one
the 448
next to
referred
us
to
here on the
Carter
street.
Page?
You never know.
I'll let you know it's 7. So 7 pages on that 441, another matter. So I mentioned this because I think the Carter Page case demonstrates that price application itself is subject to no scrutiny. Another report last March, the Inspector General found that 29 FBI applications for FISA surveillance he reviewed 25, 86%, and an average of 20 issues each. That's what he Now, the intelligence community made a unanimous assessment that was shared by the bipartisan Republicans and Democrats like the Senate Intelligence Committee that Russia interfered in our election. Do you agree that the FBI's errors in the Carter Page case don't undermine those unanimous assessments?
We had to think about that last Saturday. Oh, you were messing everybody up downtown.
So we do have the unanimous assessment within the Intelligence Committee and the Republicans and Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Russia interfered in our election. Now, I believe this is interference with the attempted to exploit and so on. Any argument suggesting that the Russian investigation should have never occurred and the American people should be in the dark about Russia's interference in our country's election in 2016, I find that deeply troubling. I believe that serves Vladimir Putin's interest more now. I believe you would agree with me that we should not have any country, whether it's Russia or anybody else, interfere in the free and fair elections in this country. Is that correct? I do agree with you. And as Deputy Attorney General and for a while supervisor of the Russia investigation, the special counsel reported to you. Before you sought any indictments, The special counsel provided you with an explanation of his charging decisions, including against a dozen Russian nationals and military intelligence officers, as well as Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, and George Papadopoulos. You didn't object to those charging decisions or the indictments, is that correct?
It's true that I didn't object, Senator, but I actually don't sign them.
But you found nothing to object to?
I was not aware of any reason to object.
And while supervising the Russian investigation, you never rejected or explicitly request by a special counsel to take an investigative step or pursue an indictment. Is that correct? That's correct. Thank you very much. I want the chairman to know this. Unlike my colleagues on the other side, I think exactly
You set the standard for the rest of us.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. But you did mention a very important point. I can't remember what it was, and I'll think of it in a minute. Senator
Mr. Rosenstein, I know you've dedicated almost your entire adult life to serving at the Department of Justice, and I know you love and revere that institution and the people that work there, and rightly so. But I can only imagine how disappointing it must be to you now to learn, following the revelations of the Inspector General's report and other investigations, some of the facts and circumstances leading up to the investigation of the Trump campaign. First of all, let me take you back to Director Comey. You wrote a memo, I believe it was in May of 2017, recommending to President Trump that he fire Director Comey, correct? The memo to the Attorney General.
Excuse me, you're right. Yeah, the memo to the Attorney General and then that forwarded to the President. And your principal concern, as I recall it in that memo, was that Director Comey usurped the role of the Department of Justice when he held the press conference in July 2016, where he said that Hillary Clinton was extremely reckless in the way she handled her email server, but he said that no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute her, and thus in the process of saying, well, she's probably not going to get charged with a crime, but nevertheless, let me tell you all about all the derogatory information. That was in violation of the norms and the rules and regulations of the Department of Justice, correct? And you concluded in your memo to the Attorney General Sessions that he would probably do that again, since he saw nothing wrong with the way he handled that, correct?
I don't recall my exact words, Senator. Actually, I have it in front of me.
I think it's about the last sentence or so.
It's important that we have an FBI director who recognizes that was wrong and listens.
And so this was an example of the FBI getting involved in the midst of a presidential political campaign and holding a press conference talking about derogatory information they discovered, but then saying no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute. Can you explain to us why it's important that the Department of Justice, including the FBI, doesn't get involved in the middle of political campaigns?
Yes, and I think there are a couple of issues there. One of them is sensitive to campaigns. The other is the principle that the Department of Justice doesn't disparage our prosecutors conduct investigations. If they determine that they believe the evidence for the prosecution will release them.
All right. We are. So, full update. My phone died, but I have it plugged back in, so everything should be good now. I'm just kind of sitting here taking a breather. My umbrella obviously got destroyed in that little altercation. So, yeah, no, I'm just kind of chilling here right now. Just got my phone all hooked back up. I think I'll stay here probably for a couple more hours, maybe until night falls, and then I might head home. There's just tons of people around me right now, recovering from being pepper sprayed still. There's just tons of... tons of people.
2016 timeframe,
Like, I can see people just investigations recovering from being pepper sprayed. Thankfully, I was okay.
both the Democrat
I had these goggles and a mask, so I was doing pretty good.
Let's talk a little bit about the FBI.
Yeah, I know. I got
caused by a hurricane. We talked about the steel dossier.
That's on the way.
As you know,
So, trying to figure out how to try.
Opposition research for the Democratic National Committee on behalf of the Hillary Clinton campaign. He was also detained as a confidential human source by the FBI, correct?
I don't know all the details. We know though is what was paying him as well. So the other issue is what was the basis for removing him as criminal? Did the FBI have an appropriate basis for removing him as criminal? The Inspector General report suggests that they misstated and overstated the basis for removing him as criminal.
Well, the Inspector General noted that Steele said, I don't work for the FBI, I work for Fusion GPS. I'm a businessman, but I may pass some information that's useful to the FBI. Do you remember that?
I know that from the report.
So at the same time that he was a confidential human source for the FBI, he was on the payroll of Fusion GPS doing opposition research for Hillary Clinton's campaign. He was ultimately terminated by the FBI for violating the rules by leaking the information to the press, but he continued to backdoor information to the FBI through Bruce Ford, correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know the chronology of when he was on the payroll of Fusion GPS. Generally,
and with the chairman's indulgence, let me ask if we could put footnote 350 on the screen. I asked Attorney General Barr back in May, I think it was, of 2019, I said, can we state with any confidence that the Steele dossier was not part of a Russian disinformation campaign? His answer was, well, that's one of the areas that I'm reviewing. I'm concerned about it, and I don't think it's entirely speculative. Well, we know that Bill Priestap, who was in charge of the counterintelligence division, said they did consider the possibility that Steele was a part of a Russian disinformation campaign. But then, thanks to the diligence of Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson and the Director of National Intelligence, we now have a copy of the less redacted footnote 350 to the Inspector General report, which points out, if you can see it, that not only did Steele have regular interaction with Russian oligarchs, but that there was a potential for Russian disinformation influencing Steele's election reporting. And it did not have high confidence that the subsources of Steele's reporting and assessed that the Russian subset was part of a Russian disinformation campaign to denigrate U.S. foreign relations. So, Mr. Rosenstein, it strikes me that Mr. Putin must be extraordinarily pleased with how this all played itself out. Not only was Hillary Clinton and her campaign disparaged, not only was President Trump and his campaign disparaged and put through what can only be described as hell for the last 3.5 years of an investigation, when in fact the source of some of the information was used not only to secure a FISA warrant, but to conduct a counterintelligence investigation may in fact have been part of a Russian disinformation campaign. Does that concern you?
It concerns me very much so. I don't see a right here. In the job for 2 years. I've been gone almost for 13 months. So I don't have access to any information that's been generated for the Mueller investigation. I do not know what it turns into discovery with regard to that. But I think it's important somewhere for us to keep in mind that it is established, I believe, that Russia's efforts include disparaging Republicans. That doesn't mean Russia is on the other candidate's side. Russia is on Russia's side. And so I think we should be just as concerned if there's evidence that they were disparaging, attacking, trying to undermine
President Trump, as we were, about their activities with regard to Secretary Clinton. I don't know the answer to it, but I'm concerned.
I agree with you. The point I was trying to make is the Crossfire Hurricane investigation based almost entirely on the allegations of Christopher Steele and the sources he provided, which may have in fact been part of a Russian disinformation campaign, which has successfully divided the country and created a lot of chaos in the ensuing 3.5 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I could just follow up on that. Senator, whether it's Russian disinformation or other disinformation, I think the FBI needs to figure out where did it come from, why was it submitted, and what crimes committed. I think that's an appropriate area of investigation. I just don't know what the evidence reflects.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenstein. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I miss baseball. Obviously, a lot of Americans miss baseball as well. We're broadcasting old baseball games now, and I'm watching. And I'm wondering today, the people who tuned into this hearing over C-SPAN in the Senate Judiciary Committee must think they're watching a rerun, a classic hearing of several years ago on the Mueller report. But unfortunately, this is not a rerun. This is the priority of the Senate Judiciary Committee today in June 2020. Those who tuned in might have expected that we have a hearing concerning the public health crisis facing America, the pandemic which we're fighting every day, which has claimed over 100,000 American lives. They might think we would consider the issue of profiteering in this pandemic within the jurisdiction of this committee, but we're not. Perhaps we take up the issue of privacy and contact tracing, an important issue, but we're not taking that up either. They might wonder if we would actually have a markup to establish legitimate public health standards to protect Americans and American businesses, but we're not. They might even wonder if we would take up the issue of racism in the administration of justice in America, certainly a timely topic, but we're not. They might wonder if we would ask a question about President Trump's suggestion 48 hours ago that he would have a federal militarization of law enforcement across the United States, certainly a significant constitutional issue. No, we're not taking that up today. Instead, we're taking up the Mueller report, an investigation that was completed more than a year ago. Why? We're taking it up because it has become a bloody shirt on the right. Listen to what the Attorney General of the United States said 2 weeks ago, in a quote at a Department of Justice press conference about the investigation, Mr. Rosenstein, which you were in charge of. It was a grave injustice, and it was unprecedented in American history. The law enforcement and intelligence apparatus of this country were involved in advancing a false and utterly baseless Russian collusion narrative against the president. The proper investigative and prosecutive standards of the Department of Justice were abused, in my view, in order to reach a particular result. Mr. Rosenstein, the United States called a false and utterly baseless Russian collusion narrative against the president. And the other things said too. Chairman of the committee on December the 9th described the FBI's
I don't know what your intentions are by putting all the umbrellas up as you are. I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. If there is any violence or any type of significant property damage,
today, this morning, we're talking about whether we should have any lawful predicate to appoint Mueller to the government.
I've been very clear about that.
He called
but if I have to give a dispersal
Hurricane
order
Crossfire
to keep and restore
one of the most
order,
corrupt,
then that is what I will have
biased
to do.
investigations
I
in
want to keep this a peaceful demonstration.
Mr.
I've been very
Rosenstein, that was
clear
an
about
investigation
that
that you
all
were in
afternoon.
It was conducted by
Before
an
you
individual
chose to
that you
breach the
personally
original
selected.
fence and set up your new
You
fence
consider
line,
it to be an
everybody
utterly
was being able
baseless,
to have their
corrupt,
views
criminal
and do so
investigation as
safely.
you
I want to keep this a safe demonstration. I'm not sure what your intention is by forming your
But I certainly understand.
umbrella igloo there. Nonetheless, I want to make sure that everybody's safe.
Was no
We
evidence.
want you to be safe. We want to keep our officers safe. We want everybody to be able to demonstrate in a safe manner.
You're about to
Let's please
embark
keep the
on
temperature down
investigation
here,
in this committee,
and let's
which
keep
may be
everybody
the
safe.
largest investigation I've ever witnessed here.
Tomorrow, I understand the chairman is going to ask for authority to issue 53 subpoenas for witnesses. What an irony that we began this year in an impeachment trial where the Republicans refused to produce one document or one witness, not one witness, when it came to questions of the impeachment of the president. Tomorrow, there will be 53 names submitted, and they will not be cleared with the minority, as I understand the proposal of the chairman.
I'm going to kind of try to keep talking with you, and I'm not doing that to try to interfere with you. I'm trying to be very clear about expectations. I'm trying to be very clear about expectations. I want to keep everybody safe. I don't want this to devolve, and I want to keep everybody safe. If something is thrown at us, if something escalates, that's not going to be safe for you or us. That's why we have asked time and time again to respect the original line and allow everybody some space. Please keep this a safe demonstration. I've asked time and again, but we will try to keep everybody safe. Let's not ruin this for everybody that's here trying to get a message out. Thank you.
You are the message.
George Papadopoulos, whose comments prompted the opening of the FBI investigation. Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, there are more on the list. If we truly want to get to the bottom of this and bring all the witnesses in as to whether this was a baseless claim of Russian collusion with anyone in the United States, certainly we want the record to be complete, don't we? Don't we want witnesses to give us complete testimony? I hope so. Mr. Rosenstein, let me ask you the bottom line question when it comes to what we're considering today. Mr. Mueller, who I respect but I disagree with, context or another, reached some very basic conclusions in light of any wrongdoing in the FISA court involving Quarter-Page and others and all the information you know today. Mr. Rosenstein, do you disagree with the key finding of Mr. Mueller that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential campaign?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I agree with that finding. You agree the Russian government perceived it would benefit from the Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome?
Hey, go get the whiteboard! Go get the whiteboard!
You agree that there were more than 120 contacts, as Mr. Mueller found, between the Trump campaign and individuals linked to Russia? You agree the Trump campaign knew about, welcomed, and expected to benefit electoral from Russia's interference, as Mr. Mueller found in his report?
Get that guy's face.
Page you referred to, sir? I can tell you it's page... Volume 1, pages 1 and 2.
Fuck you! You're part of the problem too! You bitch mad ass nigga!
I'm not sure whether you're recording from the reports.
Fuck you! What are you doing? Nothing!
Statement within the report, volume 1, pages 1 and 2.
Yes, sir, I have it right here.
I don't give a fuck, bro. These niggas are literally talking about, oh, don't go nowhere, go back. This motherfucker's literally right fucking there, bro.
I apologize, sir, I'm not seeing those words in the report.
Do you disagree with the Mueller report conclusion that the Trump campaign planned a press strategy, communications campaign, and messaging based on possible release of clip emails by WikiLeaks?
Looks like we're all starting to sit down here.
At all, no one has said anything about this man. Can't get nowhere because everyone sat down behind the. No one said anything about this man, bro. Why have they not told this? Why have they not told this man to go inside, bro?
That says according to Mr. Gates. That's attributed to Mr. Gates. I don't think it's a finding of the I have no information beyond the fact that the seats.
The bottom line is this: for over a year, this report has been public. It has been debated. It has been parsed, analyzed.
Yeah, bro. These motherfuckers told me that. They tell us to go back
some wrongdoing involving any one person
my nigga.
in the investigation.
Look how much fucking space that is. What the fuck can we possibly do to them? Mind you, you got that motherfucker.
Thank you. Now, turn this in a little bit, but I'm going to respond. What I'm doing. I believe, and all of us believe, that if the Republican Party had paid Mr. Steele through an organization money to dig up dirt on Hillary Clinton, and he used a Russian to create a bunch of garbage that was used to get a warrant against the Clinton campaign, you'd have a little different view of this. That you would be raising holy hell. All your friends in the media would be front page news everywhere. Treason.
What the fuck is he doing?
But it's Trump, it's okay.
We can't be right here. We can't be right here.
This committee is not going to accept that. This committee looked at everything you wanted us to look at in terms of Russian behavior. Did Russia interfere? You better believe they did. Was this the Ukrainians? No, it was the Russians who stole the emails. It was the Russians who divided the American people. But it wasn't the Russians, my friend, who withheld information from the FISA court, keeping Carter Page's life turned upside down. It wasn't the Russians who refused to tell the court that the underlying warrant was a bunch of garbage. It wasn't the Russians who manipulated email to keep getting a warrant against American citizens. It wasn't the Russians who withheld information in the court about Trump that they were setting him up and out to get him. It was the Department of Justice, it was the FBI, it was people who hated Trump. People had a political bias, an agenda to destroy him before he was elected and after he was elected. And we're going to get to the bottom of it. And if you want people's support, I will certainly listen to what you got to say. But this stinks. This is a sad episode in the history of the FBI. There was no there in August 2017.
I can go in front of the line, right?
It may not bother you, but it bothers us.
Any organizer of the group, please work with one another to try to move the group back to the original fence line.
On June 29th, 2017,
your safety and ours.
Third FISA renewal application. Did you read that application?
Fence line so that we can keep
So
everybody
having
safe.
been asked to sign off on it, you had read it.
We don't want anybody to get hurt. We want everybody to be able to continue to demonstrate in a safe manner.
Were you aware that the information provided by Christopher Steele, commonly referred to as the Steele dossier, was the basis of the assertions in the FISA application?
I believe, Senator, some of the assertions in the application Steele, my understanding, only some.
Were you aware of the fact that the Steele dossier, which you've just acknowledged, was at least the partial basis for this? It was bought and paid for by the Democratic National Committee and shared with the Hillary Clinton campaign.
I don't believe I had that detailed information at the time.
Okay, so you're being asked to do something significant.
There's
you're asked
someone
as the
over
Deputy
here
Attorney General,
coming out of their
acting Attorney
apartment
General
building
in
in
circumstances to sign
between
off on something.
who's taking
And yet you
videos.
don't have a critical piece of
So
information.
they're saying,
It's a problem.
join us.
It seems to me. It's a problem, especially given that the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act can be used,
None of these
can
police
be
officers
manipulated.
have
In
said
fact,
anything
has
to
been
him
abused
about
and manipulated so as to spy
about
on
breaching the
presidential
barrier,
policy.
and closer than any of us have.
That turned out to be for the man who became the 45th president of the United States. Were you aware that the application mischaracterized Christopher Steele's past work with the FBI as a confidential human source and failed to include information from his source questioning his reliability? If you had known about these errors and omissions as of June 29, 2017, would you have signed off on it? Or not?
Senator, my understanding is that these FISA applications followed a very rigorous process. And they were accurate.
He shouldn't be allowed to record there because
and the whole point of having the Deputy Attorney General sign off on them was to have somebody who would be accountable to someone who was in
this has been a off-limits zone here between 11th and 12th and Pine. There are no residential buildings entrances. This is an emergency exit that's coming up here.
Yes, this kind of assistant attorney general to personally verify the facts is to make sure that the whole process of the document sets forth the basis.
Sure. But surely the process isn't an act. The process isn't there simply to provide cover. to do something unlawful. The process is there. Ideally, one would hope to make sure the rule of law is respected. Before you became the acting attorney general in this context, didn't you at some point get a sense for the
It's actually not his property.
Within the FBI?
Residents of this building have been told time and time again not to come out of the store, so he's actually breaching the police department's demands as well as us.
Presidential candidate.
Looks like someone's now...
Later someone who became the President of the United States. What was the legal basis for appointing Robert Mueller?
Looks like they're arresting him now.
Didn't you become concerned at some point about the composition of Mueller's staff? Let's take, for example...
Yes, so we want to keep this safe.
Mr. Weissman is now fundraising for Joe Biden. This is right. Previously,
please return to the other side of whatever fence is left.
Did that
we want to try to make sure everybody stays
Democratic
safe.
Operatives,
We are just holding our position here. We want people to stay safe.
It would have been preferable, Senator, to have a more politically diverse group. But if they follow the rules,
my concern is people are going to get pressed up against that.
If everyone followed the rules, political ideologies wouldn't matter.
Well, but Senator, I had Bob Mueller in charge of this, and based upon that, and based on my conversations with him, I'm fairly confident that the political bias did not lead to investigation.
At any point, were you asked by any member of Congress to launch a criminal investigation of President Trump? Getting back to the FISA application process, why didn't you urge the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court to appoint an amicus curiae?
No, I couldn't see him shoot the gun. I don't know that he shot the gun, but he went
Senator,
up toward the front of the line with the
you asked me
gun.
about reading the FISA. There are a lot of FISA applications that come through. Some are more significant than others. This one was unusual in that I already knew about it because of the Russian investigation. Most of the FISA applications are available to me. I'm the last before filed with the court, and I know nothing about it. This one I actually knew fairly. They gave it to me in advance, so I could review it. I'm not sure I read every page.
I don't know what's happening.
But it actually, if you read the report, I know most people haven't seen the unredacted version, but my recollection of it, I haven't seen it for some time, is it was actually fairly persuasive. And it had already been approved 3 times. This was just a reauthorization.
Thank you. Now, you indicated moments ago that Mr. McCabe did not lie to you, but you also acknowledged that he was not fully candid. What's the difference?
Well, lying is when you ask somebody a direct question, you get a false answer. Candor is when you're forthcoming with information that somebody needs to know. I believe, Senator, that Mr. McCabe should have recognized that he came after the Attorney General. I needed to know about Mr. Cody's motives. He didn't understand that. He did not tell that to me until a couple of hours before they showed up in the New York Times.
So what and when did he tell you about the Comey memos? When should he have done that? And also,
There's medics on the scene trying to help people.
He waited for at least a week before telling you about some of the intel-related concerns. Weren't you his boss? And so he had an obligation to tell you.
I don't know if he had a legal obligation, Senator, but my philosophy as a manager was that we have a responsibility to tell the boss things that
There's medics on the scene.
That's a pretty important thing that I would have needed to know.
And so that would have been regarded as material. The omission of that, had you been aware of it, probably would have been grounds for termination.
So we can get the medical aid. We have the person we believe had the gun, and we have the firearm. But if somebody is hurt, please help us to get that person to 11 and Pike so that we can get them medical attention.
Mr. Rosenstein, we used to have a say in circuit court nominees. Now nothing protects them, even having to come from our states. We gave that away. We used to oversee executive privilege claims. Now a witness utters the word privilege and we shrivel up. We gave that away. We used to screen out extremist and unqualified judges. Now it's hard to see any bottom to whom
I need your
those
attention. I'm told there is a victim at 11
and we face the danger
and
now
right
that
here
this
at the
committee,
intersection. Can
this
you please
historic
bring
committee,
them forward to
is
the
going
line
to begin
so that we can get them through the line and get them medical attention? Please assist us in getting that person forward.
Facing that risk, it is worth having some assurances about how this is going to be conducted. And I say this based on the experience of looking at the House Intelligence Committee and the Republican side of that committee and its efforts to disparage and interfere with the Mueller campaign. That has not yet been fully investigated. I don't believe that Mueller investigated any linkage between the House Intelligence Committee and the White House or their efforts and Trump's lawyers. But I strongly suspect that the House Intelligence Committee Republicans were advised, controlled, or directed by Trump lawyers and the White House team. And that sorry experience, if that is in fact the case, again, investigation would reveal it, but we have had no investigation, should not be replicated in the Senate Judiciary Committee. I hope that we can receive appropriate assurances here that whatever investigation we undertake will not be controlled by the Trump White House and will not be controlled by the Trump campaign. As we pursue this oversight, one other aspect of the incredible shrinking Judiciary Committee is that we used to require the FBI and the Department of Justice to answer our questions. Now we just get ignored. There's a bin someplace at the FBI and the Department of Justice into which our questions get thrown. And Mr. Rosenstein, you were sworn in on February 1st, 2017. As Deputy Attorney General, you resigned from the department on May 11th, 2019. In between those dates, we had hearings on May 2nd, 2017, May 24th, 2017, June 27th, 2017, October 18th, 2017, December 6th, 2017, February 6th, 2018, March 13th, 2018, June 12th, 2018, June 18th, 2018, June 26th, 2018, July 18th, 2018, July 31st, 2018, December 12th, 2018, and May 1st, 2019, with Department of Justice witnesses, and none of the committee's questions for the record were answered. Ever. None. Can you explain why that took place, Mr. Rosenstein, under your watch? Where was the policy not to answer this committee's questions? Did it come from you? Did it come from the Attorney General? Did it come from the White House? Did it come from OMB? Why were QFRs never answered? Where was that policy founded?
Sir, I recall answering some correspondence.
Letters are a whole separate issue. Got a whole separate case on those, but I'm focusing now on committee questions for the record. Why not? Where's the policy from? Who told you not to answer these questions? Where did that come from? Where is that in the law?
I know that I testified in my confirmation hearing, which was in March of 2017.
I see ambulances down the street. Clearly they're here to take that man to a hospital.
There may have been some from you after that hearing.
These are all the ones I listed, and in all of them, no questions for the record were answered. That's a lot of hearings with no questions for the record answered. Where did that come from?
I don't believe that I testified at any of those hearings, Senator, so it's just not...
No, I'm thinking that there's a policy at the Department of Justice not to answer committee QFRs. That's the only explanation, unless you think it's a coincidence that in all those hearings, no QFRs got answered. Something's up, and it makes me really frustrated, and particularly, we sent a letter to Chairman Graham, all of us, on February 11th about this year, because it has gotten so frustrating that there is a policy somewhere in this administration not to answer committee QFRs. And now we can't even get a QFR answered. Now, to the clear blue sky, the first thing we're investigating is the exact thing that the Trump campaign wants us to investigate. The only time we ask for anything from this department is when it's a political errand.
Oh, God.
And every other time, you can't even get a decent QFR answer. Ever. And I can go through the letters that I haven't gotten any answer to either. But there is a stonewall, and we should not be selective about whose information gets through the stonewall at the department. And this, Mr. Rosenstein, happened on your watch. My time is up.
I want to give you an update. We have made contact with the victim. I appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That person, the medical aid
Oh,
they need.
may I ask a QFR as to what the heck is going on with our non-response to QFRs? That one may go in the bin at the Department of Justice as well with all the others and never get answered. But the day will come.
I agree.
When there is a Democrat Department of Justice and Attorney General. The day will come when there is a Democrat sitting in that chair and a policy that you don't ever get QFRs answered by the department that we oversee is not a good policy. It is someone's policy, and I want it stopped.
Thank you very much. And as to the hearing yesterday, there were a lot of questions asked about COVID-19 and prisons, and I expect hopefully those will get answered, particularly Senator Blumenthal's questions about the court case. So, point well made. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to 2016 and 2017, the worst known instance of abuse of power by an administration was Richard Nixon's abuse of his administration to target his political enemies. By any measure, what the Obama-Biden administration did in 2016 and 2017 makes everything Richard Nixon even contemplated pale in comparison. And Richard Nixon rightfully faced impeachment and ultimately resigned as a consequence of his misconduct. The evidence that has been made public has made clear that the Obama administration targeted his political opponents, targeted President Trump and his campaign, unleashed, weaponized, and politicized the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the intelligence community, and that the decision-making to do so went right up to the very top. We know that on January 4th, 2017, the FBI concluded in the document that has just been released that General Michael Flynn was, quote, no longer a viable candidate to be part of this larger case. Their investigation did not yield any information on which to predicate further investigative efforts. The FBI is closing this investigation. That was January 4th, 2017. The next day, James Comey, the director of the FBI, is sitting in the Oval Office with Barack Obama, with Joe Biden, and James Comey, according to a memo from Susan Rice, one of the most remarkable CYA memos written in Washington, written on her last day in office, an email to herself, saying, by the way, this investigation into the National Security Advisor coming into the new office, the president has said, do it, quote, by the book. She says by the book 3 times. James Comey tells the president, we're investigating Michael Flynn by the book. Well, unless the book is Richard Nixon's Watergate, the day before the FBI said they were closing the investigation, and there's James Comey telling Barack Obama we're going after General Flynn, a decorated 3-star general, the incoming national security advisor of the president. With Joe Biden sitting right there nodding along, Joe Biden himself personally unmasks Michael Flynn's name. That's the world you came into, Mr. Rosenstein. That's the Department of Justice you came into, where it had been corrupted and politicized. You've read the Inspector General report, Mr. Rosenstein?
I've read most of it, yes, sir.
You've read the 17 repeated material misstatements documented within the Inspector General report. You're aware one of those is a lawyer fraudulently altering an email, creating counterfeit evidence that became the predicate for a sworn statement in the FISA code.
That is in the Inspector General.
Are you aware of other instances the Department of Justice employees fraudulently creating evidence to submit to court?
Every instance that I'm aware of, Senator, would be appropriately investigated and hopefully appropriate action.
Mr. Rosenstein, on May 17th, you appointed Bob Mueller as special counsel. On June 29th, you signed the 3rd FISA application. On August 2nd, you signed the 2nd scope application. You came into a profoundly politicized world, and yet all of this was allowed to go forward under your leadership. That unfortunately leads to only two possible conclusions. Either that you were complicit in the wrongdoing, which I don't believe was the case, or that your performance of your duties was grossly negligent. Was there any more important case the Department of Justice had than an investigation into whether the President of the United States is a Russian asset colluding against the United States?
Well, that's the way you're characterizing the investigation. Certainly, there was certainly lots of important investigations, but I view this as one of the most important.
Okay. You just told Senator Lee you read the FISA application. At the time you read the FISA application, did you know that the primary source behind the Steele dossier had disavowed it and said it's not true?
At the time I reviewed it, and I'm not sure I read every word, but I certainly reviewed it, and no, I did not read it.
At the time you reviewed it, did you know that there was significant exculpatory material that was omitted?
Absolutely.
At the time you reviewed it, did you know that a lawyer on your staff had fraudulently altered material as a basis for a FISA application?
That lawyer was not on my staff. It was not a lawyer.
It was on the FBI staff.
Correct.
And the FBI reports to the Deputy Attorney General.
Correct.
At the time that you reviewed it, did you know the Steele dossier was paid for by the DNC?
I don't believe so.
Did you ask any of those questions?
The questions I would have asked Senator would have been, is the information represented to me verified? And I would anticipate, Senator, that if somebody knew that it wasn't, or that there was some issue about the credibility of the informant, the accuracy of the evidence.
Mr. Rosenstein, when you're going into a department that has been politicized, I understand it's easier just not to rock the boat, not to question the people there. But you were the acting Attorney General of the United States and had a responsibility not to allow political targeting. Let me ask you, did it strike you as strange, and my time has expired, so I'm going to leave this as the last question. Did it strike you as strange that the FBI and the Department of Justice was going after a 3-star general, the incoming National Security Advisor to the President, who they already said they were going to dismiss the case against, and their predicate for all of this is the Logan Act, which you know perfectly well is an unconstitutional law that no one has ever been prosecuted under in the history of the Department of Justice, and should have been laughed out of the room in any responsible Department of Justice if someone had suggested we're going to go after the incoming National Security Advisor for violating the Logan Act, which says an American citizen can't talk to a foreign leader. I guarantee you today, right now, John Kerry is violating the Logan Act. Now, fortunately, it's an unconstitutional law, so who cares? Why did you not laugh this out of the room, and why didn't you get to answers on this? Why did you let this pile of partisan lies consume the country for 2 years?
Senator, I appreciate you packed a lot into your question, and I know the time is limited. First of all, Senator, I think it's not accurate to say that we didn't rock the boat. You may be aware, when I went into that job with Bill Sessions, we actually made a lot of significant changes. It wasn't just about the Russia investigation. There was a lot more going on in the Department of Justice. And so I would not have been reluctant in any way to rock the boat if I believed there was something improper going on. With regard to General Flynn, to take that particular issue, Senator, my understanding at the time that I arrived was that General Flynn had lied to the Vice President and to FBI agents, and that, I believe, was the primary issue that was under investigation at the time. I didn't know all the background that appears in the pleading that was filed by the U.S. Attorney in D.C.
But you didn't bother to ask. You didn't actually bother to drill in and say, show me the background. You know, this may be the most important case we've got in the whole country. Let me actually do more than just rubber stamp the document put in front of me.
I don't believe I was rubber stamping, Senator, and I fully appreciate your concern, and obviously you always wish you could have done more, but we did have 70,000 cases. I devoted more attention to this case than to anything else, but I still didn't know everything. And so that's the best I can do this.
Senator Klobuchar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Mr. Rosenstein. I have made very clear that I think that it is absurd to be having this hearing. I know we're going to have a hearing, which I appreciate, on criminal justice reform in a few weeks after the murder of George Floyd in my state. But I think we could also be doing so many other things on the pandemic, on the effect that the pandemic has had on immigration policy. But we are here today. I thought that was absurd, but then I heard Senator Cruz.
But the Seattle Police Department,
I
will say that was incredible.
To Barack Obama, Richard Nixon, who left the White House in disgrace, to compare him with President Obama, who left the White House with grace and with dignity, something we've missed very much, especially this week when we saw the President of the United States using the Bible as a prop in front of a church in Washington, D.C., after the Justice Department tear-gassed peaceful protesters in order to set the stage for that press conference. No, I would like the record to reflect that this comparison is not only wrong today between Richard Nixon and Barack Obama, it will never stand the test of time. So let me start out with this, Mr. Rosenstein. You appointed Special Counsel Robert Mueller to oversee the FBI's counterintelligence investigation to ensure that it was conducted independently in May of 2017. The special counsel found that Russian interference in our election was sweeping and systematic, and that the investigation, as you know, ultimately resulted in 34 indictments of individuals and the convictions of 6 of President Trump's associates and advisors on federal charges. Last May, you said that there was, quote, overwhelming evidence that Russian operatives hacked American computers and defrauded American citizens, end quote, as, quote, part of a comprehensive Russian strategy to influence elections, promote social discord, and undermine America, end quote. Do you still agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of any facts that call into question the finding in the special counsel's report that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion, or that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome? Are there any facts?
According to the book, Senator, I believe obviously, I don't know what's in the mind of Russians. We can only evaluate the evidence that we have, and that's what the intelligence is.
Okay. Are you aware of any facts that call into question the assessment of FBI Director Wray, which is, by the way, backed up by many, many Trump intelligence officials, that Russia's interference in our elections is ongoing, that its interference in the 2018 midterms, in Christopher Wray's words, were a dress rehearsal for the 2020 elections? Are you aware of anything that would lead you to think that Russian interference in our elections going forward has stopped?
I'm not aware of anything that suggests it stopped, but while I was in office, Senator, I spent a fair amount of time working with Director Wray and other officials to try to combat foreign interference.
Okay, and given the threat to our democracy posed by foreign election interference, while we, by the way, have the threat of voter suppression due to this pandemic and other laws, it is critical that we remain focused on the facts. The Inspector General's report found on page 17 that the investigation, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, was open to determine whether people associated with the Trump campaign were coordinating with the Russian government. Do you disagree with that? And so we are clear, coordinating with a foreign power as part of a political campaign, especially a foreign adversary like Russia, would pose a threat to national security. Is that correct? Okay. And do you agree that interference in our elections by foreign governments constitutes a national security? Okay. So that is why I would like to look forward. And when you look forward, what you see in front of us, you see this ongoing threat to our democracy, which is why I have advocated so strongly, along with Senator Langford, Senator Graham, so many, for backup paper ballots in our election. It is part of the reason why I think that the mail-in ballots, in addition to protecting the health and safety of voters, would protect us from foreign interference, and that's why you have Republican-dominated states like Utah have used these mail-in ballots. It would be helpful in that way. And one other policy idea here is that we need to do as we continue to see ongoing attempts by foreign governments to influence our elections on social media. Senator Graham and I and Senator Warren have put forward the Honest Ads Act. Are you familiar with that bill? Okay, well, that is a bill that would require the same disclosure rules and disclaimer rules for political ads that we have for ads that we see on TV. It would simply require that when someone gets an ad for a political campaign or an issue ad that's paid for and meets the federal standards that they would in other forums, that you have to have a disclosure on them and that you have to make a public record of this act. And I just want to again remind my colleagues of this bill, because after years, Senator McCain first did this bill with me, it's still sitting dormant. And I think that when you look at what the Senate Intelligence Committee just recommended, was that we should bring our laws into the 21st century to ensure that voters are able to know who is paying to influence our political system. At the very least, when we know we also have unpaid influence, do you think it would be helpful to know who is paying to influence our political system?
Senator, I'm very reluctant to express a view about your legislation for the moment, but I'll be happy to take a look at it.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start by noting my surprise to hear from my Democrat colleagues
is all right.
that the Mueller report is now of no consequence.
In medical custody,
After
whatever
what
that word
they
is.
put this country through for
guy with the gun got
years
subdued
on
by
end.
protesters
Endless
and given to the police.
investigations, millions of dollars
him and the
spent,
gun, I
an
believe, are
impeachment
with
inquiry
Seattle
against the
PD,
President
and I
of the
believe
United
things
States, and
are,
now we hear from person
he
after
says it's a
person
Harvard
on
Review
that
and
side of the
Serious Commission.
dais
I think he'll
that
be
the
all
Mueller
right.
report is of no
word on the street, word on the
no
street
consequence?
is that he,
I kind of
yeah,
happen
he was
to think
injured, but he was able
that
to
the
move and was all right.
weaponization
So
of
gunshots
the
are pretty
FBI
serious.
by a presidential
Gunshots are pretty
campaign,
fucking serious.
by the Hillary
But
Clinton
thank God for all of
presidential
us
campaign
who
for the first time in American
put their bodies
history,
on the line for that man.
getting the FBI to submit to
And that
a
man
federal court
put his body
false
on the line for us.
information.
He tried to get that guy
False
out of the car. He tried to stop
to
that
get a
guy.
wiretap.
He didn't know he had a gun.
During a presidential
that guy
campaign.
did not know
I
he had a
kinda
gun.
think
Tried
that
to pull him
is
out of
a
the car
relevant
because he
piece
was
of
coming up into the
information
protest
that
with a
maybe
car.
ought to be within the
Obviously
jurisdiction
not
and
something
the
we want to
cognition
do.
of this committee.
So, unfortunately, the guy was
Of
shot.
course, now my
but,
Democrat friend said there's nothing to see here. Because
the
now we
shooter
have one
was
of the
subdued.
largest scandals ever to engulf the
27-year-old
FBI
man.
and the DOJ. Let me just remind you, Mr.
Says
Rosenstein,
Bill.
about what the FISA
Who
court
was shot.
said
Who was
when it
shot,
found
not
out
with the
that it
gun.
had been systematically lied to by the FBI and the Department of Justice. This is what the court said, sua sponte, on its own, and I quote, the FBI's handling of the
Shot in the
Carter Page
arm.
applications, as portrayed in the Inspector General's
and
report, was
care,
antithetical
transported to
to
Harvard
the
Review.
heightened duty of candor
Thank you,
that
everybody.
is owed to the court.
Thank you, everybody,
The
for all the details in the
frequency
background. I really
with which
appreciate
these
it. No, not
representations
subdued. He
made
ran
by
towards them
FBI
fast.
personnel
He
turned
knew
out to
if he
be
was gonna get caught, he was gonna
unsupported
get a
or
kicking.
contradicted by information
Oh,
in
yeah, he was
their
gonna get-
possession
okay. He
and
was gonna
with
get
which they
beat by protesters.
withheld
Fuck yeah, he got
information
beat to
detrimental to
death.
their case, calls into question whether information contained in other
I can see a
FBI
presence of
applications
National
is
Guard behind
reliable,
the police
end quote.
line.
In other words,
4 to
the
5
FISA
of-
court now
4 to 5
wonders
of
if
them
it
that
can
I can
trust
see, that's all I
anything
can
that
see.
the FBI says.
From another window.
Anything.
window.
Now, you signed off on a
There
FISA
are two
application
officers on the building,
to a federal court in an ex parte
diagonal from me
proceeding,
that
which
I've
means
shown
the other
you.
side didn't have any chance to argue it. You signed off on it. It had 17 material misstatements, falsehoods, omissions. You signed off on it. You also said at the time you thought it was an above average application.
Right.
How could you sign off on something with this number of misrepresentations that the FISA court later came back and said, this destroys our trust in the FBI? You signed off on it personally. How could this happen?
I approved the submission of it, and 4 federal judges
Moderators,
signed off
can
on
you
it
hear-
to Senator because, like me, they believed that the information had been
Joseph
verified and was
Evans.
accurate.
Did they have a
Joseph
duty to
Evans
verify the
needs
information?
to be banned.
No, the agents had a duty
I'll be able to
do
get
so.
it right
Oh,
now.
so you did
But,
not have
I
a duty to
appreciate
verify
all
the
you guys
information?
working in the
Your
background,
name on the application.
to help me
Well, I
out.
had a duty to make sure.
Really,
it had been
really,
Did you
really
rubber stamp it?
appreciate it.
Senator,
cannot thank you enough.
The Deputy Attorney General or the Attorney General.
Just answer my question. Did you rubber stamp? You said a second ago to Senator Cruz
The
said I
stupid
did
chant is
rubber
we are
stamp it.
black. We
You'd
are
like me to
black.
explain,
We
I
are
will.
black.
But I
But
certainly.
you
Mad
also
about it.
testified today that
That's
you
my
didn't read
decision.
it.
Make
So
your
I'm
own
curious.
decision.
No, I didn't say
How is it? Would you like us to have your testimony read back to you? You said I can't say that I read it. I don't think I read every page. I mean,
Yes, I did say that. Yes. But,
Okay, so you didn't rubber stamp it, but you didn't read it.
You know, Senator, I have to explain the process.
I think we're familiar with the process.
No,
the OIG gave us the process. By the time it got to you,
I will
you
make
had
sure and spread the word,
17
Genevieve.
critical
Thank you.
errors,
Thank you,
falsehoods,
Genevieve.
omissions, leading
There's
a
a
federal
helicopter.
court to say they have never seen
Right
anything like
above
this,
me.
and they can't trust anything else
It's
the
over
FBI
there
says.
somewhere. It's
And
really
you
loud.
signed off on it. Let me ask you this: who are we to hold responsible? You're
Helicopter
saying it's not
somewhere.
you.
No, I'm saying, Senator,
Incredibly loud.
that I am accountable for it.
Hey,
But the question is, why did it
find the
happen?
helicopter.
I'm no
Find
longer
it.
in the department, but there are people
like
who are
right
there
behind
who
me.
I expect will figure out why it happened and will fix
It's
the
like
problem.
further down.
So I'm not trying to.
Do you have any theories about what the problem might be?
I only
don't know.
know
It
what
sounds
the
really
Inspector
low
General's report
and
reflects.
loud.
Senator. And again, I've been gone for 13 months, so I have no insight.
Wouldn't you agree with me that a process that is so corrupted that it resulted in the abuse of a federal court in an ex parte proceeding
Okay, so it's
during
like right
a
above
presidential
the tree.
campaign is a threat to American democracy? Is a threat to the integrity of our elections?
I think everything's all right with
Would
the
you agree with
helicopter.
that?
It's just really loud.
It's certainly a threat to the integrity of the judicial system and the FISA process. But I need to explain to you, Senator, that when you're running an organization with 115,000 people, you're not going to be able to personally verify the information.
No, I know. And that's why you can't be held responsible.
No, I am
The FBI says they can't be held responsible. And so at the end of the day, it's nobody's fault. The FISA court has been misled. The FISA court is saying we can't trust anything the FBI says, but nobody's to blame for it. So let me just ask you, who should we hold responsible? What do you want this committee to do? The other side wants us to do nothing. They don't want to talk about it. They're happy for these abuses to go on, apparently. What do you suggest that we do?
I think, Senator, there are issues of accountability.
12th and Olive. They're calling for 12th and Olive, which people are walking that way. That is to the left. So that's good. They're wanting bodies over there.
The question is blame. What went wrong? We need to figure out what went wrong. I think when you say I signed off on it suggests that my responsibility was to actually do the investigation and verify the information. It's just not the responsibility of the deputy. The responsibility is to make sure we've got an accurate process in place that guarantees the integrity of the applications.
But that process wasn't in place.
It turned out that it wasn't. Exactly. And so if I'm at fault because I had a
So
reason
right
to,
now the peace has been restored.
I should be blamed for it. But I just don't.
Kind of
I didn't
an
see that
insane
achievement
last
report.
30 minutes.
Blaming me or my predecessors, and that's all I know about
So
it.
that was pretty insane.
But in order to solve this problem, yelling at me is not going to solve the problem. We need to figure out what happened. And people engage in misconduct of the systemic problems and fix them so it won't happen again.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you, Mr. Rosenstein, for your service, and we'll certainly, I'm sure this committee will take every pain not to hold you accountable or responsible.
I don't know what
Apparently,
call you're talking about.
accountable or responsible,
Honestly, I
Mr.
don't.
Chairman.
Sorry.
So I don't know what this committee is left to do, but I do know this. What has happened is unacceptable. And we've heard the FBI director sit in the seat that you're in, Mr. Rosenstein, say he's not accountable. He says he's not making any changes. In fact, he's done nothing, the current FBI director, to address this
There is one
situation.
person injured,
Nobody
but
seems
he
to
is
wanna
all
do
right
anything.
and being
Meanwhile, we're in
transported
another
to
presidential election.
Harborview.
I look forward to hearing about how
The
the
gunshot
FBI
wound
has
to his right
weaponized
arm or to his
the
arm. I don't know what
Again,
arm.
in this
Probably his
election
left
year.
arm.
Who knows? We'll keep hearing about that.
But
in
everything
2 or 3
seems to be
years
all
from
right.
now. This circumstance is simply not acceptable.
The guy ran to the
And that's
cops.
why I'm glad we're doing this. But
He's in
we've
police
gotta hold
custody.
somebody-
That's what that means. But everything is all right. That got real hectic there for a hot second.
Again, there are questions of accountability and questions of blame, and it is the responsibility of directors.
So
to solve
right now we are in a state of peace.
So here's what's happening.
Protesters
recommendations from
are moving forward. You can kind of tell.
And it's up to this committee.
Calling people to a location. That's just our little group.
We can make sure this doesn't happen. We're on it.
Yeah, calling to a location is just our little group. Oh, the location. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the one on 12th and Olive. Yeah, they were calling for more bodies over there, more people, just to hold the line, show support everywhere on all 4 of these blocks. So this is only one block. So right here, there's one block. On the other side, kitty corner, there's another block. Right behind, 2 blocks back, there's another one. And then another block, kitty corner to that, is another block. So there's 4. It's a big plus sign surrounding 12th and Pine. Right now we are on 11th and Pine. So there are 4 blockades. If you want to check out my last live stream, you can see me going in between the four locations that we have set up, or that they have set up, the police, 4 different barricades set up.
Had an authorized purpose, but it opened across
Um,
which was
Genevieve, things have been crazy. Check out the last live stream, the last like 20 minutes of the last live stream, and you'll start to understand what the heck just happened. Short story is, barricade has been moved further forward. Then there was an incident with earlier with flashbangs up on 13th and Pine, trying to get more vehicles into their blockade. So they were clearing protesters with flashbangs and pepper spray. Perhaps these things called pepper balls, which are like a paintball, but with pepper spray. And then we had an active shooter that came in, barging through with a car,
I'm just going to start again.
shot one person who is okay, and then the shooter apparently took himself to the police. So
President
a lot of
Trump
shit has just happened.
has called the Russia investigation a witch hunt, which is in sharp contrast with Inspector General Horowitz.
I did not hear what the chief said. Chief worst. Chief best said this morning. I did not hear.
Which was grounded in protecting
I have been pretty out of the loop. I'm pretty much not in any news. I'm trying not to divulge myself into any news unless I'm here. So please, if you want to give me some more information, you can send it to my messenger.
About the appropriateness of the investigation and prosecution.
Yes, not sure exactly what though. Hot dogs, burritos. Yeah, burrito would be nice. Yeah.
Did you approve of his guilty plea?
I got water.
Yes, sir. Based on my
I should be good on water. So. Okay. Okay.
Did you ever raise any concerns about whether Flynn's false statements were material to the FBI's national security investigation?
Not aware of any issue.
And are you aware of any precedent for the
Nobody
Department
knows
of
who the
Justice
guy
moving
was
to
with.
dismiss a case after a
Nobody
defendant
knows
pled
who the
guilty
guy
to
was
lying
with.
to the FBI?
Don't make assumptions. I'm not going to say he was a Proud Boy, KKK, police officer. I'm not going to make any assumptions because that's just asinine. I have no idea. I have zero information as far as who the guy was with. I will just tell you exactly what happened and as it happened. Again, if you guys don't know what's going on, check out my last live stream where shit kind of blew up for a hot minute. But thank you guys for bearing with me. Really appreciate all the support, all the watching.
In any event, a jury ultimately convicted Roger Stone of 7 felony counts in the indictment. Do you think Roger Stone committed those crimes of which he was convicted?
Based upon the jury's verdict, yes.
And in the Roger Stone case, career prosecutors filed a sentencing motion, and the political leadership of the department filed a different motion.
I need a moment.
The career attorneys then withdrew from the case and
chill.
went further and resigned from the department. Are you aware of any other recent case where political appointees filed a sentencing recommendation that is so markedly different from what career prosecutors have filed?
I understand your question, Senator. The only issue I would take with it is that technically every pleading you file contains the name of the U.S. attorney. You're focusing on whose signature appears on the document, but all those documents are filed in the name of the U.S. attorney, and I consider U.S. attorneys responsible for that.
Do you think a president should publicly criticize, question, or attack ongoing Department of Justice investigations?
I will take a break eventually. I am here for the people. Thank you all who are tuning into this and watching and sharing this around. Shit is going crazy, but we are here, Seattle, Washington, showing our support, making sure that people get some help, get some attention, get eyes on the field.
Repeated efforts by members of
You
this
good?
committee, by journalists
You good?
to get any clarity or definition
You good?
about what Obamagate is.
Shit, dude. What a time to show up, huh?
Are you aware of any evidence that former President Obama has committed any
Oh,
federal
dude,
crime?
you are killer. Thank you. Thank you.
There's been a lot of discussion in this hearing, in
You are
particular
awesome.
about
Thank
the
you,
Carter
dude.
Page FISA warrant and the
I
findings
just
of
got
the Inspector General's
a
report
bunch of pre-rolls.
that I think are worthy of concern and focus.
Choice.
Carter Page, though,
Coming in
was
clutch.
not indicted in
He has been watching the
Mueller
streams for several days.
investigation.
Thank you.
Correct, not indicted all over the house. I think it's unfortunate that FISA
It's all right.
information
The house is. I mean, it's.
In fact,
besides the house slowly
by the
breaking
end of
apart.
it,
I mean, with the
the
rain and all,
president's
but
campaign
it's
manager,
all right.
deputy campaign manager, national security advisor, foreign policy advisor, personal attorney, and longtime political strategist were all
Yeah, I really haven't been
either
home
convicted
much.
of
I've been
crimes
here.
or pled guilty in federal court.
I've been here
You
for like
approved
6
of
days
the significant
straight.
investigative
Well,
steps of
6
those
days
cases
minus a day.
and approved the filing of those charges. Is that correct?
Yep.
As I said, I don't
Sorry.
know that I was there for the last one, but I believe all the charges that were filed were legitimate.
And in January
Arresting people on 12th and Olive, they say. Now there's more bodies headed that way.
Certainly, in retrospect, there are things I might have done differently, but I think we got all the big issues right. Do you still think that you got the big issues?
Yes, sir, but I wasn't referring just to Russia. There were a lot of big issues, obviously. I believe we did. We being the team, we had basically a partner.
Thank you. Woke.net main audio.
Well, I'll just close by saying, I too
Yeah.
question.
Okay, so
scope
more
and the
information is
reach
that the victim,
of
the
dedication
gunshot
time
victim,
of this
walked
committee
away
to
from the scene,
reinvestigate
so
what
he
I
is
think
all right.
Inspector General Horowitz has thoroughly investigated.
He said he got shot in the arm, right?
We are in the middle of 3 simultaneous national crises.
All right, yeah.
health
Miles is about to
epidemic,
post a
an
link in the
economic
comments of this thread, of this video, this live stream, so that way you guys can see what's going on. But apparently he was shot in the arm and walked away from the scene. He is all right.
There are many other pressing issues
at Harborview,
this committee will soon return
which is a hospital here.
And I appreciate your testimony before you. Thank you, sir.
Which is awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Thank you, Miles. The comment is up. Guys, go check it out if you're interested.
The FBI was
thank you
told
guys.
in January the dossier was not reliable. Hearsay, bar talk by the primary subsource gave Mr. Steele all the
Oi.
information. On 2 occasions after that, in April and June.
Oh, it's a
He
video
says
of the
he
victim
didn't
telling
know
his story. Awesome.
about this couple.
Holy shit, that was hella fast.
I think
so. Yeah, check out that link. It's a
okay
video
to
of the
ask
victim
everybody who signed
talking
the
about what
warrant, did
happened.
you know?
Check it out.
Is this really one FBI agent in the bottom of the basement somewhere who did all this by themselves? I don't think so. It's into us.
Trying to see if we have anyone on 12th. Hey, Miles, are you interested in going to 12th?
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That's fine.
I appreciate you holding this
Yeah,
hearing.
check
It's
out and see if there's
remarkable to
anybody
me
on
that
12th
people,
Avenue or 12th
on the
Street,
other side of
12th and
the
Olive.
dais here thinks that this is a waste of time.
Thank you all.
I think that this is a very
Really
important
appreciate
part
all
of
you guys'
oversight
support,
and
watching
preservation of,
all over the world.
Integrity of our.
This is what's happening here in Seattle.
Our justice system. By the way,
Live.
Senator Durbin's not here. I love baseball too. And the reruns are pretty good. As a matter of fact, I got emotional watching the 6th game of a series with Atlanta until I realized that it was about 20 years ago. But the league here in the Senate's working. Senator Durbin's comments would suggest we're not
Sweet.
doing anything
Thank
else.
you,
This
Druv.
is one
Thank you,
hearing
everybody
of
who's
several
watching on
hearings we're doing this week.
woke.net.
I would remind everybody we had a hearing.
Really appreciate you
making
guys.
sure that we're doing the very
Just want
best
you guys to
we can
know.
for our prison
I
population on
appreciate all of
COVID-19
you. I love
response just
all of you.
yesterday. I would also talk about hearings on
We're doing this without all of you.
implementing the CARES Act and the Banking Committee.
If you guys want to show your support, there are links on my Facebook page for support that is here directly on the ground. Aid stations such as this. There's one over at Rancho Bravo, which is right there. What up? There's an aid station around the corner. There are many aid stations behind me in Cal Anderson Park.
People saying shame on you for being here, and on the other hand saying shame on you for not doing anything else. We're doing a hell of a lot.
If you guys want to look, there's a Venmo, there are a Cash App. I believe it's mostly Venmo for people who are directly looking for money for aid. They directly support people on the street. So greatly appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
On the other side of the aisle speak dismissively with the idea of a hoax or a witch hunt.
Oh,
I
yeah.
decided to go on the
It was right
Oxford
here.
online, so I had
It came up.
a
To the guy to go.
reasonable source, and hoax is described as a malicious deception. A lot of what we're talking about here are malicious deceptions or omissions. Let's remove deception and omission. The omission of a truth in some of the online dictionaries is actually tantamount to
I will
a
say,
lie.
Joey, that it's sounds like they're
A
looking for
witch
more
hunt
bikers.
is described
So
as a
if you're interested,
campaign directed
you can always join up
against
with a couple of
person or a
them,
group
figure out what's going on. But
holding unpopular
they're looking for
views.
people to block off certain areas.
Well, we've seen the email
if you're
transmissions by
interested,
some of
it's
the
up to
people
you.
who were responsible for the FISA warrants. Looks like to me they had a different political view. Viva la
I would probably talk to bikers who are up on Broadway, over on Pike at 11th, which is that way.
Accurate to describe some of the
Just
things
go
that
around
went
and just
on with
ask,
this Mueller
see if there's anything you can help with.
And let me
if you're
tell you,
interested,
this is pretty personal to me.
You know, if you're
because,
interested, stay close.
Mrs.
You can always
Rosenstein,
do
you may
that. Stay
remember
close.
that I went on a bill with my colleague.
There seems to be a lot of
across the
movement
aisle
going
to make
on
sure that we were
here.
able to keep
I don't see many
Mueller in
march. I
place
don't know if
and
there's
to
anybody
continue
marching
the
around. So
investigation. I did that premised on the assumption that I could trust the people that were doing the damn investigation. And now I know I couldn't. I still stand by the fundamental position that I took, but I'm a little bit angry with what's happened here. And Mr. Rosenstein, in your opening comments, you mentioned that you had 3 hand-picked teams that were working on this investigation. And based on my research, I believe that Page, Struck, and Kleinsmith were on
I've been
all
here
of those
since
teams.
about
Now, I also believe
45,
that by virtue of them not providing information to you,
left
that
about
they're
6:15.
guilty of a hoax.
Got here about 6:45.
They're guilty of a malicious deception. Information that they had access to.
At this
now,
rate,
a hand-picked team. Mr. Rosenstein,
Like, I don't know if you've noticed, the barricade isn't pushed up. They set up a big metal barrier, and then the little metal ones that were there yesterday.
So do you think that these people would have had enough training and experience to know that withholding that information to their boss
area in
was
between.
probably something that was a bad
Protesters
idea?
eventually hopped over that.
I mean, does this rise
and went
to
to
a
the
level
first
where
one,
we can
the
say,
front one,
Struck, Page, Klein,
which you can see now. All the umbrellas are up there.
The damning
they dismantled the last
information we found in the
that
Horowitz
barricade that's
report,
closest
can
to
we
us.
honestly believe that these highly trained
and
people
so we
could
have
just
now
said,
taken
"Gosh,
over
boss,
part of that block.
I forgot about that material fact when I gave you information for something for you to sign."
Senator, I do not know that it was struck.
There's a video of the car headed into the crowd. Miles just posted it. Go ahead and check that Twitter, that Twitter URL. Everybody who's watching, again,
and I think it goes far beyond
the video of the car
disciplinary
headed into the crowd. There's a link that Miles shared.
The other thing
you guys are
said
interested in
was
taking a look
with
at what's
respect
going
to
on,
McCabe, and you
or what
said he
happened.
was not completely forthcoming. And I think you may have alluded in an answer to one of the questions asked by my colleagues that at least ethically, maybe he had information that would have been helpful for you to have. That sounds like a deception to me.
Yes, if you're interested in looking for the link,
like the
if you've come from Woke and you're interested in looking for the link, check in the comments. Keep scrolling. It's by Miles O'Connell. If you guys want to look and see who posted that, just check it out for Miles.
Could any reasonable person think other than the fact that it was
He's got video of the car coming from the crowd as well as video of the man who was shot. Made a video from himself, I believe, that he is all right.
Well, I will. And I think it was because they were trying to move towards an outcome that fit what some people in the lower levels of the organization had in mind. You can't read the emails between some of these people. You can't look at some of the... I'm not an attorney. I'm not a solicitor general. I'm not a prosecutor. But it doesn't take a law degree to recognize that these were basic...
Joey is replaying Shane's live of what happened, I believe. A good shot of what happened.
This hearing... It's why the subpoenas and why this investigation needs to go forward. Because to your point in your opening statement, the vast majority of the people in law enforcement, the vast majority of people in the DOJ and the FBI have been disgraced as a result of the, at worst, incompetent actions, and at best, and at worst, the malicious actions of a handful of a few, and we have to get to the bottom of it.
You guys got to go look for it. Look for the links.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join as a former prosecutor, as U.S. Attorney and State Attorney General in expressing my agreement that we owe a great debt of gratitude to the men and women in state and local police, in the FBI, and law enforcement generally, as we do to our United States military that are helping to keep us safe and free. And my fear is that that immense power may be misused by political leaders who apply them in ways that, in fact, interfere with our freedom, our constitutionally guaranteed right. And that's one of the reasons why I will join next week with my colleague Senator Kaine in offering amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act that would restrict the President's power to misuse that military and police force, in fact, to federalize and militarize law enforcement. And that's why also I will introduce measures that would restrict the overbroad and virtually undefined powers of the President under the Insurrection Act.
Okay, so
that he will be held
here
accountable.
are the donation list for those that want to
And while we're
provide
talking about reform,
on-site direct aid.
and the chairman
Please,
said
if
we
you
should be
can,
looking
give a
forward,
buck,
let's talk about
$5,
FISA
whatever you want to do to these donations, to these people.
if we're looking for
these are
ways
again,
to
these are the people that are
that law
setting up
and
aid stations all over. Like the
any
one
sorts
right
of
next
errors
to
in
us.
the
There's
future.
one
Why
down
not
11th
adopt
over there. There's one on Broadway.
advocated them.
Please, if you're interested,
looking
please,
for
even a dollar
Republican
per
partners
person can help.
in that
Absolutely.
effort, as I did
In numbers,
under
this is
President Obama,
quite amazing.
when I first
Please, if you're interested in
suggested, for
sharing
example, that there
and have
be
some
an
extra resources,
adversarial
we would
process
all
in
appreciate
the
it.
FISA
I mean, I just got some food, and I know that this is coming from some of the
to
support
make sure
stations.
that any
So
errors
please, if you can, donate. I know I will. I know I have.
The chairman
so
has
really,
said
really
that
appreciate it
the
all.
Mueller
Thank you very much. If you can,
went,
take a screenshot.
quote, off
If
the
you can't
rails.
write it down very fast, I will leave
that
this up for another
investigation
20 seconds.
was off the rails. That's a pretty remarkable
Again, thank you all
train to deliver the
for what you can
results
provide.
that it did.
We all appreciate it
those
here.
results included
Thank you, thank you,
199
thank you, thank you.
Criminal charges, 37 indictments, 9 convictions, 5 prison sentences. Let me ask you, Mr. Rosenstein, and I.
All right,
should
again,
just
thank you,
remind
everybody. I
at the
really
very
appreciate it.
outset, I was the
Thanks,
only
Miles.
member of the committee who voted against it.
I'm well aware of that.
I was one of the 6 on the floor of the Senate who voted against it. And my reason was solely that you refused to commit that you would appoint a special counsel. And then you did. And I lauded you for it, and I defended you for preserving the independence of that investigation. Let me ask you, is it your testimony
Holy
today
crap. Woke got this big screen. Thank you. Thank you,
that
Woke.
had you known
Really appreciate it all. This is what's going on
what you
directly
know
on the
now,
ground
that
here in
you
Seattle,
would not have
Washington.
appointed
Thank you, everybody,
Robert
tuning in
Mueller
across
to
the world.
serve as special counsel?
I believe at the time.
Cannot believe the community that we have created here. Thank you to the power of the internet.
Recognize people can criticize.
We all can see what's going on.
It's the consequence of being in these jobs.
As I've said before, there was a bit of an issue that happened about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago at this point. If you're interested, everybody who's listening can go check out my Facebook, Ryan Villa, Villa, on Facebook. Check out my last live stream. The end of it is kind of where you can get the synopsis of what was happening. About 15 minutes in from the very end, you can start to understand what's going on. But again, thank you everybody who's been helping out and sharing this around and getting people to watch. Really, really appreciate it.
Today.
Could not be done without all of you in the background. Believe me, I'm so grateful for all of you.
Whose report you have in front of you. Quote, we don't take...
The sun is starting to set now. It is noticeably darker. I'm sure you can't really pick it up on the camera, but there's way less shadows going on.
Repeat it.
The sun has set over the buildings.
We don't take issue with any part
and the temperature is dropping.
That was his testimony before this committee in December when he presented his report. So after all of the umbrage and outrage,
awesome to see.
Rhetoric,
awesome to see. Thank you, everybody. Really,
the
fucking
reports and its
fucking beautiful.
And
this is so beautiful. Thank you to everybody. Sharing this around and just seeing what's up.
And I think it was important, Senator, to establish that an independent investigation found that Russians sought to interfere in the election and that no Americans conspired with them. I think those are very important findings, and I'm grateful to the folks who helped us reach that conclusion.
And far from saying that the Mueller investigation is of no consequence, in fact, it is of immense and historic consequence.
I think I'm going to need some therapy after all this settles down.
And I'm going to quote there was overwhelming evidence that Russian operatives hacked American.
Well, at least now we know the story. I feel so much better knowing exactly what happened.
The tip of the iceberg.
Not knowing is so much scarier.
Strategy to influence elections, promote social discourse, and undermine America. That was your characterization. That is.
I really hope that guy is okay.
What we're saying is of no consequence. Is in fact all of this stuff about Carter.
You in the wrong city, baby.
the Steele dossier, because at the end of the day, the reason why I just want to make sure is a
Let me ask him a question. Let's let him talk. It's not clear. Hold on.
It's time. Let's hear it. Deputy Attorney General trying to make this work. Russians are on the Russian side.
I'm not with that. That's bullying. You coming to me with a... That man got something to say to this man that happened yesterday. He want to talk to him personally. Ain't got shit to do with nothing that's going on right now. He said something to him that offended...
An economic crisis, healthcare emergency.
I'm not with none of that shit. I'm from here. This is my city. Fuck you talk about 34. You talk about, yeah, it's my BC later. But what I'm saying is all that, because y'all making me feel some type of way.
And if you want to
he
fix
just want
the
to talk to
problem,
this man one-on-one about some shit that he said yesterday.
I just want to make sure nobody was... Because the reason why you began the investigation and why the department began the investigation was, first, the Russian government hacked the Democratic National Committee. Second, WikiLeaks published 20,000 emails stolen from the DNC. And third, a Trump campaign official bragged to a foreign government that Russia told the Trump campaign it could help them.
I got a reference last week for you guys.
That's what set up the investigation.
I didn't begin the investigation, but the investigation had begun 9 months before.
But those are the reasons that the investigation began, correct?
I wasn't there, so I can't attest to that.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here today, Mr. Rosenstein, and for appearing before the committee today. I am not a lawyer. I'm not going to apologize for that. I appreciate some of the eloquent speeches that we have heard here earlier, that we have heard a lot of passion coming out of a lot of people, and I appreciate that. I'm just here as an American and as an Iowan, and most Iowans aren't lawyers, but I can tell you that most Iowans are sitting back, whether they're watching C-SPAN, Fox News, CNN, whatever today, and they're saying, what the heck has gone on in these institutions? You know, I was a kid watching CBS or whatever back home, cross-legged in front of my TV and watching all these law enforcement shows and thinking, God, how awesome is the FBI? You know, to a small rural farm kid, that's a big deal. You know, to see those blue jackets with those yellow letters. And it really is very awe-inspiring. But what we have seen in the last couple of years has really tarnished the FBI's, their reputation. It's tarnished DOJ's reputation. And I don't know that a lot of kids nowadays are looking at the FBI and saying, wow, someday I'd love to be wearing that blue jacket. Because there are some real issues there that need to be addressed, not just by prosecutors and others, but there are answers that need to be had for the American people. And I'm sorely disappointed in everything that's gone on. And I'm glad that we're having this hearing. Many of my colleagues across the dais would like us to believe that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time here. You know, for heaven's sakes, we have convenience store clerks that are working every day through the pandemic. Essential workers. I think that here in Congress, we're essential workers too. And so we should be here addressing some of these issues. So I am glad you are here and that you're willing to step up and take this criticism. I understand you're not serving as the DAG any longer, but you're here to answer questions for us. So thank you for doing that. We've got to get to the bottom of this. Under the Obama-Biden administration and with the holdovers, the integrity of the entire FBI has been called into question by a political element that existed and maybe still exists within the FBI. And this is not something that we can allow to continue to happen. We need the FBI. We need the good guys back. And I know that there's still many of them that are out there, but we need the American people to understand this is an agency that is there to protect us. You know, it is again the epitome of what we should see in our agencies, and that has been damaged. So whether you're a Democrat or Republican, independent or whatever, we really need the old FBI back. We don't need what we've seen in the last number of years. So, Mr. Rosenstein, you were confirmed as the DAG in April of 2017, and we know that you had direct contact with at least one of those FISA applications while serving in that position, and I'm sure that you've dealt with many others. But speaking generally on the topic of FISA surveillance, do you typically want the subject to know that you're conducting an investigation on them?
Absolutely not, for a number of reasons.
Can you expound why not?
Well, number one, the whole principle is it's a covert investigation. If the suspects know you're looking at them, obviously they're much less likely to engage in open communications that allow you to discover what they're up to. Number two, which is a point that I emphasize, Senator, throughout my career, people we investigate are presumed innocent. We have a responsibility not to damage them by the investigation. The investigation is not supposed to be the punishment. And so it's very important not to disclose those investigations.
Very good. But on June 29th, 2017, you were briefed on and signed then that third FISA renewal application regarding Carter Page, extending the FISA surveillance of Page until September of 2017. And at that point, at which the third FISA renewal application came to your desk for your signature, the news about the surveillance had already been leaked to the media. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at that point, Carter Page knows that he's being surveilled, he's being investigated, but the FBI wants to continue conducting surveillance on him. Why do they want it?
Because they believed that the extension might generate relevant evidence. The fact that he had already been publicly known obviously is a factor you would expect to consider. My understanding was that notwithstanding that, they still believe that the application met the standard for generating relevant evidence. I think that's a very insightful and valid question.
Yeah, it is a very valid question. And so, why did it happen then? Did you raise any questions about that when you were briefed on that third application?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
It's the fourth application, so it's the third extension.
Third extension, thank you.
But yes, and I was told that they had considered that and they believed that it warranted one more extension. My understanding was it would be, and in fact was, the last extension. But it's based on the legal standard actually requires the affidavit to set forth new information, and there is new information in the third application, renewal, fourth application, that appeared to justify extending.
Well, to just, again, an average person, not a lawyer, I would say that the reason to continue surveillance on someone that already knows they're being watched is truly as a political tool. It's political interference. And I think that's why so many of us are so disappointed in the FBI, in DOJ, and we have to see those corrections. So again, I am thankful that we are having this hearing. I think it is very pertinent that we address this now as we're involved in another presidential cycle. We really do have to find and hold accountable those people that committed these crimes, what I see as crimes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just respond to two brief points, actually. Number one, with regard to the political interference suggestion, it was my understanding at the time, Senator, that Mr. Page, at least in June of 2017, hadn't been involved in a campaign, wasn't working in the administration, so I did not view that as as targeting any kind of political information. I understand the question, and I think we're in a different context, obviously, in the room than we were in September. But, Inspector General Horowitz's report, I think, accurately reflects that the application itself appeared to state a proper lawful basis. And obviously, I wouldn't have approved it if I believed it was targeted at getting campaign information. And the second issue, I really appreciate your raising because I grew up with those television shows too. It's one of the reasons I spent 30 years in law enforcement. And since I'm here under oath, Senator, I think it's worth taking the opportunity to tell you that I have worked with many federal agents over the course of my 30-year career, many attorneys in the Department of Justice. And I want to reassure you, Senator, that some of the finest people that I know are employees of the FBI and the Department of Justice. So while these are serious problems that need to be fixed, I want you to know that confidence that you have in the men and women of the FBI is justified. Thank you.
Senator Cody,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We've now crossed the grim milestone of more than 100,000 people having died from COVID-19. Our country is in turmoil because Minneapolis police officers recently murdered George Floyd in plain view. And the next crime that he allegedly committed that led Officer Derek Chauvin to shove his knee into Mr. Floyd's neck for more than 8 minutes, claimed that a $20 bill was fake. The marks of injustice in this case are painful, traumatic, and unbearable, but sadly not isolated in our country, as we have seen too many times in the past few weeks alone. Racism in our country is clear and long-standing. In the midst of all this turmoil, this committee is having a hearing on something that we have already covered exhaustively, that has already been covered exhaustively by the Justice Department's Inspector General in a nearly 500-page report where they interviewed 100 witnesses, reviewed 1 million documents, and found no documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivations influenced the FBI investigation. Moreover, the investigation was open for an authorized purpose under proper factual predicate. In fact, we know that Christopher Wray, our FBI director, has already implemented some 40 corrective steps based on the Inspector General's report.
Say that Nathan Woodyard, Officer Nathan Woodyard,
this committee's time in a blatant effort to support the president's conspiracy theories and to help the president's re-election. How can they do proper use?
Hey, yo, she touched on a lot of points I wanted to say. But yes, I would like everyone to turn and look at those officers outside their vehicle real quick and yell out Elijah McClain's name. Let them hear his name real quick.
2018.
Say his name! Elijah McClain! Say his name! Elijah McClain! His name! Elijah McClain! Now, like those
FBI Director Comey and linked the firing to the Russian investigation. The article also reported that you discussed recruiting cabinet members to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove Mr. Trump from office. On April 26, 2019, the Washington Post
Get back
reported
in the
that
car!
Back in your car! According to the Post, when President Trump called you for an explanation, you tried to assure the president you were on his team. When discussing special counsel Mueller's investigation, you reportedly said, quote, I give the investigation credibility, end quote, and, quote, I can land.
I'm just going to keep this real quick.
Mr. Rosenstein, did you tell the president I can land the plane regarding special counsel Mueller's investigation?
I'm a black woman and I love everybody here and I love everybody what we're doing.
I hope you allow me to answer number one.
But again, let's not lose focus. Especially just being here tonight. I'm hearing a lot of people like,
I think that,
well, what about
I
my
worked
voice?
for 2 years with...
Well, you know what? You can respond to my specific questions regarding the wearing of the water, but the first question is, did you tell the president I can land the plane?
I do not believe I've ever used those words, I can land the plane. Senator, and I have not ever talked about my personal communications with the President, but what I can tell you is what I always say. Appropriately and expeditiously, and no inappropriate commitments.
Let me ask you the question about, did you suggest or hint at secretly recording President Trump?
I did not suggest or hint at secretly recording President Trump.
Have you ever discussed with anyone the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment to remove this president from office?
I have never in any way suggested that the president should be removed from office under the 25th
We all know that Attorney General Barr made certain characterizations of the Mueller report, which I would say were not accurate, but he did say in a letter that he wrote to Congress, he said, Deputy Attorney General Rob Rosenstein and I have concluded that the evidence developed during the special counsel's investigation is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice offense. Did Attorney General Barr accurately present your view regarding the obstruction of justice?
Senator, I do not believe that the evidence collected by the special counsel warrants prosecution of the president. That is correct.
Oh, that was not my question. It has nothing to do with whether collusion was found. We also know that that President Trump did not cooperate fully with Mueller's investigation on that point. No, he did note a number of obstruction of justice actions by this president. So, did you agree with Barr's letter that you agree that there was no obstruction of justice involved?
I'm sorry, Senator, that's what I tried to answer the first time. The answer is yes, I do not believe that the president committed a crime that warrants prosecution. And that's the issue that we review as prosecutors.
No, excuse me. The Mueller report said that they did not find enough evidence to go after the president for collusion. And we all know that the Office of Legal Counsel said that the sitting president cannot be indicted, but they did raise a number of obstruction of justice actions by the president. And that opened the issue of whether or not that would be indictable. But we all know that the Office of Legal Counsel can indict sitting president. And by the way, more than 1,000 former federal prosecutors who served under both Republican and Democratic administrations disagreed with you regarding the obstruction of justice issue. And they wrote that baby President Trump's conduct described in Special Counsel Mueller's report would result in multiple felony charges for obstruction of justice, end quote. They emphasized that these are not matters of professional judgment. They further noted that to look at these facts and say that a prosecutor could not probably sustain a conviction for obstruction of justice runs counter to logic and experience. So can you explain why you are right and more than 1,000 former DOJ prosecutors are wrong on the issue of obstruction of justice by this president?
Senator, we have a lot more than 1,000 former DOJ prosecutors. And I don't know whether all those people read the entire report.
I do not like
familiar with all the evidence, but I was, and I believe Attorney General Barr has already explained his conclusion. And Senator, I think it's very important when we complete investigations, we reach conclusions. And the department either determines a case merits prosecution, or
what about the inmates?
Determine that case does not merit prosecution. Now, people are free to express contrary opinions, and because
I think I have to repeat myself again. I've read the Mueller report. They did not say that there was not enough evidence with regard to obstruction of justice. They noted, and I disagree with Mueller. I don't know why he didn't come to the conclusion that there was actually enough evidence on the obstruction of justice issue, but that they could not.
Oh man, I want
They could not indict
is there
the
a way you
president.
can get that in the
part
side
is
pocket
clear.
right there?
I think, Senator, if I may explain.
No, that's good.
I think that's unfair.
That says convict killer cops, by the way.
The investigation was concluded, it was appropriately reviewed.
That one right there. That's what it is in pink. Thank you.
The prosecution was not warranted, and that is.
I think that question has been asked and answered. I appreciate it very much. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Rosenstein, I just want to
let Todd want to go out and walk around.
First of all, once again, we've heard here from some in the committee. That
occasionally we'll run around and help out where it's necessary.
Read and discussed with us.
Perimeter check of our own.
Found that there was no evidence of bias in the activities of the FBI and
Dude, the shooting's the craziest thing I think that's happened the whole time I've been out here.
Did somebody actually get
I think that's clearly not
That's what it looks like.
But first, let me
Yeah, I mean, there was a girl that we just spoke to who had a photo of like a casing, like a bullet casing on the ground. So it certainly looks like something was fired, and then there was a guy who came up on the stream and said he had a magazine of hollow point rounds that he pulled out of the car. So it looks like there was live ammunition. There's varying reports of
application on the ground. I understand that.
I don't know. It was hard to tell. She was showing it to me on her phone, and then I zoomed in on it.
So,
yeah, it could have been an injected casing, but there was definitely a magazine of what looked like live rounds that a guy came up and said, "Hey, here's a magazine of live rounds," and the guy's cell phone that he pulled out of the car. And the police officers were like, "Yeah, give us that."
As we all know, found 17 significant violations of process and procedure that resulted in you stating here earlier today that had you known them, you would not have signed the FISA request.
Correct.
In that context,
yeah,
he did indicate,
I was kind of surprised that given
that he found
like actual
bias,
shooting had happened and someone
but that
got
he
shot,
could
they wouldn't
not
secure the
prove
scene. Like they wouldn't move in and secure where that car was. But
a cause
does
of the
seem a little odd that they wouldn't do that. There's just people walking all around,
yes,
you
know,
sir,
right where a shooting happened. So it's like
it's not that he didn't find bias; it's that he didn't find evidence that the bias affected the outcome.
In fact, the phrase that he used, and which is now very common, is that he could not find documentary or testimonial evidence that the bias caused the decisions made by the team.
Yeah, dude, as soon as I got here, they started tearing it down. I was like, oh, I'm going to go show up real quick today, like film the new barriers, then I'm going to peace out because I got work to do tonight. But I was like, but I want to go film these new barriers.
Basically confirmed that, and I concluded with him saying, so how did you try to find out that it led into the decision making, get the bias? And he said, I asked those who had the bias, and I asked those who were making the decisions, and they said no, they didn't. They didn't let bias cause their decision making. And because I could not find documentary or testimonial evidence otherwise, I concluded I couldn't prove that there was bias in the final decision making. That's how I read it. At that point, I said to him that I found it inexplicable. Actually, I think he used that word. I found it mind-numbing, I think is what I said to him. That you could not see the bias bleeding into the decision-making. And he responded to me by saying, I said, how could you not reach that conclusion? Basically, he said, there is such a range of conduct here that it is inexplicable. And the answers we got were not satisfactory, that we are left trying to understand how could all these errors have occurred over a 9-month period of time, or so among 3 teams, handpicked one of the highest profile, if not the highest profile case in the FBI, going to the very top of the organization involving a presidential campaign. So he said, I think he was saying he thought it was inexplicable.
But one time, so was the evolution.
I said to him, I understand that. I think it is explicable. I think it was bias. My question to you is, what do you think?
I think it's a very important issue, Senator. I think the important thing to keep in mind, and again, I have the experience of 3 decades in law enforcement, our goal is for the Department of Justice to be nonpartisan in its operations. Our people are not nonpartisan, though. We have people with very strong political views on both sides. I have my own political views. Obviously, the Attorney Generals always have political views, and our line employees do too. The goal is to train them about the way they go about their work, to exclude political partisan considerations from the decision making. So what was concerning about the information the Inspector General turned up was that it wasn't that our employees had political views, it was that their political views appeared to be influencing their conduct of investigation, at least based on what their messages suggested. And the Inspector General completed his investigation and he reached his conclusion. But my goal, Senators, number one, is to avoid actual political influence. Number two is to avoid the appearance of political influence, which is very difficult. So I encourage you to keep in mind we don't require our employees to have no views. We just encourage them to set their views aside when they're doing their work.
I understand that, and I understand the difference between the appearance of political influence and the reality. And my question is the fact that
But I do know one thing.
As the Inspector
There's
General
some things that will
said,
never
when
go
you
back.
have all of these errors, 17 significant
We'll never
errors,
sit back
one
down.
including a criminal
We'll never
act of
sign
changing a document, occurring over a 9-month period of time among 3 teams handpicked on one of the most high-profile cases in the country. Isn't there a point at which you must say that there's a real possibility that this appearance is real?
Well, it's an appearance that the work is not done properly, whether it was a result of bias or negligence or failed policies. I think that's something the General Barr needs to address, and I believe he will.
Well, you indicated that the outcome of the special counsel's investigation was that we found that Russians did commit crimes seeking to influence our election, and that Americans did not conspire with them. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll just conclude with this. I'm going right back to your introductory comments, and that is,
I love you.
as you concluded your testimony, you indicated that the
We
Inspector
got a
General
lot more to
concluded
do.
that so many basic and fundamental errors were made by 3 separate hand-picked teams on one of the FBI's most sensitive investigations that FBI officials expected would be subjected to close scrutiny, raised significant questions regarding the FBI chain of command, management, and supervision of the FISA process. You still stand by that?
Yes, sir. I always emphasize to my subordinates, it's very important for us to follow the rules, because if we don't follow the rules, people don't question our motivations. And so it's certainly understandable that you would be concerned about that. And my hope is that the Attorney General will be able to put in place new policies, and if people committed misconduct or crimes, they'll be held accountable for them.
I think there was way more than just significant questions about the FBI's chain of command management. I think there's significant questions about whether bias bled into this investigation.
Thank you very much, Senator Curfew. Senator Booker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm finding myself repeating a theme from earlier in this last few weeks, which is I just don't understand why we as a committee are focusing on things that further deepen the jangling discords of partisan posturing in America. I might be missing something, but to me, we're in a pandemic like we haven't seen since 1918, an economic crisis like we haven't seen since the Great Depression, and uprisings all across America like we haven't seen since 1968. And yet I've been down here for a month or so. The first hearing in this committee we held for a judicial seat that's not open till September. And now we're doing something that is affirming discord in this country at a time that the hurting in America right now, that we could actually answer that by having a committee hearing on the issues that speak to the heart of our country right now. I talk to people on both sides of the aisle, not just in my state, but on this committee, in this Congress, about what we can be doing together to deal with the issues that are related to the savage murder of George Floyd. And there's goodwill, I'll tell you, that we could demonstrate right now. I know that the chairman is going to have some committee hearings, but I just come from a school of thought that justice delayed is justice denied, and our delay in meeting the urgency of this moment is problematic. I know the goodness on the other side of the aisle. Hell, I think I'm Senator Kennedy's second favorite Corey in all the Senate.
Can we give it up for everybody that talked to us tonight?
And so I'm just going to repeat for the record things that have been said. First, the Justice Department Inspector General has found unequivocally that the FBI's investigation into the links between the Trump campaign and Russia had a legitimate basis, those are the words, and was not motivated by political bias. That is the Inspector General's word. Second, Special Counsel Mueller, appointed and overseen by Mr. Rosenstein, identified, quote, numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign, and found that the Trump campaign, quote, expected it would benefit electorally from Russian interference. I quote the President of the United States, Russia, if you are listening. Come on. And finally, and third, Special Counsel Mueller's investigation resulted in a total of 199 counts against 37 people and entities, with 7 guilty pleas and 2 convictions at trial. There is simply no question that this investigation was justified, and there's simply no question that foreign interference was a threat to our elections in 2006 and remains today. Are we having a hearing on how to stop the Russians from interfering in elections, which are 150 plus days from now? No. Are we having a hearing on urgent issues dealing with this pandemic? No. Are we having a hearing on the economic devastation happening in our country? No. Are we having a hearing on the broken criminal justice system that threatens the lives of Black Americans every single day in this nation? No. We're sitting here showing the American public that we argue with each other very well at a time that Rome is burning. And so I'm shifting gears because I'm excited to have you here. You're familiar with the crisis going on in this country. Did you watch the 8 minutes and 46 seconds of the murder of George Floyd? Did you watch that?
I'm not sure I watched the entire 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Do you know about the Obama administration's task force on 21st Century Task Force on Police?
Familiar.
Do you know they had Black Lives Matter people on that? Big City Police Chief.
Yes.
So the question, I'm looking at my time this up right now, but the one question I have, and I'm going to submit the rest of mine for the record, is that in September 2007, Attorney General shut, and those recommendations of that task force.
So you're just tuning in,
task force,
or if you've been watching for a while,
Black Lives, incredible task force, have not been implemented. I wish we could go into that further.
I would say about 4,000
but
people.
Attorney General Sessions shut down a Justice Department program that enabled the Office of Community-Oriented
the whole
Policing
community's out here.
Services.
Everywhere I turn, there's somebody
program.
new I recognize.
Shut it down, that office's work to do work collaboratively. I'm not talking about consent decrees. That program had a part that worked collaboratively with police departments and issue public reports on how to improve police practices. Do you think that ending that collaborative reform program made the streets of our nation safer, or are police departments better?
Senator, I don't mean to quibble with you. I don't recall that we ended collaborative reform.
I didn't say ended collaborative reform. I said specifically within the COPS program, there was an effort going on specifically
We have
within
a diversity of tactics out here.
that was
I
ended.
hear some protesters say.
Do you not remember that?
To, sort of move and shake however you move and shake.
I don't have a specific
So I will submit
There's a call to not police the protesters.
I'm grateful
right? If you're another protester
6 minutes that have been allocated to me. Thank you very
believe
much.
in the cause, but you just don't like the way in which they go about it or demonstrating. Maybe just have a seat
August,
and realize that
when you signed the scope memo
the time for white people
2017,
to dictate
you
how
did
black
not
people
know
respond
that in
to,
January the 4th,
the murder and brutality of the
2017, the FBI
but
field
there's
office
also
recommended dropping General Flynn from
some
Crossfire.
young women out here, this woman that just spoke on the mic said, hey, I'm not in charge of the protesters by any means. I'm here in support. I am a protester.
And the evidence has
However,
been
my
recently
personal,
discovered and
her
turned over
personal
to the court in his
belief
case.
is to not
FBI notes you were
move
not
forward
aware of
with the
those.
barricades, not to advance on the police in any way.
Senator Kennedy.
So again, you're seeing like a diversity of tactics. Some people say,
General,
let's put
as I
the pressure
think
on
you
them,
know,
let's
we're
keep
here
moving
to talk
forward.
about
Others who say,
bias
hey, I'm comfortable where I am, and that's okay if you are too. So
alleged
it's a lot of peaceful differences of
and
opinion.
it seems to me that it's one thing to talk about
Ultimately, they share the
bias
same goal, which is to defund the Seattle Police Department and redirect
an
those
intellectual
services
proposition.
to public
but
health,
it's quite another
crisis
thing
intervention,
to see
addiction, mental health,
in living
affordable housing,
I want to just
navigation team, de-escalation team. When I say navigation team, I do not mean the sweeps. The Argentine Durgan has continued the use of sweeping homeless encampments of our house's neighbors. And it essentially is a day where they put an eviction notice on a block.
August
and they
16, 2015,
go to that
Peter
site the next
Strzok.
day, the next couple days, whatever it is.
Bernie Sanders is an idiot like Trump.
Proceed to throw
Figure they
away
cancel
in
each
huge
other.
dumpsters belongings of everything. on
February
that street. So if
12,
you're in that tent,
2016,
you've
Lisa
got,
Page.
X amount of time
Trump
to
has
clear
no
out.
dignity
Otherwise,
or class. He
dumpster
simply
platoons,
cannot
police
be
officers
president.
armed with weapons will come through and throw
March
them all away.
3rd, 2016, Lisa Page.
Pandemic,
God, Trump is the most
shelter in place.
March 3rd, 2016, Peter Strzok. Oh my God, Trump's an idiot.
When the mayor is actively throwing away.
March 3rd,
and authorizing the
2016,
throwing
Peter
away of people's
Strzok. God,
only
Hillary
belongings
should
they have
win
to get them back on their
100
feet.
million to nothing.
It
March
just
3rd,
seems
2016,
inhumane.
Lisa
And
Page.
there's a public
Did you
health,
hear Trump made a
crisis,
comment about the
to be
size
doing that.
of his penis?
And I know we pride
Only
ourselves
she
on
didn't use
evidence-based
the word
strategies here in
penis
Seattle.
earlier.
But,
This
it
man
seems to me that the
cannot
mayor
be
and the Seattle
president.
Police Department are not working with data-driven
July 18,
information, but rather
2016,
sort of a,
Lisa Page. Donald
reactionary
Trump is an
response
enormous
tactics
douche.
from the sort of white liberal
August
here in Seattle, which is that
2016, Lisa
Black
Page.
Lives Matter, so
Trump's
long
not
as,
ever
they're not in
going
my
to become
neighborhood.
president, right?
We care about all
Right?
people so long as they don't.
August
I
2016,
don't know.
Peter Strzok. No.
Like
No,
shoot up in my neighborhood or whatever it might be. They would call them NIMBYs, not in my backyard, which is essentially like I see
Mr. Strzok
certain
and Ms.
members of our
Page
community being correlated with crime,
were
and therefore
not
they have no business
junior
here, no place here. So I want to
G-men.
sweep them out.
or G women.
It's a tough situation,
They were senior
and I get it.
officials
Nobody
at the
likes
FBI.
crime. They want to feel safe and secure, but the same
And as I
consideration should be
understand
given
it,
to
please
our
correct
house's
me if
neighbors,
I'm wrong.
our
They
black
were
community
navel
members
deep
who are over-policed
in
and
misfire
under-resourced
hurricane
in all of their communities
and the Mueller
by
investigation.
police officers who do not live in the communities that they serve.
Navel deep.
Oftentimes, these cops live in Bellevue.
They were decision
They live in the North End. They live in Shoreline. They live in Everett. So,
And you made
I
these
think
emails
exacerbates
public,
sort of out
which
of
I
touch.
appreciate.
What the fuck?
What we're talking about here
Somebody threw
is not a
toilet paper or
routine
something.
run-of-the-mill FBI case. This was an investigation of the
There's no
President
curfew
of the
here.
United States of America. And this was the investigation of the presidential campaign. And
to my knowledge, yeah, there's food and water available for everybody.
Here's what I've never understood.
I can try to get to the front. Give me a second.
when these emails became public, and you knew about them, when you learned about them,
I'm live streaming to for some folks. Do you mind if I just hop in? Thank you.
Public.
Do you mind if I just hop right in? I'm just live
Presumably
streaming for some
made them
folks.
available
Thank
to
you.
Mr. Mueller.
Would you mind if I just sort of popped over next to you?
Mr.
I'm live streaming for some
Strzok
folks. I just want to get it.
Ms. Page
Thank you.
were removed from the Mueller investigation. Nobody gets fired around here. It's easier to divorce your spouse than to fire somebody.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
But why didn't you or somebody or some other senior official at the Department of Justice or the director of the FBI?
So police do have their gas masks
somebody
on.
else senior at the FBI. Say,
Or
wait
some
a
of them do, it seems. Let me verify that.
Stop.
Yeah, so the police on the right side here, closest to me, all have their gas masks on. The police to the left
We're
do
investigating
not.
a president and a presidential campaign.
This is following
I'm going to ask some hard
a
questions.
declaration from the mayor and the chief of
Maybe I
police that they
shouldn't
would
have
no
been
longer be
trusting
using
people
tear
that are
gas
telling me this stuff.
or issue a 30-day moratorium on the tear
If
gas.
you or some of your colleagues in the
against
Trump administration had done that,
peaceful
we would
protesters here in
say
Seattle.
that,
With that said, it is also important to remind everybody that
FBI
there's
had
documentation
already said
on police scanners that they have
General
effectively
Flynn didn't do anything wrong.
gone through their supply
And
of
that the
tear
FBI
gas.
agents
People
who
have looked
tried
into
to
that,
entrap him
and the
at the
supplier,
White
I believe, is out of Wyoming or
had said,
somewhere.
well, he's
But
not
anyway,
lying.
they have to wait for a shipment of tear gas
And
because they
y'all,
used
not
so much of it
pointing on
on
you, but y'all
the
would have
protests over the
found
last few days. So it was sort of
the Steele dossier was unadulterated.
an opportunistic moment for Jenny Durkin to
And
say,
you
"Oh, well, we won't
would've
use it for
found
30 days."
that
Let's go
some
like, bitch,
people
because you
at
don't
the
have any.
FBI had been
Y'all
lying.
already used it all.
Like
the
you.
protesters. So anyway, people
Lying
dragged her ass for that. They called her out on
about,
Twitter, and that shit went viral. So that was pretty
about
crazy. What I'm seeing right now is the National Guard shielding up. They're banding
And
together.
maybe you
Let
would've
me see if I
said,
can get better
wow.
footage underneath. Hold on.
Does the Mueller investigation really need to be trying to put Carter Page and General Flynn? I mean, what's going on here? But nobody did that. And that bothers me.
I appreciate your question, Senator. First of all, I have the report open to the appropriate page. You are correct with regard to Inspector Horowitz's conclusions. He did point out that employees are entitled to political views. I think it's important to recognize. I'm sure we have people with strong views on the other side too. The question is, are you following the rules? And are you articulating those views in a way that will cast doubt upon the integrity of the process? And when that information came to our attention, Senator, I think we did the right thing. Inspector Horowitz brought it to my attention and the attention of Director Mueller. Director Mueller took appropriate action. The FBI director transferred Mr. Strzok. The investigation wasn't concluded yet, so he wasn't able to impose any discipline. I believe the woman involved left the department voluntarily. With regard to the status of the investigation, Senator, obviously, fortunately, we're at the conclusion and we're able to say that no Americans conspired with the Russians.
For our safety and yours, we are trying to make sure that as you continue to come forward and forward, that our folks are safe. We want our officers safe. We want you to be safe. We want this to continue to be a safe demonstration. But you clearly demonstrated that you are not going to respect the original fence line, and you are continuing to move this fence line. We want people to be safe. We want people to be able to express their views and do so in a safe manner.
Yeah, so that is one important clause in all of this. The National Guard is allowed to use tear gas. It's Seattle PD that will not be. But they are all standing together as if they are one unit, so it doesn't really make a difference whether or not it's National Guard or Seattle PD. But it is one way for Mayor Durkin to absolve herself of accountability by saying, "Oh, well, it wasn't our Seattle PD, it was the National Guard," right? And I think that that's just a tactic to divert attention away and divert blame away from the Seattle leadership. Speaking of Seattle leadership, if you didn't already see, we had a number of elected officials out here with me last night, including, I believe it was 5 Seattle council members. I'll name them. Seattle City Council member Dan Strauss, Seattle City Council member Teresa Mosqueda, Seattle City Council member Andrew Lewis, Seattle City Council member Lisa Herbold, King County Council member Gurmai Zahale, State Senator Joe Wynn, and State Representative Nicole Macri. They all voiced strong support in defense of the protests happening here tonight, and for the most part, all reasonably concluded that the police were unnecessarily escalating the situation. And then tonight, for those of you who saw, we had Councilmember Shama Sawant, who represents Seattle's District 3, which is Capitol Hill, and Central District, which is where we are right now. We are in Capitol Hill, in the heart of it, in the Arts District. This is historically the LGBT neighborhood. You can see all these rainbow umbrellas out here looking beautiful. Let me see if I can get a...
None of the people named in the memo had
It's around. Anyway, she's out here with her mask on, standing in solidarity with the protesters. She's pulled out very bold statements against Mayor Durkin and the Chief of Police for their shameful mismanagement the last 9 days here on the Hill and in the city generally. So if you haven't already done so, I encourage you to sign the petition, which calls for Mayor Durkin's resignation. Important to note, you need 6 of the 9 sitting Seattle City Council members to vote in the affirmative to be able to effectively remove the mayor. And then following that, the council president would step into their place and have to appoint somebody new to the council. So in this case, Lorena Gonzalez is the council president. She has not been seen out here in the protests. nor do I know of any statement that she has made. I'm sure she said something, but I haven't heard anything. Notably absent from the line is also out of District 5, Councilmember Deborah Juarez.
But the FBI
and out of District 4, Councilmember Alex Peterson. Those members of the Seattle City Council have been completely absent from these protests, from what I can tell.
It appears that they're going to take one
I think I'm forgetting somebody. Lorena.
We're going to interview them at the White House.
I'm sure.
And the agents who interviewed him came back and said, well, I don't think he's lying. And the next thing you know, the prosecutors working with Mr. Mueller.
Oh, and one thing I saw today, I saw this on Facebook. I want to call this out while I have the chance, while folks are watching. I saw King County Executive Dow Constantine, I think, standing on top of a vehicle, claiming to be in support of Black Lives. He looked like a fucking protester with a megaphone. I mean, for those of you who aren't following along, it would look really cool. Oh my God, King County Executive standing in support of Black Lives with the fucking megaphone on top of a car. He may not have been on top of a car. I think he might have been. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He issued this statement in support of, the protests and public safety and all that. Executive Dow Constantine is the person primarily responsible behind the No New Youth Jail campaign and the Juvenile Justice and Detention Center being built. That is one of the central demands. That has been a demand from Black Lives Matter activists and organizers on the ground here in Seattle for the last 6 or 7 years. And there's been so much attention to that jail being built for children. We already have a youth jail here, and they spent several $100 million on erecting a new one. And every step of the way, organizers and activists tried to get that blocked, issue a moratorium, do whatever they could, because as we know, it's black and brown youth who are disproportionately impacted by racist policing and over-policing, underfunding of public education, etc. And for him to stand on there in such a performative way and make the statement that he did is not only out of touch with community, but it is incredibly dishonest. And please do not fall for it. To me, it reminds me of the action that happened in D.C. Where Mayor Bowser had the Black Lives Matter sign painted on just one block away from Pennsylvania Avenue, sort of in the shadow of the White House. Important to keep in mind, Mayor Bowser increased the D.C. policing budget by $19 million this year. $19 million. She increased the budget. So, while the street is beautiful, let's talk about real concrete policy changes and divestment from police departments across the country, not just lip service and these symbolic gestures. So, Dow Constantine, don't be fooled. We see you. Folks on the ground see you. No New Youth Jail campaign sees you. That is a campaign that has been in the works. If you don't know it, I encourage you to look it up, follow it. There's T-shirts everywhere. And he's one of the sole people able to make a difference on that, and he has yet to do so. And he has actively come out against activist and organizer demands. So, forgive me, but that performative bullshit is just that. So please don't fall for that, y'all. As much as I want to direct a lot of my anger at Mayor Jenny Durkin, we should equally be angry at people like Dow Constantine, because he's not off the hook either.
That will apply to everybody. And we know that didn't happen. There hasn't been accountability, and there seems to be a double standard. One for the in crowd and a different one for the out crowd. And let's go back to Mr. McCabe. The IG caught him lying 3 times under
Alana Ortega, that's insane. I can't believe that.
You said you did not think he was
So Seattle City Councilmember Tammy Morales, I have not seen her at the Capitol Hill location. I knew I was forgetting someone. But Tammy is she's always been on the right side of things, in a good way, not like, conservative right. But she's been with the people for a while. I have no concerns that Tammy will be out here in the streets, either in the Othello, Rainier, Central District, anywhere in the South End, really, Beacon Hill, where her district is. I know there was a 10,000 person rally there today, so it's likely that she might have stopped by. But nevertheless, I have full confidence that Tammy Morales will vote with the people on whatever they bring forward to the Seattle City Council meeting happening tomorrow. So if you're not aware, Teresa Mosqueda has already, I did an interview with her last night on the front lines, and she said that, I don't want to misquote her, but something to the effect of, I don't see another way. We're going to have a joint statement on Monday, statement on Monday to come. And that was in direct response to when I asked her whether or not she would consider signing on to the petition calling for Mayor Jenny Durgan's resignation. So that statement leads me to believe that Teresa Mosqueda will sign the petition. And then with that, I have full confidence that Shama Sawant will. She's already claimed out in support of it. So that's 2 council members. Keep in mind we need 6. We also had Dan Strauss in the crowd with us. It's unclear where he stands, but he is well aware that the way he votes is what really shows us where his allegiance lies. And he showed us, well, look where I am tonight.
Very clear.
So I believe that Dan Strauss will vote in the affirmative.
We want this to be a safe demonstration. You have continued to advance towards the Seattle Police Department. Our officers on the front line have not advanced towards you. It being very clear, you have advanced towards us. We want you to be able to be safe and everybody to be able to express themselves safely and be able to go home.
You believe there should be
I want to keep this a safe demonstration.
Can I get
You are
right
continuing to approach us. We are not approaching you.
Pardon me.
I will not allow you to move through this line if that is your intention.
I do.
And you've got one that wants to be an entrepreneur.
I'd rather not get too many details about my daughters.
In politics.
Would you mind if I switch to just for like a second? Thank you. I just live streaming to a bunch of folks right now, and I want to make sure.
So let's say your daughter was
I'm trying to communicate to the police officers with my hand gestures that I'm not trying to advance on the line. I'm trying to just get the footage. So I'm hoping that they don't, I don't know, shoot me or see me as a threat of some kind. I don't have any umbrellas or water bottles, God forbid. I have a water bottle, or I guess a candle. We have to add a candle to that list now. Long list of dangerous items for an SPD. Sarcasm intended for those of you who aren't paying attention. Umbrellas, candles, and water bottles have been deemed an act of violence by Seattle PD. Sort of silly, but the umbrella has become a bit of a symbol of the protesters here. There's been a bunch of signs, profile pictures changed on Facebook and on social media with umbrellas and the Black Power fist.
You would want there to be consistency. Exactly right. And that is why we're doing these hearings. What was done to President Trump?
I forget what I was saying. The city council member. So Dan Strauss, Seattle city council member, when asked, he gave a roundabout statement about being in support of the protesters. And when I asked him about the resignation, he said, we'll see, whatever. But I pressed him further, and I said, people in the comments are saying, you might be out here on the streets, but really your vote is what matters, and that's what people are going to hold you to. And he goes, exactly, 100%. That's exactly what matters. And you see where I'm at tonight, don't you?
And
I was like, okay, well. So it wasn't a yes, but it was an indication of a yes. So that would be Shama Sawant, Teresa Mosqueda, Dan Strauss. I would assume Tammy Morales, just because I know where her heart is. You need 6 sitting Seattle City Council members to be able to vote in the affirmative to oust the mayor or issue the articles of impeachment in order to do so effectively. And I'm not sure where Seattle City Council member Lisa Herbold stands. She gave me a very, very wishy-washy 50-50 sort of answer. And I was not I was not thrilled about it. She did say she would consider legislation coming out of Councilmember Shama Sawant's office, which concerned the use of tear gas. I think that's a bare minimum. Tear gas has already been outlawed, I think, from the Geneva Convention in 1925. So we're literally using weapons of war against our own citizens here in the city of Seattle. And she, the strongest thing she could say was, well, we're considering legislation from her office. So if she's considering that, but she couldn't say a hard yes or no, I'm hard-pressed to think that she would take a strong stance on anything concerning these protests. Seems like the use of tear gas would be the bare minimum. But whatever, that's just one person's opinion. I'm sure there's people in the comments who know a lot more than I do about this. And then that leaves us with Andrew Lewis. I actually didn't get a chance to interview Andrew last night, although he was on the front lines with everybody else. He just kind of squeaked past me.
Mr. Rosenstein's claims
so I'm not sure where he's
to have
at.
been misled by me or
But
anyone from the
from what I can
FBI
tell,
regarding their
if
concerns
we
about
can get
President Trump and the
Andrew
Trump
Lewis
campaign's
and Lisa
interactions
Herbold
with Russia
and
are completely
Lorena
false.
Gonzalez, who has also
Mr.
been
Rosenstein
notably
proved
absent
up
from the
and
Capitol Hill
suggested
protest,
ways to enhance
that
our
would leave us with
investigation
7
of the president.
sitting Seattle City Council
Further,
members
I personally briefed Mr.
voting in the
Rosenstein
affirmative,
on Jim Comey's
which would
memos
then
describing his
remove the
interactions
mayor
with
from
the president
office.
mere days after Mr. Rosenstein.
Again, I don't know where Lorena is at.
the
I don't know where Lisa's at. I really don't know where any of them are at, except for Shama
Mr.
Sawant,
Rosenstein's
because she's the only one that's definitively said yes, I will call for a resignation. The rest are have yet to make that statement. So we will find out tomorrow, but I think it's important we keep up a lot of pressure with Seattle City Hall. Email our council members and let them know this is one of the demands of the activists and organizers here on the ground. If anybody has the petition, they could post in the comments. I would appreciate that. I will go ahead and pin it. Milla, what's up? I'm sorry, I'm just reading the comments now. I've just been talking a lot.
The team included Trump appointees, it included career people, I'm sure there were Republicans and Democrats. And that's why I'm confident, Senator, in what I did, because I spoke with my team, not Mr. McCabe. I didn't rely on Mr. McCabe. I spoke with my team about the actions that I was taking to make sure that they were appropriate. I did not say that Mr. McCabe misled me. Those were not my words.
Consider means nothing will be done.
What I said was, he did not reveal the names for a week. And that is true. And he revealed them to me.
So for those of you who are curious, I was banned because I shared a bunch of screenshots that I've received over the last few days of really threatening and harassing messages from white supremacists and trolls and Trump supporters. And you know how they go. You've all received those messages once or twice in your inbox. Well, I've happened to receive a bunch this week just because of the high visibility of some of my posts. And I put them in a little album, and I said, if this is the kind of messages that we're receiving, that means we're probably doing something right. Keep up the fight. Don't get discouraged. We've got this, Seattle, with the fist up emoji. And Facebook flagged it and said it violated terms and conditions. The screenshots I shared were used incredibly vulgar, nasty, intimidating language directed against me. And all I did was put that together in an album and said, look at, this is the kind of hate messages that protesters are receiving. Please don't get discouraged, right? So, yeah, right. And anyway, I don't know if it was a faulty bot. I know they have some, virtual agents that are doing, using AI and those sorts of tools to try and weed out some of the inappropriate commentary on Facebook, which, I can appreciate them for, but they happen to be actively censoring, somebody who's doing live streams here on the ground. And it was the worst time. It couldn't come at a worse time. Things are culminating here tonight, at the end of a long week. And folks are tired, but they're resilient. And they put a ban on my profile for 24 hours before, while they investigate the post. It had the word faggot in it. And as a gay man, I see that as hate speech for sure. It had, the use of the N-word, which I will not read, as well as some other inflammatory language. And, I didn't type any of those words out. I just shared the screenshots. And I got flagged for removal. So anyway, that's that story.
I find it hard to believe that when the case fell apart against Carter Page in terms
anyway,
of
I'm hoping that
it didn't work its
council
way
stuff
up
goes
the
well
top.
tomorrow.
Maybe it's just two people at the bottom
Exactly. They blamed
that
it.
withheld exculpatory information. They never shared it with anybody. But that's
So-
what we're trying to find out is how quickly will one application.
I don't know if anyone could post the petition. Brad Bell is not in my comments tonight,
January
unfortunately.
2017. The
I don't know
document you
whose
need to
comments
get
these
the
are open
warrants
to,
is
but
garbage.
if anybody
I wanna
could
know
post
how
the
you
link to the
continue
petition,
renew those two warrants.
that would
Who,
be
what, when, and where
lovely.
you
I
send
really
it.
appreciate it.
I believe you. Somebody had to know. and Mr. McKay
But again,
was
no
the
worries
guy
if not. It's not
most directly
worth seeing.
involved, so I look forward to talking with him.
But again,
We'll
it's,
hold the record open and yes.
Oh, and to clarify, Felipe is around here. He's been
about one thing.
a huge source of support for me. But this is
Have
actually
there been
Joey
any
speaking.
additional facts today?
Felipe is.
Not
I hope he's safe. He's out and about. There's a lot of people here tonight.
Yeah,
so,
I think what I learned is that the August memo,
he's running around.
His team consulted with the Mueller team, but the information in the August memo came from the Mueller people. I didn't know that.
Mr. Rosenstein, does that change your conclusion?
Let me just clarify.
So,
something.
David, the reason why
Mr. Mueller
people
came
couldn't
on
chat in the
board,
stream
he
last night,
heard the
and I didn't really realize this.
So it's true that the Mueller people, the people that have been
Edward,
heard
hold on.
Like straight.
It's because I had turned off some of the
page,
comments
right?
because I was getting trolled really hard,
Yeah, I didn't
and I
know
thought that would
But anyway,
be a good use
lot
of my
more to
time
find
is to
out.
get rid of the
Thank you
trolls.
very
but
much, and
you know, you
we'll
can't
hold the
stop them,
record for
and I
questions.
gave up, and so I re-enabled the comments. Unfortunately, it didn't matter because then I just got banned outright. So here we are. And I don't actually know the safety settings on Felipe's phone, so I can't speak to whether or not you guys can comment or if anybody can comment, or rather if everybody can, or if it's just friends of friends. Nevertheless, I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully people get a chance to speak and share what they know and share their knowledge and wisdom in the comments here tonight. Regarding the question about live streams across the country or around the state or the city, I actually have no idea. I've posted on my page, it's Joey Weiser. I posted on my Facebook page, the last post, or second to last post, was a call out asking for people who are live streaming here in the city. So there are a bunch of links there. It's not neatly organized or anything, and it was from a number of hours ago, so I'm not sure if any of them are still live, but I think it's worthwhile checking in. I know the Frosts probably have their live stream out there right behind me. Their angle might be set up a little differently now that we have advanced on the line. My friend Matt Thompson is above me somewhere. I don't know if he's still going live, but he was going live earlier. Again, these are on my Facebook. Let's see. Thank you, Luna. I appreciate y'all's support. It's a little overwhelming, the trolls. I don't want my community and my friends and my family members to have to read such negative comments about me or the movement or, my friends or activists here in the ground. I want whatever platform we have to be a safe space for our folks, and right now I don't know that it is. I know I pissed off some people the last week because they were actively calling for violence against protesters and looters. And that was spun in a way that has now made some of us a target. So, it is what it is. We move on. We try to stay focused on the goal here, which is to defund the Seattle Police Department, to invest in community. These demands are listed on a number of different websites and a number of different places. I am not the subject matter expert on Black liberation, so I apologize. I don't have all the answers. But I do know that there have been a very clear list laid out for folks.
I'll take a butt.
It's around. I can post you to people who are freedom fighters in this community. One of the first people that come to mind is Nikita Oliver. If you don't know her, you should. Shame on you. Her name is Nikita, Nikkita. That Oliver, Oliver. She is on all the platforms, and she has just a wealth of knowledge. And she's been out here in these streets for a long time, so not to call her old. She's still a very early 30s, young, beautiful Black woman. So shout out, Nikita, doing your thing. Appreciate you holding ground and taking up space and holding space for community. Let me see if I can shut up here. I'll just shut up for a minute and listen to the voices of folks out here on the ground. Hold on.
is just that. It's bullshit. Get the media from the people. Find a good independent news source. Subscribe, donate, help support your local news, like your local on-the-ground news coverage. I'm talking like people. Do what you can. Support them. YouTube is a great source. YouTube's a great source for finding independent news channels. Do your best to find some good sources for yourselves. I'm not really a news source. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm just a guy who thinks this is the right thing to do, and I will be doing it. And I appreciate all you.
Motherfucker, I got winners on the way. You ain't shit without a buddy on your belt. You ain't shit without a ticket on your plate. You ain't sick enough to put it on yourself. You ain't rich enough to hit the last trick. You ain't administration, better be on it. Better be on it. Make a bag, get up. Make a bag. Big girl, make a bag, get up. Make a bag. Big girl, make a bag, get up. Make a bag. Big girl, make a bag, get up. Make a bag. Big girl, make a bag, get up. Big girl, make a bag, get up.
Telling you to hold your position and not advance on our officers. If you continue to advance, I will declare this an unlawful assembly and give a dispersal order.
Thanks, Genevieve. I'm ready.
Yo, just be ready.
What street is this? This is Pine and Broadway.
Again, to be very clear, you have advanced towards us.
I don't know why the protesters feel the need to advance. I have no idea.
Move back to lower the temperature here. We are not advancing towards you. I'm asking you to move back from us.
Whatever. You don't have to be ashamed. Just put down the gun.
Yep. Raz is pacing the front. Uh-oh.
Yeah, during the
Alright, I gotta situate.
If there are organizers in the group that can work with the group to move the group back, for your safety and ours, move the group back.
Yep.
We want this to remain a safe
Actually, yes, that's actually exactly why. Protesters feel the need that they can protest anywhere in Seattle, anywhere in the streets. Which I believe is true. But cops seem to be super adamant about not letting that happen. I mean, I get why. They don't want the precinct to burn down. Like, we don't want the precinct to burn down necessarily. Like, I get it. You know, they burned it down in Minneapolis. My gear is on and ready. I cannot hear what they're chanting.
For the local media, to be very clear, we have seen the fencing cut, the bicycle fencing cut, and we are concerned about that. I have asked this group to move back multiple times. I want to keep this a safe demonstration. I'm asking the organizers to please work with the group to move this group back and lower this temperature so that we're able to keep this a safe demonstration for everybody involved. Let's work together to make this a safe demonstration. Nobody is advancing on you. We are asking you to move back.
Shit's popping off on 12th. Yes, likely there is a guy filming. I don't know his name. Sean, I think is his name.
They can go home if they don't want us to yell at them.
All right, we'll move back up in a minute. I just wanted to touch base with my buddy. You good? Yeah. All right. Peace. They're like 5-10 feet away. Peace. Right, I'll be back. Peace. I just want to make sure you're good. Peace. Coming back. Sorry. Coming back. Sorry. Oh, you good, bro. I'm not sure. Turn this off for you guys, huh? I can't show how many protesters there are because I'm in the front. And the thing I was standing on broke, so I can't show, but there is
You want me to flash it, bro? I'm a little taller.
Sure, dude. Do it. Yeah, do it up. Cover it for the people, you know? Yeah, man, of course. If there's one thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna document this shit. Alright, I'm gonna go risky. I'm gonna do one walk-in.
A lot of confused. And you know someone. Get your ass up there. This is what we do. And you guys hold the lines as true soldiers that respect you.
I don't know whether the time is 10:30 or 10:45, but there is a vote scheduled on the Senate floor. It's my intention to keep the meeting going during that vote. We'll take turns going, so somebody is going to be here presiding while I go home.
And help me with holding back. Lift it.
Hold the gavel. Director Comey, well, we thank the FBI for what it does to keep America safe. There's been a lot of controversy surrounding the FBI since the last time we were here, 2015. In March, we publicly acknowledged that the FBI is investigating allegations of coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia's effort to interfere in the 2016 election. Under President Obama's order, former DNI Clapper had been in charge of the intelligence community's review of that efforts. Mr. Clapper testified that President Obama asked the intelligence community to compile all available information.
I know I'm trying to be media, but I don't want to be like on
Mr. Clapper said,
I don't know. I don't want to be an instigator. I don't want to be the one that's trying to like start something.
The New York Times reported that American officials found no proof. Published a dossier spinning wild conspiracy theories about the Trump campaign. BuzzFeed acknowledged that the claims were unverified and some of the details were clearly wrong. BuzzFeed has since been sued for publishing them. Since then, much of the dossier has been proven wrong, and many of his outlandish claims have failed to gain traction. For example, no one's looking for moles or Russian agents embedded in the DNC. Yet some continue to quote parts of this document as if it were gospel truth. And according to press reports, the FBI has relied on the document to justify its current investigation.
Thank you guys, I appreciate
There have been reports that
I
the
can't
FBI
keep them on because I'm mobile.
the author
Oh, it's
of
still
the
going.
dossier, who paid his sources,
Oh, it's chat on my screen.
their subsources. Where did the money come from? And what motivated the people writing the checks? The company that oversaw the dossier's creation, Fusion GSP, won't speak to that point either. Its founder, Glenn Simpson, is refusing to cooperate with this company's investigation and inquiry.
So hopefully that
This
works.
company is also the
Thank you
subject
for the
of a
follows,
complaint
boys.
to the Justice Department.
That account?
That complaint alleges that Fusion
Let me mod that account,
worked as an unregistered foreign agent for Russian
type in
interests
chat. Type
and
in
with
chat.
the former Russian intelligence agency at the time
Type in chat,
on the dossier. It was filed with the Justice Department in July, long before the dossier came out. The man who wrote the dossier admitted in court that it has unverified claims. Does that sound like a liable
Yo, Kermax,
basis
I'm gonna mod you too.
for law enforcement or intelligence actions.
right, there we go.
Unfortunately, the FBI has provided me materially inconsistent information about these issues. That is why we need to know more about it, how much the FBI relied on it. Once you buy into the claim of collusion, then suddenly every interaction with a Russian can be twisted to seem like confirmation of a conspiracy theory. Now, I obviously don't know what the FBI will find.
Thank you.
For the good of the country, I hope
The
that
cops
the
are doing
FBI
really well about not
gets
escalating.
to the truth soon,
We'll see.
whatever that truth
It's
or
been
that
calm
answer
for
may be.
the whole time we've been here.
If there are wrongdoers, they should be punished, and the innocent should have their names cleared. And in the meantime, this committee is charged
Of course.
with the FBI. And we can't wait until this is over. Otherwise, too many people will have confidence in the FBI's conclusion. The public needs to know what role the dossier has played and where it came from. And we need to know whether there was any conflict going on in the campaigns with the right ones, or are these mere allegations of this partisan smear campaign that will lead our government chasing conspiracy theory. Now, before the election, and before we knew about this notorious dossier,
I'm giving you a warning now. I am not going to let you come through this line. I've asked you to step back away from the officers. Do not put things in the officer's face. I am giving you warnings now. Our officers have not moved their position. You have continued to move forward and forward again. And now there are people that are putting items in the officer's face.
He did
If this is a peaceful movement, if this is a peaceful protest, I'm asking you to take a few steps back and we keep this a peaceful demonstration. Work with us to keep this a peaceful demonstration. I have told you for our safety and yours, I want to maintain some distance. But walking up to the officers and putting things in their face is not going to do that. I want to keep this a peaceful demonstration. Do not let it devolve from this.
President Clinton during the investigation, she failed to recuse herself from that.
You step back!
The director's announcement effectively gave her cover to have it both ways. She would appear publicly not involved, but remain in control of the ultimate outcome. Moreover, in its haste to end a tough, politically charged investigation, the FBI failed to follow up on credible evidence of the intent to hide federal records from the Congress and the public. It is a federal crime, as we know, to willfully and unlawfully conceal, remove, or destroy a federal record. Director Comey said that, quote, the FBI also discovered several thousand work-related emails, and that Secretary Clinton did not turn over to the State Department. He said that Secretary Clinton's lawyers, quote, cleaned their devices in such a way as to preclude complete forensic recovery of additional emails. The Justice Department also entered into immunity agreements limiting the scope of the FBI investigation. Some of these agreements prohibited the FBI from reviewing any emails on the laptops of the Clinton aides that were created outside of Secretary Clinton's hangar at State. But of course, any emails related to alienating records would not have been created until after she left office during the Congressional FBI reviews. And even though these records were subject to congressional subpoena and preservation records, the Justice Department agreed to destroy the laptops. So a cloud of doubt hangs over the FBI objectivity. The director says that the people at the FBI don't give a rip about politics. But the director installed as deputy director a man whose wife ran for elected office and accepted almost $1 million from Governor Terry
TOS, no TOS drugs.
friend and fundraiser
Don't even bring up the TOS.
for the Democratic Party. Andrew McCabe also reportedly met in person with Governor McAuliffe's office about his wife's political plans, and he did not recuse himself from the Clinton investigations or the right to matter, despite the obvious appearance of conflict. The Inspector General is reviewing these issues, but once again, the people deserve answers, and the FBI has not provided those answers. We need the FBI to be accountable because we need the FBI to be effective. Its mission is to protect us from the most dangerous threats facing our nation. And as the director was last here, the drumbeat of attacks on the United States from those directed or inspired by ISIS and other radical terrorists has continued. For example, in June 2016, terrorists killed 49 and wounded another 53 in Orlando, frequently by gay and lesbian community. It was the most deadly attack in the United States soil.
I'm not white kid on the wall.
But afterwards, in September, a terrorist stabbed 10 at a mall in Minneapolis, and another terrorist injured 31 at bombs in New Jersey and New York City. And in November, a terrorist injured 13 driving in students and teachers at Ohio State University. Our allies have been immune to newspaper treatment. We all recall the tragedy in July 2016 when terrorists plowed their truck through a crowd in France, killing over 90 people. So, we in the Congress need to make sure that the FBI has the tools it needs to investigate terrorism as well as other serious violent crimes. And these tools must adapt to both evolving technology threats while preserving our civil liberties. I hope we can also hear from the director about the FBI's use of some of these tools that may require Congress's attention. And most obviously, the FISA Section 702 authority is up for reauthorization at the end of the year. This authority provides the government the ability to collect the electronic communications of foreigners outside the United States with the compelled assistance of American companies. And Bush and Obama administrations were strongly supportive of 702
with the Seattle Police
and now
Department.
the
We really
Trump
are.
administration. From all accounts,
That's right.
the law
Well,
has proven to be highly effective in helping to protect the United States and our allies. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board and many other federal courts have found Section 702 constitutional and consistent with our Fourth Amendment. Yet questions and concerns persist for many about its effects on our civil liberties, specifically in the way the FBI queries data collected under Section 702. In addition, the director has spoken out often about how the use of encryption by terrorists and criminals is eroding the effectiveness of one of the FBI's core investigative tools, a warrant based on probable cause. I look forward to an update from you, Director Comey, on the going dark problem. I'm also waiting for answers from
Does anyone know how I'm
FBI's,
doing on time?
advanced knowledge of an attempted terrorist
I know it only goes up
attack
to 4
on
hours,
15
so I want to make sure
Garland,
I'm being mindful of
Fortunately, the attack was interrupted by a local police officer, but not before a guard was shot. After the attack,
If anybody could let me know how I'm doing on time in the comments, that would be amazing.
But it was recently revealed that an undercover FBI agent was in close communication with one of the attackers in the weeks leading up to the attack. The undercover agent was in a car directly behind the attacker when they started shooting and fled the scene. The committee needs clarity on what the FBI knew, whether there was plans to disrupt any attack, and whether it shared enough information with local law enforcement. And Obviously, you expect me to always remind you about whistleblowers.
There's a great opportunity
Finally,
right
as you
now for
know,
me to
the
pin
FBI
in the
Whistleblower
comments
Protection
a link
Enhancement Act
to
became
calling for
law
Mayor Jenny Durkan's
December
resignation. If
2016.
someone could
It
please post that
clarified
link in
that
the
FBI
comments, I will
employees
pin
are
that
protected
comment.
when they disclose
Please and thank
wrongdoing
you.
to their supervisors. In April,
Thank you, Jason.
we learned that
Thank you
the
for the
FBI
update.
still has not updated its policies and done much to educate employees
Thank you,
on the
Domenica.
new law. The Inspector General gave the FBI updated training this past January. Employees who know that
Thank you,
they're
Tatiana.
protected are more likely to come forward with evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse. They should not have to wait many months to be trained on such a significant change
We're talking about
in
defunding.
their
We're talking
rights
about a
and their
50%
protection.
budget
And
decrease
these
from
are all
Seattle City
important
General
issues, and I look
Fund.
forward to discussing
Right now,
them
Seattle
with you,
PD has
Director
an
Coleman.
annual
Public's
budget of
faith
about
in the FBI,
$363 to
Congress,
$400
and our
million.
democratic
So they're
process
calling to slash
has
that
been
in
tested
half
lately.
and redirect those
Oversight and
services
transparency
towards community-based
hopefully will
programs
restore
that
faith.
actually get to the root causes of social problems, such
Thanks
as
very much,
addiction-related
Mr.
services,
Chairman.
mental health counseling,
Chairman, as you
education.
stated,
Could you imagine if
this
we
is the committee's
divested from policing and
annual oversight hearing,
invested in education?
to conduct that oversight of the FBI.
I know, right?
So usually,
Someone said on
review
Twitter,
and ask questions about the FBI's
it's
work
radical to think that
ranges from
defunding
major
the
federal
police
law enforcement
or
priorities
I'm butchering this,
to
but
the specific
if you think
concerns
defunding
of
the police is a
individual
radical
members
idea, just wait
of
to
the
hear how
committee.
many years we've been
However,
defunding education.
this hearing
I
takes
think that was
place
sweet.
at a unique time. Last year, for the first time, the FBI and its investigation of a candidate
Yeah, happy to be streaming.
for
Thanks for
president
tuning in.
became the center of the closing days of a
See if
presidential
anyone's posted
election.
the
Before voters went to the polls last November,
link to the petition.
they had been inundated with stories about the
Come on, y'all.
FBI's
Somebody give us a
investigation of Senator Clinton's emails. The press coverage was wall to wall. Every day there was another story about Secretary Clinton's emails. Every day questions
There we
were
go.
released.
Chloe. Yes.
Every day questions
Yes,
were
bitch.
raised about whether classified
Thank you, Chloe.
information had
You are a
been
real one.
released or compromised. And over and over again, there was commentary from the FBI about its actions and investigation. On July 5th, 2016, 2 months before the election, Director Comey publicly announced that the FBI had concluded its investigation and determined that no reasonable prosecutor would bring a case against
we are
Secretary Clinton.
maintaining our line here.
That should have been the end
While we're
of the story.
paused, there's no
but it
music and no
wasn't.
chanting. I want to make a
11
direct
days
call to
before
action.
the election,
If you're watching
on
this
October
stream right now,
28th,
and you can see the pinned
2016,
comment on
Director
this stream,
Comey then announced
and
that
you
the
wanna show up for the
FBI was
protesters,
reopening
but you
the
did not
Clinton
sign
investigation
that petition,
because of emails
then you did not show
on
up
Anthony
for the protesters
Weiner's computer.
tonight.
This
Okay, I
explosive
cannot be any more
announcement,
clear about that.
and it was,
If you want to
came
support Black Lives
unprompted
Matter and the movement
and
here in
without
Seattle,
knowing
the movers and
whether
shakers
a
on the ground
single
here,
email
you need
warranted
to sign that
a
petition.
new
Otherwise, it's just lip
investigation.
service and a way to spend,
was, in
your
fact,
Sunday night.
a big
I'd rather be at
October
home
surprise.
watching the stream.
But in
Trust
fact,
me,
as it
but I'm out
turned
here
out,
doing the damn
not
thing.
one
And it's
email
okay that you're
on
not,
the
but
laptop
show up for us in other ways.
changed
Show
the
up and sign that damn
FBI's
petition
original
because
conclusion
a lot of
that
a
no
long list of
prosecution
Democratic
was
leaders here in the city have
And
called
only
on the mayor
2
to
days
resign.
before the
My
election,
name is on that list.
the FBI sent another
and
public letter
I would like for
to
yours to be as well.
Congress,
So please,
affirming
please
its
join us. Some people have asked if you
conclusion.
are not from Seattle, can you still
This
sign it?
was extraordinary.
Yes, the opportunity to
plain
sign it is
and
still there.
simple.
It'll ask you which
I
district you're in,
join
and you can
those
just
who
say other.
believe that the
I believe,
actions taken by the
and it asks you to
FBI
list your credentials,
did,
what
in
organization
fact,
you're affiliated
have
with.
an impact
But it's really
on
quick.
the
It takes
election.
20 seconds. I know
What's
I signed
worse
it. I know a lot of my
is
friends
that
have signed it.
while
I know a
all
lot of the
this
local
was
Democratic
going
leaders
on
that I
in the
talked with
public spotlight,
have signed it. And I'm
while
calling
the
on everybody watching
FBI
this
was
stream.
discussing its
If you care about Black Lives,
investigation
if you care
into
about divestment from
Senator
this PD,
Clinton's
if you care
email server
about
in detail,
activism organizers here on the
I
ground
cannot
that have
help
been doing
but
this
note
work
that
for
it
decades,
was
y'all.
noticeably
Please help us
silent
out. Mind you, this is
about
just a
the
small target.
investigation
Getting rid of
into the
a
Trump
bullshit
campaign
neoliberal
and
mayor
Russian
isn't going to
interference
save Black
into
lives.
the
It's not going to get us
election.
to Black liberation.
In
But it is
June
damn sure a step in the right
2016,
direction, and it sends a
the
strong
press
message to the
reported that Russian hackers had infiltrated the computer system of the Democratic National Committee. In response, then candidate Trump and his campaign began goading the Russian government
respect
into
and
hacking
honor organizer
Secretary
activist demands.
Clinton.
We will show up in numbers.
2 months
We're not
later,
fucking around anymore,
in
okay?
August,
So
on Twitter,
yeah, that's my two
Roger
thoughts on that.
Stone
Thanks for listening.
declared, trust me,
It will
I didn't
soon
stand on a
be
soapbox this time
Podesta's
because last time I
in
almost
the
got myself
barrel."
killed.
End quote. He then bragged that he was in communication
But believe
with
me,
WikiLeaks.
I was on my mental soapbox.
And this was during the campaign in Florida. He told a group of Florida Republicans that founder Julian Assange said
Well, the
that
mayor
founder
is in charge of the
Julian
police.
Assange, and that there
The
would
mayor
be
is
no
the
telling
police's
what the
boss.
October surprise might be. End
So,
quote.
you know, you
Clearly,
can go for
he
low-hanging
knew what he
fruit.
was
You can go for
talking
individual officers. You can even
2
go for the
months
police
later,
chief.
on
That's
October
low-hanging
7th,
fruit. I want the top dog.
thousands of emails from John Podesta's account
Again,
were published on
This is we're making
We
an
now
example
know
out of Mayor Jenny
that
Durkin
through the
because she tried to
fall
make an
election,
example out of the protesters.
the FBI was
night after night by
actively
tear gassing us,
investigating
flashbang
Russia's
grenading us,
efforts
thinking that we would
to
back down,
interfere with the
thinking that it wouldn't enrage us.
campaign and
But
possible
it's only
involvement
made the numbers
of Trump
show up
campaign officials
in tenfold.
those efforts.
I mean, the
Yet
first
the
night I think we had
FBI
a couple
remained
thousand.
In fact,
but the night
the
after
FBI summarily
the umbrella
refused to
incident,
even acknowledge the existence
man, we
of
had
any
probably close to
investigation.
20 to 30,000 people.
It's still
on Capitol
very
Hill. It was unlike anything I've ever seen.
And I hope, Director, that you will clear this up. Why the FBI's treatment of these two investigations was so dramatically different. With the
Thank you, everybody. I
Clinton
appreciate you
email
signing.
investigation, it has been said
Thank
that,
you,
quote,
everybody.
exceptional circumstances,
It means a lot to us.
end quote,
I'm trying to
including
use
the
more
high
ice cream.
interest
Sorry,
in
it
the
means a lot
matter
to me.
and the need to reassure
and I'm
the
sure everybody
public
else on that list, it would mean a lot to them as
required
well.
public comment
So
from
thank
the
you for doing that.
However, I can't imagine how an unprecedented
There's some
big
internal
and
discussions
bold
going on the
hacking
protest side.
interference
They're trying to
in
figure
our
out
election
tactics or
by the
what's
Russian
right, what's wrong,
government did not
how they want to go about the
present
next little bit.
exceptional
Because we're at the point where we
circumstances.
can't move forward any further
As I
without
said at the beginning, we're
putting
in a unique
ourselves directly in
time.
harm's way.
A foreign
We have
adversary
got the
had actively interfered
big
with the
lights
presidential election.
that were brought out earlier this
The
week.
FBI was
in front of us
investigating
shining
not
down.
just that interference,
You can see the protesters
but whether campaign officials associated with the president
Not with the
were
umbrellas,
connected to this interference. And the Attorney General has recused himself from any involvement in this investigation. At the same time, the FBI must continue to work
I wanted to give a
with
shout out
its
to
state
Russell.
and local law
My
enforcement
pipes
partners
in my
and the intelligence
my condo
community as well to
burst,
investigate crime
and
of all types.
my floors got ripped
Violent
into
crime, increased narcotic trafficking, fraud, human trafficking,
Keep the
terrorism,
distance.
child
that conversation for another
exploitation,
Again, for your
public
safety and
corruption.
ours, we want to make sure that everybody
Yesterday,
stays
this
safe.
committee had a very important hearing.
There's a lot of movement
on
with
hate
laying flowers out and doing
crimes
things. I
against
just want to make sure
specific
everybody
religions
stays safe.
and
It's
races,
fine. Laying
which are
flowers
often
out. I just want to make sure that we
In
have enough
order to
distance
do
keep
all of
everybody
that,
safe.
I firmly believe it is of the utmost importance that the American people
For our
have
safety
faith
and yours, and
trust
it's asked that again, you take a
nation's
step
top
back
law
of those
enforcement
organizers
agency. We
that can
must be
assist with
sure
trying to keep
that
everybody
all of
back
the
and we can
FBI's
try to keep a
decisions are
proper.
made in the interest of justice,
wanna
not
keep
in the
everybody
interest
safe tonight.
of any political agenda
so we've got
or
some
reputation of
POC,
any one agency or individual.
folks
So, Mr. Director,
arguing about tactics,
today we
and I don't want
need
to
to
film
hear
them out of respect.
how the FBI will
so I'm going to
regain
turn it back
that
around on
faith
me.
and trust. We need straightforward answers to our questions. We want to hear how you're going to.
One other thing you guys can do right now.
These racist cops are got to go. Hey, hey.
These racist cops have got to go.
These racist cops are got to
As the
go.
old saying goes for some of these things,
I'm going to pin that.
introduction, so I'm going to just introduce you as Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But to once again, thank you for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony and answer to our questions. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Feinstein, members of the committee, thank you for having this annual oversight hearing about the FBI. I know that sounds a little bit like someone saying they're looking forward to going to the dentist, but I really do mean it. I think oversight of the FBI of all parts of government, but especially the one I'm lucky enough to lead, is essential. I think it was John Adams who wrote to Thomas Jefferson that power always thinks it has a great soul. The way you guard against that is having people ask hard questions. Ask good questions and demand straightforward answers, and I promise you I will do my absolute best to give you that kind of answer today. I also appreciate the conversation I know we're going to have today and over the next few months about reauthorizing Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman. This is a tool that is essential to the safety of this country. I did not say the same thing about the collection of telephone dialing information by the NSA. I think that's a useful tool. 702 is an essential tool, and if it goes away, we will be less safe as a country. And I mean that, and we'll be happy to talk more about that. Thank you for engaging on that so we can tell the American people why this matters so much and why we can't let it go away. As you know, the magic of the FBI that you oversee is its people. And we talk, as we should, a lot about our counterterrorism work, about our counterintelligence work, and I'm sure we'll talk about that today. But I thought I would just give you some idea of the work that's being done by those people all over the country, all over the world, every day, every night, all the time. And I pulled 3 cases that happened that were finished in the last month just to illustrate it. The first was something I know that you followed closely, the plague of threats against Jewish community centers that this country experienced in the first few months of this year. Children frightened, old people frightened, terrifying threats of bombs at Jewish institutions, especially the Jewish community centers. The entire FBI surged in response to that threat, working across all programs, all divisions, our technical wizards, using our vital international presence, and using our partnerships, especially with the Israeli National Police. We made that case, and the Israelis locked up the person behind those threats and stopped that terrifying plague against the Jewish community centers. The second case I wanted to mention is, all of you know what a botnet is. These are the zombie armies of computers that have been taken over by criminals, lashed together in order to do tremendous harm to innocent people. Last month, the FBI, working with our partners with the Spanish National Police, took down a botnet called the Kelios botnet and locked up the Russian hacker behind that botnet, who made a mistake that Russian criminals sometimes make of leaving Russia and visiting the beautiful city of Barcelona, and is now in jail in Spain. And the good people's computers who had been lashed to that zombie army have now been freed from it and are no longer part of a huge criminal enterprise. And the last one I'll mention is, this past week, for the first time since Congress passed a statute making it a crime in the United States to engage in female genital mutilation, to mutilate little girls. It's been a felony in the United States since 1996. We made the first case last week against doctors in Michigan for doing this terrifying thing to young girls all across the country. With our partners in the Department of Homeland Security, we brought a case against 2 doctors for doing this to children. This is among the most important work we do, protecting kids especially, and it was done by great work that you don't hear about a whole lot all across the country by the FBI. It is the honor of my life. I know you look at me like I'm crazy for saying this about this job. I love this work. I love this job. And I love it because of the mission and the people I get to work with. Some of whose work I just illustrated by pulling those 3 cases from last month. But it goes on all the time, all around the country, and we're safer for it. I love representing these people, speaking on their behalf, and I look forward to your questions today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your opening statement. We'll start out probably with the subject you wish I
We were defending ourselves. We have been defending ourselves. We don't need to be against each other. We're all on the same page. Feel me?
It's frustrating.
One line. We got the line. We make the line. We made the line. And we are on the line. They are on our line. They need to back up our line and what the line is. I'll tell you something else, Chants. Back here, fucking people off our street. It is our street. Whose street? 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 Our street. Our street. Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. Our street. Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street. Whose street? Our street.
Has any classified information relating to President Trump associated with
by the hands of the FTD. Let's talk about Mexican and his daughter who they shot and killed. Wow, she was in his arms with no regard for her life. No regard.
Is there an
They didn't
investigation
even do an attempt to respond to the order. They just killed him. That's murder. Murder.
Answer that question, Senator, for reasons I think you know. There have been a variety of leaks, but especially in the last 3 to 6 months, and where there is a leak of classified information, the FBI, if it's information makes it to the Department of Justice or if it's another agency's information, they do the same, and then DOJ authorizes the overall investigation. I don't want to confirm in an open setting whether any investigations are.
How much blood? How can you sleep at night? How can you think that's okay? How can you stand before us after you are better?
You did that in the Valerie case. What's the difference here?
The most important difference is I don't have authorization from the department to confirm any of the investigations they've authorized, and it may be that we can get that at some point, but I'm not going to do it sitting here in an open setting without having talked to you.
Take off your right here.
Sure.
Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. I don't see no right here. Take off your right here. Take off your right here.
I'm not going to answer about any particular investigations, but there have been situations in the past where if you think the FBI or its leadership are suspects, you have another investigative agency support the investigation. So what can be done has been done.
Take off your right gear. 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 We don't see no right here. Take off your right gear. Take off your right gear. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter.
Classified setting.
That is why. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter.
Again, to react to that, I have to give a classified answer, and I can't give it sitting here. I'm not confirming there was anyone, so I can't. The subject is classified. In an appropriate forum, I'd be happy to brief you on it, but I can't do it in an open hearing.
I assume that other members of the committee could have access to that briefing if they
now.
talk about what
Once again, Captain, the fucking defenses did not work, Captain.
court order.
Defenses are down. Once again, we are standing by the
Hey now.
You mentioned at the beginning.
Hey now.
Briefly, can you provide the committee
the people have
status of the
halfway up the clock.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
Any progress to your
It'll probably be better if you put it under your beanie and actually on your skin.
Mr. Chairman, this shadow created by the problem we call going dark continues to fall across more and more of our world. Take devices, for example. The ubiquitous default full disk encryption on devices is affecting now about half.
I agree.
First 6 months of this fiscal year, FBI examiners will have 6,000 devices, for which we have lawful authority search warrant. 96% of those cases are put out on those devices with any technique. That means half of the devices that we encounter. Terrorism cases, intelligence cases, gang cases, and child pornography cases cannot be opened with any technique. That is a big problem. And so the shadow continues to fall. I'm determined to continue to make sure the American people and Congress know about it. I know this is important to the President and the new Attorney General. I don't know yet how the new administration intends to approach it. It's something we have to talk about. Like you, I care a lot about privacy. I also care an awful lot about public safety. And it continues to be a huge alignment between those two things. I look forward to continuing that conversation.
That's how we do it.
I don't know the answer yet. As I said, I hope I said last time we talked about this, it may require a legislative solution at some point. The Obama administration was not in a position where they were seeking legislation. I don't know yet if President Trump intends to approach this. We know he spoke about it during the campaign. I know he cares about it. It's a great cheer for me.
My new girlfriend to be. We'll be taking a man from me.
Director, I have a question regarding I view it as a most important question.
If you hurt them, they can't be violent. You know what they're going to do to us, okay? But they don't keep it. We aren't afraid, though. Don't get it twisted. We're just moving smart. That's it. We're moving without
on a new computer without any knowledge of what was in that computer. Why didn't you just do the investigation as you would normally?
Hey now. I just need a break from the crowd for a second.
Thank you. October 27th,
I can't fucking see the cops
investigative
anyway.
team that had finished the investigation in July, focused on Secretary Clinton's emails, asked to meet with me. So I met with them that morning, late morning at my conference room, and they laid out for me what they could see from the metadata on this fella Anthony Weiner's laptop that had been seized in an unrelated case. What they could see from the metadata was that there were thousands of Secretary Clinton's emails on that device, including what they thought might be the missing emails from her first 3 months as Secretary of State. We never found any emails from her first 3 months. She was using a Verizon BlackBerry then, and that's obviously very important, because if there was evidence that she was acting with bad intent, that's where it would be in the first 3 months.
But they weren't there.
But can I just finish my answer, Senator? And so they came in and said, we can see thousands of emails from the Clinton email domain, including many, many, many from the Verizon Clinton domain, BlackBerry domain. They said, we think we got to get a search warrant to go get these. And the Department of Justice agreed we had to go get a search warrant. So I agreed. I authorized them to seek a search warrant. And then I faced a choice. And I've lived my entire career by the tradition that if you can possibly avoid it, you avoid any action in the run-up to an election that might have an impact, whether it's a dog catcher election or President of the United States. But I sat there that morning and I could not see a door labeled no action here. I could see two doors, and they were both actions. One was labeled speak, the other was labeled conceal. Because here's how I thought about it. I'm not trying to talk you into this, but I want you to know my thinking. Having repeatedly told this Congress, we are done and there's nothing there, there's no case there, there's no case there, to restart in a hugely significant way, potentially finding the emails that would reflect on her intent from the beginning, and not speak about it would require an act of concealment, in my view. And so I stared at speak and conceal. Speak would be really bad. There's an election in 11 days. Lordy, that would be really bad. Concealing, in my view, would be catastrophic. not just to the FBI, but well beyond. And honestly, as between really bad and catastrophic, I said to my team, we've got to walk into the world of really bad. I've got to tell Congress that we're restarting this, not in some frivolous way, but in a hugely significant way. And the team also told me, we cannot finish this work before the election. And then they worked night after night after night, and they found thousands of new emails. They found classified information on Anthony Weiner. Somehow, her emails are being forwarded to Anthony Weiner, including classified information by her assistant, Huma Abedin. And so they found thousands of new emails. And they called me the Saturday night before the election and said, thanks to the wizardry of our technology, we've only had to personally read 6,000. I think we can finish tomorrow morning, Sunday. So I met with them. And they said, we found a lot of new stuff. We did not find anything that changes our view of her intent. So we're in the same place we were in July. It hasn't changed our view. I asked them lots of questions. I said, okay, if that's where you are, I also have to tell Congress that this is terrible. It makes me mildly cautious. I think we might have had some impact on the election. But honestly, who changed the decision? Everybody who disagrees with me has to come back to October 28th with me and stare at this and tell me what you would do. Would you speak or would you conceal? And I could be wrong, but we honestly made a decision between those two choices. And even in hindsight, this has been one of the world's most painful experiences, I would make the same decision. I would not conceal that on October 28th from the Congress. And I sent a letter to Congress. By the way, people forget this. I didn't make a public announcement. I sent a private letter to the chairs and the ranking of the oversight committees. I know it's a distinction without a difference in the world of leaks, but it was very important that I tell them instead of conceal it. And reasonable people can disagree, but that's the reason I made that choice. And it was a hard choice. I still believe in retrospect the right choice, as painful as this has been. I'm sorry for the long answer.
Let me respond on the letter. It was just a matter of minutes before you. Secondly, my understanding, my staff has just said to me that you didn't get a search warrant before making the announcement.
That's right. I think I authorized, and the Department of Justice agreed we were going to seek a search warrant. I actually don't see it as a meaningful distinction.
Well, it's very hard. It would have been, you took an enormous gamble. The gamble was that there was something there that would invalidate her candidacy. And there wasn't. So one has to look at that action and say, did it affect the campaign? And I think most people who have looked at this say, yes, it did affect the campaign. Why would he do it? And was there any conflict among your staff? People saying do it, people saying don't do it, as has been reported?
No, it was a great debate. I have a fabulous staff at all levels, and one of my junior lawyers said, should you consider what you're about to do may help elect Donald Trump president? And I said, thank you for raising that, not for a moment, because down that path lies the death of the FBI's independence. I can't consider for a second whose political fortunes will be affected in what way. We have to ask ourselves, what is the right thing to do, and then do that thing. I'm very proud of the way we debated it, and at the end of the day, everyone on my team agreed we have to tell Congress that we are restarting this in a hugely significant way.
Of the capital state and ordinary people has been resolved by ordinary people building strong enough movements, as we are seeing, the beginnings of build strong enough movements to act in concrete forms related to the police, but also recognizing as the movement is correctly doing, which is that itself is guilty of all systems with capitalism, because Leahy began to talk about other investigations, and I think this theory does not hold up when you look at other investigations. But let me go on to 702, because you began your comments saying how important it is.
You've got people in your group that are saying they want to keep this a peaceful protest. I want to believe them, and we want to keep it a peaceful protest as well. I'm asking you to not shine that in the officers' eyes. These officers are standing on the line, not advancing towards you. We're asking that you maintain a safe standoff distance and not shine the mirror light in your eyes.
While others say that such queries are essential to assuring that potential terrorists don't slip through the cracks as they did before. So could you give us your views on that and how it might be handled to avoid the charge which may bring down 702?
Thank you, Senator. It's a really important issue. The way 702 works is, under that provision of the statute, the FISA court, federal judges, authorize us as U.S. agencies to collect the communications of non-U.S. people that we believe to be overseas if they're using American infrastructure. The criticism the FBI has gotten and the feedback we've gotten consistently since 9/11 is, you have to make sure you're in a position to connect the dots. You can't have stovepiped information. So we've responded to that over the last 10 years, mostly to the great work of my predecessor, Bob Mueller. And we have confederated databases so that if we collect information under 702, it doesn't sit in a separate stovepipe. It sits in a single cloud-type environment. So that if I'm opening an investigation in the United States in a terrorism matter, an intelligence matter, or a criminal matter, and I have a name of the suspect and their telephone number and their email addresses, I search the FBI's databases. That search necessarily will also touch the information that's collected under 702 so that we don't miss a dot. But nobody gets access to the information that sits in the 702 database unless they've been trained correctly. If there is, let's imagine that terrorists overseas were talking about a suspect in the United States, or someone's email address in the United States was in touch with that terrorist, and that information sits in the 702 database. When we open the case in the United States and put in that name and that email address, it will touch that data and tell us there's information in the 702 database that's relevant. If the agent doing the query is properly
so if this video
trained
cuts off in
he or she will
12
be able to
minutes,
see that
I'll
information.
start a new
If they're
one.
not properly trained,
But
they'll be alerted that there is information. Then they have to go get the appropriate training and the appropriate oversight to be able to see it. But to do it otherwise
I'll be out for a bit.
is to risk us,
I'll be all right.
where it matters most, in the United States, failing to connect dots. So my view is the information that's in the 702 database has been lawfully collected, carefully overseen and checked, and our use of it is also appropriate and carefully overseen and checked.
State demonstrations so everybody can express their views.
I'm not sure what that means in this context. What we do is we combine information collected from any lawful source in a single FBI database so we don't miss a dot when we're conducting investigations in the United States. What we make sure, though, is nobody gets to see FISA information of any kind unless they've had the appropriate training and have the appropriate oversight.
Well, thank you, Senator. Director Comey, in January, I introduced the S-139.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. It's that 3 steps back thing ain't gonna happen. Unfortunately.
Flake, Klobuchar, and me on this committee, and maybe more. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for putting this bill on the agenda for tomorrow's business meeting. This is the same bill that the Senate unanimously passed last year. This technology allows developing a DNA profile and performing database comparisons in less than 2 hours. Following standards and procedures approved by the FBI, it would allow law enforcement to solve crimes and innocent advocates to exonerate the wrongfully accused.
Chanting, you step back.
Now, Mr. Director, you came before this committee in December 2015, and I asked you then about this legislation. You said
3 step
it would,
back,
quote,
6
help
step forward.
us change the world in a very, very exciting way, unquote. Is that still your view of the value of this legislation? And do you
Protesters
believe that
trying to
Congress
hand a
should
flower to
act on its
SPD.
own without getting tangled up in other criminal justice reform issues?
I agree very much, Senator Hatch, that rapid DNA will materially advance the safety of the American people, so that if a police officer somewhere in the United States has in custody someone who is in great risk, before letting them go on some lesser offense, they'll be able to quickly check the DNA database and get a hit.
We're not going to tell you where Foil Guy is, sir. If you're a white man, you probably shouldn't be up here at the front. All right, I'm live streaming. We should let
Get down and stretch your legs.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, dude, you're fuck you.
Male Karen.
I got you.
Thank you, guys.
Me too.
Thank you, guys.
Thorough evaluation vetting at the time they join such organizations. Along with Senator Franken and Klobuchar, I introduced the child protection and serving organizations, greater access to the nationwide FBI fingerprint background check system. Now, do you believe that providing organizations
That guy needs a Snickers.
greater access to FBI fingerprint background checks is an important step in child predators?
I do, Senator. I don't know enough about the legislation to react, but I think the information you can put in the hands of those who are vetting.
This is the police department again.
We have an
I'm
exciting
trying to
new feature of the
communicate with you throughout the night to
FBI's
keep this a safe
fingerprint
event.
system called
I've got the demonstrators on
check
the south
someone's
side of the line.
identification, check
that are
them to
within
see if
about
they have
3
no
feet of our
records.
office.
They later
I'm
develop.
not sure what your intention is. I'm not sure if your intention is to walk up toe to toe with the officers, as I said. We are trying to get you to step back so we can maintain some safe distance here for everybody involved. We want this to stay a safe demonstration. As I said before, I am not going to let you move through this line.
Still chanting, you step back.
Yeah, I almost lost my phone there. Y'all see that? Oh, no. Hey, good to see you again.
Where were you?
Talked to you earlier?
Oh, yeah. Wait, by the car thing?
Around the corner?
Down there. Yeah, about the
Oh, yeah. Yeah, damn, we got 9
Maintain a safe distance because we will beat the hell out of you.
Damn.
We want to keep you guys safe. Don't make us beat you. I know, that does seem to be the connotation he's giving off.
Very good, open, and productive conversations with the private sector over the last 18 months about this issue, because everybody realizes we care about the same things. We all love privacy, we all care about public safety, and none of us, the people that I hang around with, none of us want backdoors. We don't want access to devices built in some way. We want to work with the manufacturers on this to figure out how can we accommodate both interests in a sensible way? How can we optimize the privacy, the security features of their devices, and allow court orders to be complied with? We're having some good conversations. I don't know where they're going to end up, frankly. I could imagine a world that ends up with legislation saying if you're going to make devices in the United States, you figure out how to comply with court orders. Or maybe we don't go there. But we are having productive conversations.
Nice, dude.
That's not the only thing she'll search on site, probably. That pacifier right there?
no, their badges appear to be displayed. I can see names, and I can also see...
Some of their names are taken off, but some are not.
I haven't... Do we see any with names taken off? I can't see this person's name. This person's name appears to be missing from their uniform.
So are the police protesting? I don't know.
Their badge appears to show the number, although I can't make it out. But all the other names show up right around their chest there, and I do not see a name on this person. And then this guy here does not have his body.
The police are protesting the protesters.
You can see the ones flashing
The protesters
red.
are protesting the police brutality and the overuse of force.
Outside the United States.
This is a
my observations,
standoff.
there's at least one officer here of the 5 or 6
system in the United States. So it doesn't involve U.S. persons, and it doesn't involve activity in the United
They're
States.
protesting, please don't defund
each
us.
agency, as you said, has detailed procedures
Body cams are recorded.
how we
Good.
will handle this
Good.
information. that are approved by the FISA
Out of
court, and
6,
so
so
become
roughly
court orders
30%
that
here of the
govern
crowd,
us.
33%.
But not only are we overseen by the FISA court, we're
I
overseen
can't
by
verify
our
that, but
inspectors
just
general
taking a
and
small
by
sample,
Congress
that's what I
checking
see.
on our work. And you're exactly correct. There have been no abuses. Every court that has looked at this has said this is.
And again, if you're just tuning in, there has been a call to action from organizers and activists on the ground to email the Seattle City Council and demand they vote in favor of delivering the articles of impeachment to Mayor Jenny Durkin. So that was a mouthful, all to say, we want Seattle Council to get the mayor fired. Send an email to the pinned comment, put out an email blast that goes to every single Seattle City Council member and let them know the organizers and activists, you stand with them, you stand with Black Lives Matter, you stand with Black lives across the country. We demand Mayor Jenny Durkin resign immediately.
You got a following.
And I'll say it again, if you showed up on the live stream tonight to support the protesters, but you did not sign that petition, or you did not send that email, then you did not show up for the protesters here tonight. You can open up 5 tabs to run 5 different live streams, but you can't open up a tab to send an email that could actually make real change. All y'all are doing is being voyeuristic as fuck. You're being voyeuristic as fuck. And that is not helpful. In fact, that's actually actively harmful, right? We're not monetizing the stream. We're not having fun out here. This is scary. This is dangerous. I've already been tear gassed earlier this week. And you know, I'm a clean-cut white man, you know, working the corporate job. Imagine what, you know, some of these folks out here are. You know, 40 million people across the country are unemployed. We out here. My point is that I've gone through absolutely nothing compared to what some of the people in the street have gone through, not just in the last 9 days, but in the last 9 years and the last 9 decades. However, we got old people out here, we got young folks out here, a lot of young folks out here, y'all. So please write to that council member email address. Let them know you're standing in solidarity with Seattle protesters, Seattle Black Lives Matter organizers.
I think so. Can I explain, Senator?
Okay, we're getting asked to get down.
Okay, I'll be quick. The department, I think, treated both investigations consistently.
Please send that email.
The same principles.
Thank you, guys.
People forget we would not confirm the existence of the Hillary Clinton email investigation until 3 months after it began, even though it began with a public referral and the candidate herself talked about it. In October 2015, we confirmed it existed and then said not another word, not a peep about it until we were finished.
Before the election, and I think there are other things involved in the election.
Alex, we're calling on everybody to email the council, whether you live in the Seattle area or not. If you live in the area, you can mark what district you live in if you know it, or what neighborhood, if that's easier. And if you don't, you can let them know where you're from, let them know that you're watching. In fact, it might even be stronger if you send an email from Scotland, wherever in the world you're from. Please show up for us. That is an ask of activists and organizers here on the ground. So please and thank you. Please take 2 minutes, open up another tab. I'm going to be out here all night as long as this live will let me. I'll be out here. So, you know, let's get cozy together, y'all. Let's get cozy together. Open up a tab. Minimize the one you're on. Open up another tab. Open up your Outlook calendar. Open up your Gmail.
Because I had testified under oath.
And please send that email. I know it's bureaucratic bullshit, but that's what some of these council members respond to, including the one I want to put most pressure on, which is Lisa Herbold. That is L-I-S-A, last name Herbold, H-E-R-B-O-L-D. So if everybody wants to address that email to Lisa Herbold, I wouldn't mind. This message is for Lisa. Be respectful. We don't want to attack her, but be firm and unyielding. We need her to understand the severity of the situation.
He boasted that, and I quote,
My name is
FBI agent Jim Kallstrom made similar claims. Now, either they're lying or there's a serious problem within the Bureau. Anybody in the FBI?
And right now, she's the head honcho. She's the police boss. She's the big guy we gotta knock the fuck out. Figuratively, of course, do not use violence against the mayor. I'm not calling for violence. However, I think a strongly worded email could get that job done, especially in mass numbers. And if we got as many people streaming as y'all say that we do in the comments, man, if every person sent one email, imagine. This shit would be done tomorrow. This shit would be done tomorrow.
I don't know yet.
I don't know. That's probably giving myself way too much credit. But you know what I'm saying, though. Like, I mean, imagine waking up to your inbox 1,000 emails. Like, yo, like they're gonna put an end to this immediately. They want this to stop just as much as the police do, just as much as probably the protesters do. But a list of demands have been delivered to the mayor's office, and not a single one of them. Not only have they not been met, they have not even been acknowledged, y'all. They have not even been acknowledged. By acknowledgement, I mean the mayor had the audacity to stand on the steps of Seattle City Hall, directed to 10,000 protesters that took the steps and lined the streets outside of the frickin' City Hall building. 10,000 people, y'all. And we said to her face, here are our demands. What say you? What say you? We couldn't have been any clearer. We had an absolutely brilliant warrior of a woman out there delivering these demands. Her name is Nikita Oliver. Her and a list of and a group of other organizers and activists delivered these demands, and she looked us dead in the face and said that she hears our concerns, and they're exploring their options.
In that particular investigation, my
change.
judgment was
one big thing she said: change doesn't happen overnight.
Well,
bitch, it's about
fairness and independence.
For streaming to 20,000 people, if every single one of those people sent an email right here, right now, listening to my dumb voice, I'll shut up. If y'all send an email,
the conduct of
and then confirm in the comments, done. I want to see done. I want to see that.
As an independent-minded person, was a political appointee, and so I ought to give it to a career person like Pat Fitzgerald.
That's how you show up for us tonight here on the ground. That's how you show up. We got Seattle City Council members out here on the front lines, man. I already spoke with Shama Sawan earlier tonight. I spoke with like 4 or 5 of them last night. This isn't fun. This isn't cute, but we're going to be out here day in, day out until we don't have to be.
He is,
so, my back is tired.
I was, as Deputy Attorney General, a very independent-minded,
the other day I had my birthday. I didn't even get my birthday sex.
But it'd be premature for me to comment.
Sorry, Mom, if you're watching. Because I've just been so busy trying to get, a couple hours of sleep and then back out to the streets, and then also maintain my full-time job. So, help me, help Seattle, help myself. Write that email. Sign that petition.
The intelligence community with high confidence concluded it was Russia. In many circumstances, it's hard to do attribution
There's a
of
very
an act.
important meeting. This is time sensitive, y'all. There's a Seattle City Council virtual meeting tomorrow where all the members of the council, all 9 of them, will converge, and then they get to vote on whether or not they will say, yes, we're going to vote to impeach, or no, we're not going to. I know that's going to be introduced, and then they get to make a vote. And man, I'm telling you, if they wake up to, could you imagine, like 10,000 emails? If they woke up to emails in that number, y'all, like, this would be done. This would be done. I don't know how else to say it. Like,
serious action against students in a high school. Escalating cyber threats, including detailed death threats. Multiple lockdowns. The
Keep
FBI
it what?
worked closely with Champlain College's Leahy Center for Digital Investigation, which you visited a couple of years ago. It was a textbook example.
Can you see it from right there pretty good? All right, yeah. Careful, buddy.
Thank you for that.
Good morning, Director Comey. I'm disappointed to see that former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was in the news yesterday, essentially blaming you and blaming everything other than herself for her loss on November the 8th. I find it ironic because you're not the one who made the decision to handle classified information on a private email server. You're not the one who decided to have a private meeting with Secretary Clinton's husband in the middle of the Justice Department's ongoing investigation into Secretary Clinton's server. I use the word investigation here because according to a recent piece in the New York Times, you were forbidden from using the word investigation and were instead told to refer to the investigation, which it was, as a matter. Of course, it was the former Attorney General, Loretta Lynch, who, up until that meeting with President Clinton, was the person responsible for making the decision whether to convene a grand jury involving the allegations against Secretary Clinton. It was former Attorney General Loretta Lynch who apparently forbade you from using the word investigation. Indeed, if the New York Times story is true, the Democratic operative expressed confidence that the former Attorney General would keep that investigation from going very far.
Again, for you guys watching on the stream, this is Seattle City Council member Kashama Sawant, represents District 3. That's this district right here that we're in.
And it strikes me as somewhat sad that here and elsewhere condemn you for notifying Congress shortly before the election that you don't cover even more emails related to the investigation, including classified emails. Again, because Secretary Clinton made the decision to use a private email server. And I think it's important to remind folks that you are not the one who decided to do business this way and keep State Department emails on the computer of someone suspected of child pornography. Again, I believe you were placed in an incredibly difficult position. You did the best you could. You may recall I was one of those who felt like, given the nature of the investigation and concerns, that a special counsel should have been conducting the investigation. But of course, the Obama administration opposed that effort. So I just wanted to express to you my disappointment in this continued seeking of a reason, any reason other than the flawed campaign and the candidate herself, Secretary Clinton losing the presidential election. If I can turn to a couple of other substantive items here. You mentioned 702, the FISA and the reauthorization. And I believe you referred to this as the crown jewels of the FBI and counterterrorism investigations. Could you explain why this provides such a unique tool and why you regard it as literally the crown jewels of the FBI?
Thank you, Senator. Every time I talk about this publicly, I wince a little bit because I don't want bad people around the world to focus on this too much. But really bad people around the world, because of the genius of American innovation, use our products and infrastructure for their emails, for their communications. And what 702 allows us to do is quickly target terrorists, weapons of mass destruction, proliferators, spies, cyber hackers, non-Americans, who are using our infrastructure to communicate, to target them quickly and collectively. And it is vital to all parts of the intelligence community because of its agility, its speed, and its effectiveness. And again, in an open setting, we can't explain what you already know from classified briefings about what a difference this makes. But again, because America is the mother of all this innovation, they use a lot of our equipment, a lot of our networks to communicate with each other. If we were ever required to establish the new warrant basis of these non-Americans in our country, just because the photons from plan attacks cross our country's lands, we'd be tying ourselves in knots for reasons that make no sense and all many courts have said are unnecessary. So this is a tool. We talked a lot last year about the telephony metadata database. I think that's a useful tool. It does not compare in importance to 702. You can't do 702.
We got Omari interviewing Shama here.
Just looking for public, but I think the public needs to know that there are multiple oversight layers in the advertising court, congressional oversight, oversight on the FBI, American privacy rights while targeting terrorists and people who are trying to kill us. I want to talk a minute about well. The FBI can use national security letters, I believe, to get financial information now conduct
Ma'am, the line has now come up here. It's just a few feet here from the police. You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, is there any instruction or anything you're telling people? I know you're saying hold the line. Are you saying that in a very physical sense, that you want people to hold this position that they're in and not move forward? You got an issue behind us, ma'am. Got an issue behind us, ma'am.
In our counterterrorism cases and our counterintelligence cases, we can issue all kinds of layers of approval in the FBI a national security letter to find out the subscriber to a particular telephone number and to find out what numbers that telephone number was in contact with. Not the content of those communications, but just the connection. Again, because of what I believe is a typo in the law, and if I'm wrong, Congress will tell me
the officers are taking a posture here.
Companies that provide the same services but on the internet resist and say we don't have the statutory authority to serve an NSL national security letter to find out the subscriber to a particular email handle
why are you here today?
What addresses were in contact with what addresses. Although
what's the outcome? Like in a tangible sense,
I don't think Congress intended that distinction.
People
what it does to us is,
what
our most important investigations,
as a leader out here,
if we
you're
want to
telling
find out
people, I know you're not responsible for everybody, but what's your message out here? A lot of people in the crowd are watching you right now.
To go and get an order from a federal judge in Washington as part of the FISA court, an incredibly long and difficult process, and I'm worried about that slowing us down. I'm also worried about it becoming a disincentive for our investigators to do it at all. Because if you're working a case in San Antonio or in Seattle, you're moving very, very quickly. If I have to go to get subscriber information, for heaven's sakes, my email address to a federal court in Washington, I'm probably going to try and find some other way around it. If that's what Congress wants, sure, we'll follow. I don't think that was ever intended, so I would hope that Congress will fix what I believe is a typo.
And whoever threw the glass bottle at National Guard that is simply standing on the line, I would ask that you have that person move, to have them leave. We are trying to keep this a peaceful demonstration. We've done that for hours. We are trying to allow everybody an opportunity to be able to get their views out and do so safely. Yet we have someone in your crowd, that just threw a glass bottle and
as you are well aware, Russia is actively working to undermine our democracy and hurt American businesses at the same time. Now more than ever, Americans are looking to Congress for leadership, and we must be a united front. I've appreciated some of the members of this committee on the Republican side who've spoken out about this. We must be united as we seek information from the administration. Last month during a hearing in the House Intelligence Committee, you confirmed that the FBI is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, including any links between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. I know that you cannot discuss that ongoing investigation, but just one question to clarify. Will you commit to ensuring that the relevant
Police Bureau. Do not tamper with or climb on the fence. Do not throw projectiles or other items at or over the fence. If you do, you'll be subject to arrest and or force.
Approval to brief on particular people that we're investigating. We brief the chairs and the rankings, including of this committee, on who we have cases open on, exactly what we're doing, and how we're using various sources of information. I don't know whether the department will approve that for the entire intelligence committees, but I'll lean as far forward as I can.
And then because Attorney General Sessions is recused from that, and now Rod Rosenstein is approved, do you go to him then to get that approval?
Yes, I've already briefed him. His first day in office, I briefed him on where we are, so he would be the person to make that decision.
Thank you. In your testimony, you note that the Justice Department brought charges against Russian spies and criminal hackers in connection with the 2014 Yahoo cyber attack in February. An example of a cyber attack in December of 2016, the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security released a 13-page report providing technical details about how federal investigators linked Russia to the hacks against U.S. political organizations. Does Russia use the same military and civilian tools it used to hack our political organizations in order to do things like hack into U.S. companies, steal identities, and sell the credit card information of Americans on the black market? And how is the FBI working to fight against hackers supported by foreign governments like Russia?
The answer is yes. Both their government organizations and then they have a relationship, it's often difficult to define, with criminals. And that the Yahoo hack's actually an example of that. You had some of Russia's greatest criminal hackers and intelligence agency hackers working together. So the answer is yes. And what we're doing is trying to see if we can impose costs on that behavior in a lot of different ways, but including what I mentioned in my opening, which is locking up people. If we get them outside of Russia, Russia's not too great about cooperating with us inside their borders, but all of them like to travel, and so if they travel, grabbing them and locking, putting handcuffs on them to send a message that that's not a free
In your testimony, you also discussed the threat that transnational organized crime poses to our safety and our security. Russia has vast criminal networks that the Kremlin uses to sow instability across the world. I heard these concerns firsthand.
This is the Portland Police Bureau. This is a civil disturbance and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed. Leave now or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force to include crowd control munitions.
Because foreign buyers use them as a way to hide their identity and find a safe haven for their money in the U.S. In fact, nearly half of all homes in the U.S. worth at least $5 million are purchased using shell companies. Does the anonymity associated with the use of shell companies to buy real estate hurt the FBI's ability to trace the flow of illicit money and fight
This is a civil disturbance and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed.
Yes and yes.
Leave now or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force to include crowd control munitions.
Purchased by shell companies. That is a major problem. In March, this committee's subcommittee on crime and terrorism held its first hearing. I thank Senator Graham and Senator Whitehouse for that. I raised the issue of protecting our election infrastructure with former Bush Department of Justice official Ken Winston. We agreed that this is
a civil disturbance and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed. Leave now or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force to include crowd control munitions.
Efforts to address Russian cybersecurity threats in the 2016 election. I'm also working on legislation in this area. Can you discuss how the FBI has coordinated with the Election Assistance Commission, Department of Homeland Security, and state and local election officials to help protect the integrity of our election process?
Thank you, Senator. In short, what we've done with DHS is share tools, tactics, and techniques we see hackers, especially from the 2016 election season, using to attack voter registration databases and try to engage in other hacks, and then push that out to all the states and to the Election Assistance Commission so they can harden their networks. That's one of the most important things we can do is equip them with the information to make their systems tighter.
Very good, because as you know, we have different equipment all over this country. There's some advantage to that, I think. I think it's good when we have paper ballot backups, of course, but you have to be prepared for this.
This is the Portland Police Bureau. This is a civil disturbance and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed. Leave now or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force to include crowd control munitions.
We had a tragedy in a shopping mall in St. Cloud, Minnesota. 10 wounded at a shopping mall. Thankfully, brave off-duty cop was there and was able to stop further damage from being done. And I would also like to thank you and the FBI for your investigation, having talked to the chief up there.
This is the Portland Police Bureau. This is a civil disturbance and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed. Leave now or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force to include crowd control munitions.
That they're proud to have there. So they're working with them, they're working with the community, they're helping, but the FBI really stood in and did the investigation. And I guess I want to thank you for that. Just in with one question, since we're being recorded. that ISIS has encouraged lone wolf attacks, like what we saw in Orlando. It's Mercury attacks in St. Cloud. What challenges do these type of attacks present for law enforcement, and what is the FBI doing to prevent these kinds of tragedies?
Thank you, Senator. The central challenge is not just finding needles in a nationwide haystack, but trying to figure out which pieces of hay might become a needle. And that is which of the troubled young people, or sometimes it's older people, are consuming poisonous propaganda. Some ISIS, some Iraqi, some other sources.
This is a civil disturbance, and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway, and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is closed.
Building relationships with the community
now, or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force. To include crowd control munitions.
Of their faith, so they have the same incentives we do, and making sure they see us that way and we see them that way is at the heart of our response. Because we're not going to see some troubled kid going sideways and thinking we should stab people anywhere near as easily as the people around that can see it. And so getting in a position where they feel comfortable telling us or telling law enforcement is at the heart of our ability to find those needles, evaluate those pieces of hay, and stop this.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Comey, could you pass on to your agents and all support personnel how much we appreciate their efforts in the country? We're going to set a record for questions asked and answered in 6 minutes and 54 seconds, if I can. Do you agree with me if sequestration goes back into effect next year, it would be devastating to the FBI?
Yes.
And it's due to do so unless Congress changes it.
I've been told that.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that ISIL loses the caliphate? These people will go out throughout the world and become
This is a civil disturbance, and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Southwest NATO to 405 Highway, and Southwest Lincoln to West Burnside is
closed. That their power to put out their media,
now, or you'll be subject to arrest and or use of force.
The hard killers thrown out of the caliphate will be a big problem.
So from a funding point of view, terrorism is not going to get better, it's probably going to get worse.
I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever talk to Sally Yates about her concerns about General Flynn being compromised?
I did. I don't know whether I can talk about it in this forum, but yeah, the answer is yes.
That she had concerns about General Flynn, and she expressed those concerns to you. Right.
This is an unlawful assembly.
Do you stand by your House testimony on March 20th that there was no surveillance of the Trump campaign? You would know about it if it was, okay?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Carter Page, was there a FISA warrant issued regarding Carter Page's activity with Russians?
I can't answer that yet.
Did you consider Carter Page an agent of the campaign?
Same answer, can't answer that.
Do you stand by your testimony that there is an active investigation, counterintelligence investigation regarding the Trump campaign, individuals in
This
the
is an unlawful assembly. Leave downtown
To see if
Portland
there
to
was
the
any
west.
coordination between the Russian effort
Right.
and people's...
Is that still going on?
Yes.
Okay, so nothing's changed. You stand by those two statements.
Correct.
But you won't tell me about Carter Page.
Not here.
Okay. The chairman mentioned that Fusion, are you familiar with Fusion?
I know the name.
Okay, are they part of the Russian intelligence apparatus?
I can't say.
Do you agree with me that Fusion was involved in preparing the dossier against Donald Trump? That would be interfering in our election by the Russians.
I don't want to say.
You agree with me that Anthony Weiner of 2016 should not have access to classified information?
This is an unlawful assembly. Leave downtown
You agree with me
Portland to
that
the
if that's
west.
not illegal, we've got really bad laws.
If he had...
Well, he got it somehow.
It would be illegal if he didn't have appropriate clearance.
Well, do you agree with me he didn't have appropriate clearance?
He did.
If he did have appropriate clearance, that'd even be worse.
I don't believe at the time we found that on his laptop that he had any kind of...
I agree. So for him to get it should be a crime. Somebody should be prosecuted for letting Anthony Weiner have access to classified information. Does that make general sense?
It could be a crime. It would depend upon what the people...
Would you
This
agree that
is
it
an
should
unlawful
be?
assembly.
That anybody
Leave
that lets
downtown
Anthony Weiner
Portland
have
to the
classified
west.
information probably should be prosecuted. If our laws don't cover that, we probably should.
There's no Anthony Weiner statute, but it is... There's already...
Well, maybe we need one.
There's already a statute.
All right, good.
There's already a statute.
I just wonder how you can get classified information and not be a crime about somebody. Unmasking, are you familiar with that?
Familiar with that?
Okay, has the Bureau ever requested unmasking of an American citizen caught up in incidental collection?
Oh, yes. Yeah, in fact, I did it this week in connection with intelligence.
All right, before I reauthorize Senator to a pretty hawkish guy, I want to know how unmasking.
This is an unlawful assembly. Leave downtown Portland to the west.
The Obama administration to unmask American citizens that were caught up in incidental surveillance in 2015 and 2016.
I'm not aware of any request to the FBI.
Would you know who would they make the request to?
Well, they could make it to anyone in the FBI who was.
What about the NSA? Would you make it to the NSA?
Sure, if it was an NSA report. I mean, I read in the media and heard about NSA reports.
When you ask for unmasking, who do you ask? Do you go to the NSA and ask that somebody be unmasked?
When I want, for example, I'll give you an example. I got a report this week that said U.S. company number 1 it had been removed, and I said, I believe I need to know the name of that company.
Who do you ask?
So I asked my intelligence briefer who works for the PDP staff, say I'd like to know that, and then she goes and asks the owner of the information.
Which would be the NSA?
Well, in this case, I think it was CIA information.
This is an unlawful assembly. Leave downtown Portland to the west.
I believe the NSA does, CIA, I don't know about CSA, NSA definitely does.
But there should be a record somewhere in our government for a request to unmask regardless of who made the request.
I think that's right.
Is it fair to say that very few people can make requests for unmasking requests? I can't go and make that request as a senator.
Sure, it's a fairly small group of the consumers, which I am, that small set
Is the
of...
National Security Council willing to make this request right now?
I don't know for sure. I think the National Security Advisor certainly can.
When it comes to Russia, is it fair to say that the government of Russia actively provides safe haven to cyber criminals?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the Russian government is still involved in American politics?
Yes.
Is it fair to say we need to
This is an
stop them from
unlawful
doing this?
assembly. Leave downtown
Do
Portland
you
to
agree
the
with me?
west.
The only way they're going to stop is for them to pay a price for interfering in the political process.
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, so what we're doing today is not working. They're still doing it. They're doing it all over the world, aren't they?
Yes.
So what kind of threat do you believe Russia presents to our democratic process, given what you know about Russia's behavior of late?
Certainly, in my view, the greatest threat of any nation on earth, given their intention and their capability.
Do you agree that they did not change the actual vote tally, but one day they might?
I agree that very much we found no indication of any change in vote tallies. There was efforts aimed at voter registration systems, but I suppose in theory, hard in the United States, the beauty of our system is it's a bit of a hairball. And
This
all
is an
different kinds
unlawful
of systems
assembly.
and
Leave downtown
Have they done
Portland
this
to
in
the
other
west.
countries where they actually tampered with the vote?
my understanding is they have attempted in other countries.
There's no reason they won't attempt it here if we don't stop them over time.
I think that's right.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome back, Director Cody. What is the policy of the Department and the Bureau regarding the release of derogatory investigative information about an uncharged subject?
The general practice is we don't talk about completed investigations that didn't result in charges, as a general matter.
And what is the policy regarding the release of derogatory information about charged
This is an unlawful assembly.
beyond the
Leave
derogatory
downtown
investigative
Portland to the
information
west.
disclosed either in the charging document or in further court proceedings?
I think you summarized it. The gist of the policy is you don't want to do anything outside the charging documents or the public record that might prejudice the trial proceeding.
And one of the reasons you do that is if you had a police chief say, we have investigated the contract between the mayor and the contractor, we decided there were no misdeeds. We found out that the mayor was sleeping with her driver, just wanted to let you know that. That would be kind of a blow to the integrity of the prosecutor function and would probably tend to diminish support for the prosecutor function if it played by those rules, correct?
I think that's fair. That's why the policy exists.
Yep. With respect to oversight questions. Let's hypothesize that an investigation exists and the public knows about it, which is for a great number of legitimate reasons. What questions are appropriate for senators to ask about that investigation in their oversight capacity?
They can ask anything they want.
What questions are appropriate for you to answer?
Very few, while a matter is pending. And
while we know it's pending, is it appropriate for you to tell us whether it's adequately resourced and ask questions about, for instance, are there actually agents assigned to this, or has this been put in somebody's bottom drawer?
Sure, potentially, right. How's it being supervised, who's working on it, that sort of thing.
And are there benchmarks in certain types of cases where departmental approvals
This is an unlawful assembly. Leave downtown Portland to the west.
Is required to see whether those steps have actually been taken?
I'm not sure I'm following the question, I'm sorry.
Well, let's say you've got hypothetically a RICO investigation and has to go through procedures within the department necessary to allow a RICO investigation to proceed. If none of those have ever been invoked or implicated, that would send a signal that maybe not much effort has been dedicated to it. Would that be a legitimate question? Have these... Again, you'd have to know that it was a RICO investigation, but assuming that we knew that was the case, would those staging elements as an investigation moves forward into the internal department approvals be appropriate for us to ask about?
This is an unlawful assembly.
That's a harder question. I'm not sure it would be appropriate to answer because it would give away what we were looking at, potentially.
Would it be appropriate to ask if whether any witnesses have been interviewed or whether any documents have been obtained pursuant to the investigation?
That's also a harder one. I'd be reluctant to answer questions like that because it's a slippery slope to giving away information about exactly what you're doing.
But if we're concerned that investigation gets put on the shelf without taking seriously the fact that no witnesses have been called, no documents have been sought, would be pretty relevant and wouldn't reveal anything other than a lack of attention by the jury.
We could, but we're very careful about revealing how we might use a grand jury, for example. And so we started...
You've got 6E, I understand that.
Yeah.
This is a separate thing.
Yeah, so that's a harder call.
We'll pursue it. What is the Department's Bureau's policy regarding witnesses who are cooperating in an investigation, who have some form of ongoing compliance problem? Let's say they haven't paid their taxes for the last year. Is it the policy of the Department of the Bureau that they should get those cooperating witnesses to clean up their act so that their non-compliance does not become an issue later on in the case?
Yes, I don't know whether it's a written, I know I should know this, I can't remember sitting here, whether it's a written policy. It's certainly a long-standing practice.
Long-standing practice, exactly. When are tax returns useful in investigating criminal offense?
They're useful in showing unreported income, motive. If someone hides something that should otherwise be on a tax return, indicates they might know it was criminal activity.
It's not uncommon to seek and use tax returns in a investigation.
Not uncommon. It's a very difficult process, as it should be, but especially in complex financial cases, it's a relatively common tool. The hearing that Senator Gray held with respect to Russia's infiltration and influence in the last election raised the issue of Russia intervening with business leaders in a country, engaging them in bribery or other highly favorable business deals with a view to either recruiting them as a bribe or being threatening them by disclosing the illicit relationship. They're perfectly happy to blow up their own cutout, but it also blows up the individual, using the indication that those are Russian strategies in their election influence toolbox. In general, my understanding is those are tools that the Russians have used for many decades.
And lastly, the European Union is moving towards requiring transparency of incorporations so that shell corporations are harder to create. That risks leaving the United States as the last big haven for shell corporations. Is it true that shell corporations are often used as a device for criminal money laundering? Is it true that shell corporations are often used as a device for the concealment of criminally garnered funds?
Yes.
And to avoid legitimate taxation?
Yes.
What do you think the hazards are for the United States with respect to election interference of continuing to maintain a system in which shell corporations that you never know who's really behind them are commonplace?
I suppose one risk is that it makes it easier for illicit money to make its way into a political environment.
And that's not a good thing. Yeah, me neither. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Director,
Watch out, up there!
Given the FBI's extensive responsibilities and expertise in cyber and counterintelligence investigations, how likely do you think it is that Senate IT systems have been targeted by foreign intelligence services?
I would estimate that it's a certainty.
Inside the IC, who would talk about that problem, and who would the Senate would they inform?
Well, Dominican, I don't want to talk about particular matters, but it often is the FBI alerting a U.S. government institution or private sector. DHS might come across it, or other parts of the intelligence community, especially NSA.
When we talk about things outside the investigation right now, so often cable TV becomes a shirts and skins exercise. So without asking you to comment about anything that's retrospective about 2016, do you think it's likely that in 2018 we'll see more targeting of U.S. public discourse and elections?
I do. I think one of the lessons that the Russians may have drawn from this is that this works. And so as I said last month or so ago, I expect to see them back in 2018. I got something to say.
You regularly testify, correct me if I misheard, I think you regularly testify that you don't think the Bureau is short of resources. You don't come before us and make big increased appropriations requests. And yet, those of us who are very concerned about cyber look at the U.S. government writ large and think we're prepared for the future. Can you tell us what the FBI is doing to prepare for 2018 and 2020
Without giving too much detail, we have an enormous part of the FBI in our counterintelligence division and in our cyber division that focuses on just that threat and making sure that we do everything we can to understand how the bad guys might come at us. And as I talked about earlier, to equip the civilian agencies that are responsible for hardening our infrastructure with all the information we have about how they're going to come at us.
If you had in your national security increased resources, how would you spend another marginal dollar beyond what you expect to receive now?
Probably have a tie between investing more in upgrading our systems to make sure we're keeping pace with the bar of excellence, and probably to hire additional cyber agents and analysts.
And if you had your brothers, what kind of increased funding request would you make?
Make any sitting here.
I'd like to talk a little bit about WikiLeaks. In January, the FBI contributed to an IC assessment that concluded that WikiLeaks is a known outlet of foreign propaganda. Do you stand by that assessment?
Yes.
Do you believe that WikiLeaks has released sensitive and classified information?
Yes.
Do you believe any of WikiLeaks' disclosures have endangered American lives and or put at risk American interests?
Both.
Can you help me understand why Julian Assange has not been charged with the crime?
Well, I don't want to comment on the particular case because I don't want to confirm whether or not there are charges pending. He hasn't been apprehended because he's inside the Ecuadorian embassy.
I sent a letter to the Attorney General a number of weeks ago asking questions about the status of the investigation, and it seemed pretty clear, though individuals were polite and kind and responsive to our request. It seemed that across the IC there wasn't much deliberation about WikiLeaks and about Julian Assange. And this question, is the FBI participating in any interagency dialogue about whether or not Assange has committed crimes?
I don't know where you got that impression, but WikiLeaks is a important focus of our attention.
I intentionally left almost half of my time for you to sort of wax broadly for a minute. There is room for reasonable people to disagree about at what point a legitimate journalistic organization crosses the line to become some sort of
Okay, we've got gas in the air.
I am Captain Allen of the Seattle Police Department. I am now issuing a public speaking order to disperse. I command all those assembled at 11 and Pine to immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or
pushing out information to sources and methods
which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you will be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available: westbound on Pine, southbound on 11. Disperse now.
Points in the past, leaked classified information that is when American journalists have they violated by asking for this potentially classified.
by the U.S. government as another context is actually
It feels awful on my ears. Are you kidding me? It's the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'm Captain Allen of the Seattle Police Department. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse. I command to immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or lethal munitions, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you will be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available: westbound on Pine or southbound on 11.
Motherfucker!
The American journalist who's seeking this information differs from the Assange.
At least a portion. You can argue that WikiLeaks in the past the regular news. In my view, legitimate news gathering.
It leaves a really strong ringing in your ears every time. It's really disorienting.
They will almost always this activity
And there's
immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal measures.
Watch out! Oh, fuck! Oh my god. That flashbang just hit me in the nuts. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That just hit me right in the groin. Oh my god.
made them more disposed to deal with.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Jive with your understanding. Now, in that same assessment, the FBI and the NSA all concluded that Russia did in fact